As they say, winners rule, losers try again. An ordinary engineer from modern times transmigrates into a novel and becomes a design master. With just his brain and existing experience, a wave of his hand and a tap of his cane can create a vast and expansive estate, fully equipped with amenities in this medieval era. Our main character today is Kim Shu-ho, but in this world, he's just a supporting character known as Lloyd Frontera. Besides his extraordinary transformative design skills, he's also a true capitalist. It all started a few years ago. Shu-ho suddenly transmigrated into a series called Armored Engineer. People who transmigrate wake up in a warm bed with soft blankets, but he woke up face down in hard, rocky ground. To top it off, he was freezing, his bones chilled to the core. Having slept on the street for too long, his jaw was even twisted to one side, incredibly unsightly. After adjusting himself properly, Shu-ho began to collect his thoughts and organize the information. Suddenly, someone called out, "Sir Lloyd." Shu-han turned and recognized Habil Asrahan, an armored engineer, and also the main character of this novel. He looked as handsome as his illustration. In the novel, Habil becomes famous throughout the continent as Habil the swordsman, but he originated from a small town called Aos Frontera as an ordinary swordsman. There's also another character, the notorious and decadent baron from Frontera, named Lloyd Frontera. Truly, when it rains it pours. Not only did he transmigrate into a strange world, but he also ended up in the body of a boorish young man. Shu-ho was extremely unlucky to have such bad luck. Habil, seeing Lloyd yelling like a madman, looked utterly bewildered, thinking the guy in front of him looked absolutely hideous. A while later, the two returned to the Duke's mansion together. Habil lit the fireplace to warm the room. He said that Lloyd had been drinking all day, getting completely drunk, and causing a ruckus at the tavern. Afterwards, he'd somehow made his way home and finally collapsed on the street. At this rate, Lloyd was sure to hog the front page headlines tomorrow. Lloyd, upon hearing this, was left speechless. This was truly the life of a scoundrel. Habil was sent by the Baron, Lloyd's father, to keep a close eye on him, because the Baron didn't want to see his son poor and lying on the streets with a dislocated jaw. How pathetic. But the weather seems more severe in this medieval era. Even with the fireplace lit in the room, Lloyd still felt cold. Habil said he'd report the incident at the tavern to the Baron in the morning. He seemed resolute and showed no intention of covering things up. As Habil was about to leave the room, Lloyd suddenly called him back. He anxiously asked Habil about his family, who were currently drowning in debt. Habil didn't answer directly, but instead retorted sarcastically, "Oh, so you're just finding out." Then, he coldly closed the door and left, leaving Lloyd alone in the room, lost in thought. Actually, I know everything in that novel. In the cramped, dark dorm room last night, I was even trying to finish the last chapter. So of course, I know Lloyd's fate like the back of my hand. The reason the Baron's estate fell into debt was because both he and his wife were swindled by a con artist, losing everything, and eventually, unable to bear it, they committed suicide together. From then on, Lloyd became a drifter who only knew how to drink himself into a stupor. In the end, he coughed and died in a pool of blood from alcohol poisoning. Seriously, life was already tough on the outside, but transmigrating into another world with a noble status isn't any better. Suddenly, the system appeared. A new notification popped up. Your wish has been randomly selected and granted by the Supreme Being. Lloyd didn't understand what this notification meant, but he was annoyed, so he didn't care at all. Early the next morning, Lloyd's mother, Mabella Frontera, came to see Lloyd and asked about what happened yesterday. Lloyd had actually only transmigrated into this world last night, so in reality, he had no idea what the original owner of this body did all day yesterday. Should he say that he was reading a novel last night? Would that be weird? Mabella, looking haggard and tired, advised Lloyd not to cause any more trouble and to go apologize to them. Lloyd was now confused and didn't know what to do. But if this body had committed a crime, he thought he should apologize properly. Lloyd agreed, saying that he would go apologize to the tavern owner and others. Mabella and Habil were so astonished that their jaws dropped, as if they had just seen a strange phenomenon. A new creature appearing before their eyes. A moment later, Lloyd and Habil set off together to the tavern to apologize. Seeing Lloyd walking down the street, the people in the busy street quickly and surprisingly scattered. Even the curious children who were looking through the windows were picked up by their parents, and the doors were slammed shut. It seemed that this Lloyd's reputation was so infamous that everyone in town loathed him. Seeing everyone trying to avoid him like the plague, Lloyd asked Habil curiously, "Why do you always follow me?" The reason sounds touching, but in reality, it's very cold. Habil was also just trying to make a living, following the Baron's orders, to escort Lloyd to prevent things that might happen like yesterday. It sounds fancy to say escort, but it's more like protecting the townspeople from Lloyd. Lloyd felt that if he wanted to survive in this world, the first step was to erase his image as a jerk in everyone's eyes. But thinking about it, if he could solve the debt at home first, life might be better. After all, Lloyd is the heir to the Baron family. Lloyd opened the control panel to check a few things needed to carry out the plan, but looking at the skill panel, it was truly a joke. Nothing usable at all. Lloyd angrily waved his arms around wildly, causing Habiel to look at him with a judgmental expression that was really unpleasant. Before long, they arrived at the tavern. Lloyd didn't realize it, and almost passed it. Habiel suddenly looked at Lloyd with a scrutinizing, unpredictable expression. When Lloyd asked, he replied as if nothing was serious. Seeing Lloyd open the door and step inside the tavern, Habiel felt that something had changed since last night. It felt as if his young master Lloyd had become a different person. Inside the tavern, the aftermath of yesterday's destruction was still intact. Everything was broken and shattered. Generally, nothing seemed to be intact. Lloyd went to the front of the tavern owner and bowed his head to apologize. The tavern owner was even more terrified when he saw this scene. "It's even worse than the mess I made last night." Seeing that being serious wasn't working, Lloyd switched to apologizing with a rude and sarcastic attitude. "But maybe that's not effective either. Guess when they hate you, they'll just hate everything you do." The tavern owner stammered to Lloyd that he didn't need to apologize. Everything was still pretty much okay, but seeing the man's flustered and scared face made Lloyd feel something indescribable. On the way back, Lloyd said that even though he apologized, he felt the tavern owner wasn't really satisfied. Well, duh. Going and wrecking a whole tavern that someone built with their blood, sweat, and tears, and then just saying a simple apology, who could be satisfied with that? Lloyd was starting to feel like life was tough. He already had to pay off the family debt, and now he had to cover the compensation for the tavern. This was really hard to swallow. And to top it off, he couldn't get close to anyone in this town. If he didn't pay off the debt, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Just when Lloyd was racking his brain, not knowing what to do to pay off the debt, Habiel said something that instantly clicked in Lloyd's head. The mother of that tavern owner was still suffering from the cold winds of the previous winter, and now with this mess that Lloyd just created, the tavern owner was definitely having the worst year ever. Lloyd thought about it. And it was true that the atmosphere in the tavern was pretty bleak. There was only a tiny heater, so there was no way it could warm the whole place. So it would be very difficult for that old woman to withstand the cold. Koreans have always used hot stones under the floor to heat things up, but it hadn't been discovered yet in this era. Lloyd was walking when he suddenly stopped. A bold idea just flashed in his head. He felt like this was definitely going to be a new breakthrough in this world. There's no heating system in the Middle Ages. With the mind and knowledge of an engineer, a perfect design blueprint was drawn in Lloyd's head. If it was successful, Lloyd would definitely make a fortune, and for sure the people here wouldn't believe it was designed by that jerk Lloyd Frontera. After all, in the real world, his major was construction and structural design. He had even built a building in just a few days when he was in the military, as an engineer. If it worked, Lloyd could definitely pay off all that debt. Once Lloyd thought it through, he immediately turned back to that tavern. That would be the starting point for his first order. Right at this moment, the system suddenly appeared and announced, "Loki's journey has truly begun. RP has been activated by the system." RP stands for Rappaport Points. Can be accumulated by developing relationships with important characters. Loki stared blankly, surprised, at the system panel. The current RP is 0. He wondered, is this like Express? There's no explanation of what it's used for either. The guide says you can increase RP by improving key relationships. Loki immediately turned to look at Habiel to check it out. Sure enough, there was something displayed above his head, a system panel showing the character's impression of Lomi. Currently, Habiel's score is 30, extremely low. Without hesitating, Lomi tested the ability to increase RP right away. Although it was awkward and forced, Lai tried to be cute and praised Habiel for being extremely handsome. Habiel didn't react at all after hearing that. His face was cold, and his affection even decreased by 1. This method probably won't work, Lomi thought. Lomi is really not suited for this vibe. A while later, Lloyd and Habiel returned to the tavern. Lloyd wrote up a detailed contract with the contractor, listing himself as the principal and operator, and then handed it to the tavern owner. He pledged to compensate for all the damage he had caused by covering the entire construction cost. Looking at the contract presented by a rude and degenerate fellow, the tavern owner's eyes were filled with judgment and suspicion. His trust in Lloyd was practically negative infinity, but in order for the debt repayment to go smoothly, Lomi, unwillingly, had to resort to the most basic method to get the tavern owner to agree. He used his friendly, reputable, and pleading image to try to persuade the owner, and then of course it was a resounding success. It was a bit underhanded, but at least it got the job done. The first contract was considered a success. Loy assured the tavern owner emphatically that he would never regret it. Without waiting long, Loy quickly got to work. He chose the open space in front of the tavern to work in and began to measure and calculate. Habiel, who had been silently contemplating for a while, then spoke up. "Liney, aren't you creating a new wrongdoing by threatening the tavern owner and making him sign the contract?" Lloyd was silent for a moment. Then he didn't answer, but calmly asked Habiel in return, Have you ever heard of cognitive distortion? Lloyd explained that this distortion had clung to Habil's mind because of negativity and prejudice. Because he had done those things in the past, he thought Lloyd was the same now. Habil retorted. That's not prejudice, but experience and assessment. Lummi immediately countered. Don't both of those stem from the past? Hearing that, Habil froze stiff, because it was too true to argue. He didn't expect that the scoundrel of a master in front of him would say something like that. Lloyd continued, saying that he would definitely make the tavern owner and his mother smile. Saying this, as he stabbed the rod into the ground and worked, he would make them smile no matter what, because their smiles would be the foundation and motivation for Lummi to earn money. And so Lloyd started working hard. He kept digging dirt, moving it, hammering, and repeating it 2 or 3 times. Next was the frame construction stage. Lloyd used wood from the Duke's family warehouse and applied a basic fire-resistant wood structure, a traditional Eastern wooden construction method, using fire-resistant wood to build it. Then, red clay from the riverbank outside was plastered on, but what Lloyd didn't expect was that the body's physique was too weak. He got tired, short of breath, and had to lie down and rest after working for just a little while, to the point that this project had been dragging on for a week and still wasn't finished. Seeing Lloyd's enthusiasm and dedication, Habil began to have a different view of his master. Unbelievable that idiot Lloyd was actually upholding the contract with the tavern owner. Seeing his master looking battered and exhausted, his body weak and trembling, still trying to continue the work, made Habil a little moved. Just as Lloyd lost his balance, about to fall backward, Habil immediately rushed over and caught him in time. He took the axe from Lloyd's hand and asked, "What do you need me to do so I can help?" Lloyd said that he needed planks, about a handspan wide and 2 handspans long. After hearing this, Habil quickly put his supreme abilities into action. He raised his axe and gracefully twirled it a few times with basic, yet beautiful strokes. Instantly, he completed the exact number of planks needed for the project. Lloyd could only stare in astonishment, giving a thumbs up of admiration. No wonder he's the main character with main character power. The guy who'll become a master swordsman later on is like a high-tech device. When the fat is at the cat's mouth, you have to keep it there. Lloyd definitely couldn't pass up the delicious salt like Habil, and continued to negotiate for his help. He wanted Habil to continue completing this project with him. Habil immediately felt annoyed and disgruntled upon hearing this. He had just helped out, and instead of being thanked, he was being asked to do more. How could he not be upset? Nevertheless, with his quick wit and seemingly illogical but ultimately persuasive arguments, Lloyd successfully recruited Habil to his team, and so, they both rolled up their sleeves and threw themselves into the work, toiling away like diligent bees. One dug, one loosened, one hoed, one swung. After dozens of hours, the project that Lloyd designed was finally complete. He didn't forget to put a brand right in the middle of the facade to create his own signature. Now, it was time to call the tavern owner to test out the product and make up for the troubles Lloyd had caused. The flames from the outdoor fireplace flickered and danced. Thanks to that, the atmosphere inside this small wooden house was warmed up. The tavern owner and his mother felt extremely satisfied. The old woman even felt like her stiff joints were loosening up. The tavern owner was very surprised, unable to believe his eyes. After all, it's understandable that the people here are surprised. Because Lovi used a traditional Korean house remodeling method to warm the floor, combining it with a room-warming structure called gudaeun ondol, this technique didn't exist in the medieval era. Finally, both the mother and the tavern owner smiled. Lloyd kept his promise, just like he said he would. Habil couldn't believe that Lloyd could do it. Even his lord's way of speaking and facial expressions had changed. Habil still couldn't believe this was real. Lloyd actually kept his promise to a commoner, but still, seeing the smiles of the 2 tavern owners and his mother, Habil also felt warmth in his heart. His good impression of Lloyd also increased by 2 points. Lloyd received 36 RP as a result of a slight improvement in his relationship with a key character. This first contract can be considered a success. Although he spent quite a bit of money on the wood, it was worth it. After all, this model house is simply for advertising and marketing for profit later on. A few days later, more and more people came to try the warming house Lloyd had created. The line of people wanting to experience it was endless. Lloyd also took this opportunity to promote his service. But because his reputation was so infamous, no matter how many discounts he offered, the people still couldn't trust him enough to accept. Right as he was trying to drum up business and reel in customers for his service, Lloyd Frontera, Lloyd's father, unexpectedly appeared. Current likability rating, 20. Scene cuts to the Frontera mansion. Lloyd is sitting, enjoying breakfast with his father. He looks up at him. Lloyd watches Frontera seriously savoring his food, thinking, I've been avoiding running into father as much as possible. What if he doesn't let me continue with those construction projects? Suddenly, he speaks up. I've heard about this, August Frontera says sternly. What are you planning to do this time? Lloyd casually eats as he answers, I guess I don't need to spell it out, huh? The owner of the tavern ordered a warming room, so I'm making one for him. Building mode. Lloyd activated. Hearing this, he asks, Did you make an agreement with him beforehand? Lloyd, with his mouth full, replies, seems like you know everything already. Aegis Frontera warns seriously. Our top priority is protecting the people. Lying to them or deceiving them will not be tolerated. Lloyd, still wearing a nonchalant expression, replies, it's not that bad, you don't have to worry, father. Just as I predicted, no matter what I do, there will be people who misunderstand. He calmly gets up. Looks like you have nothing more to say, so I'll be going. Running away, darting, dodging, escaping is the best strategy. Just as Lloyd turns to leave, Aegis Frontera speaks. Is it because of our family's current situation? You must know what's happening to our family, he says, with a troubled look. To reassure him, don't worry, we'll get through this soon, so don't stray from what's right. Lovey turns back, looking a little sad. I've heard this before. He remembers his father from his old world. Hey, Kim Shuho, it'll be okay, don't worry, it's not a big deal. So I just have to study hard. I thought everything would be alright. But Lloyd's face darkens after the memory. It was just a lie. It wasn't alright at all. Do I look like someone who would put up with hardship for that damn money? He says confidently. Don't give up, father, because I will persevere with you. Lloyd remembers his past self. I should have said that to my father a few years ago. He walks outside, calculating. Right now, 32 people chose Type A, and 57 chose Type B. I already received half of the down payment for the construction. Suddenly, two strange men appear before Lloyd Frontera. The chubby man on the left is the loan shark, and Mara Loaf is next to him. A loan shark, for real. They walk past him, making him wonder, what's up with that? They're passing by the Baron's son without even saying hello. Suddenly he realizes, oh, could it be that these guys... In front of Aegis Frontera's office, aside, they brazenly sit on the desk. Aegis, how much longer are you planning to delay? Midlolap added. You only have 5 days left until the deadline. His warning made Frontera lower his head in defeat. If you keep whining, we won't stop here. Lloyd was eavesdropping outside the door. Sai Lo, not seeing him speak up, raised his voice. Why are you silent? Isn't it true you'll have money if you sell the stuff in this mansion? A smile gradually spread across his face as he stood outside the door, just as Lloyd's face twisted in a smug expression. Perfect timing for my entrance. Scene changed to his room. Lloyd looked at the notification board, thinking to himself, friendship points, 36. I gained a few more friendship points after Javier's favorability towards T increased. What can I use these points for? Suddenly, the text on the notification board changed. Your skills will be enhanced by using the available friendship points. He was surprised. Oh, this damn message actually knows why, huh? Hearing this, the notification board sulked. Fine, then. Lummy chuckled and apologized. Sorry, okay, I won't say that again. After a short download, a circle of energy suddenly appeared under his feet. It scanned his entire body and announced. Detected earth mechanic knowledge. Detected water mechanic knowledge. Detected architecture knowledge. After a moment, the magic circle reached the top of Lloyd Frontera's head. Detected clean water and sewage knowledge. Detected steel structure design and civil engineering design knowledge. Detected advanced program design knowledge, HMPH. You have more knowledge than you appear to. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, Hey, was it necessary to say that? I was a scholarship student in the advanced class, you know. A display appeared after the completion. Skills you can acquire based on current knowledge. Basic surveying. Friendship points required. 15. Basic design. Friendship points required. 20. Lomi seriously read each word. I'm not even sure what these are for yet. He looked at his available friendship points and quickly tapped both of the aforementioned skills. Friendship points, 36, HMPH. I have enough points to upgrade both anyway. Skill acquired, basic surveying. After the announcement, Lloyd's eyes suddenly lit up. He eagerly pushed open the window and looked outside. Whoa! What the hell is this? Lloyd looked at the pre-existing blueprint below in awe. Is this real? Even if I don't use GPS to measure, I can still measure with just these eyes. The next skill made him just as happy. Skill acquired, basic design. Lloyd used his hand to draw on the available screen. Awesome, damn, this is crazy. Unlike before when I had to put in so much effort with those drawings on paper. After trying out the two skills, he sat down on the bed, pondering. My work from now on will be much easier, but can Hable handle the work of many people for the construction? Lloyd thought about the excavator in his previous world and sighed. I wish I had the knowledge to make heavy machinery. I wonder if I could create one. The notification board appeared like a fairy godmother and said, Oh, you can? He was surprised. What? Real? A notification board appeared, making him gape in awe. The notification board read, Draw random imaginary object. Use friendship points to draw an imaginary object. Diverse characters, diverse skills. Choose a fictional noble partner. Lloyd looked at the content and thought, it's like a game advertisement inviting you to buy items. Suddenly, the notification board displayed another line below, catching his attention. HMPH, draw a random imaginary object, costs a whopping 50 friendship points per draw. Looking at the usage fee, Lloyd clicked his tongue. Trisk, that's highway robbery. I only have 1 friendship point left now. He thought about the 3 powerful mythical beasts he once knew. Imaginary characters, huh? If I'm right, they could be as useful as heavy machinery. Thinking this, Lloyd made up his mind. Friendship points. I have to collect as many friendship points as possible. To do that, I need to increase the favorability from important characters. Back in the previous room, a hand slammed on the table. Our Lloyd Frontera. Midlot made an offer. If you don't have money to pay, I'll tell you how to get money. His already hideous face contorted, he said in a cunning tone. I know a really good place where you can sell your debt and those maids for a good price. Lloyd Frontera, hearing this, turned grim. How dare you? Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere in the room. Do you think you can do anything inhumane just because you're a creditor? Lloyd put his arm around Lope from behind. He abruptly shoved him away, cursing. Who is this brat? Aganicus hesitantly spoke up. Lloyd Map recognized his identity and sneered. Ah, so this is your problematic eldest son. Is that why you're interrupting adults? If you don't get out of here, Lloyd frowned, cutting him off. Enough. Show us your invitation. The 2 of them looked blank. What? He darkened his expression and explained. Kingdom Law 3/6? All nobles in the kingdom have the right to protect their rights and interests. Lomi scowled at the 2 with a piercing glare. Entering a noble's residence without an invitation is against the law? This is clearly stated. Hearing this, the 2 retorted. What the hell are you talking about? I've never heard of such a law. He put on a nonchalant face and replied. Oh, you didn't know. Would you like to check it with me? Lloyd said sternly. Hobby. A figure entered from outside the door. Yes, Lord Lloyd. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing the figure of a knight. Lloyd, with a fearsome expression, ordered, Chop off the hands of these lawbreakers. Habil Asrahan received the order and prepared to draw his sword. The 2 people panicked, stammering, Are you crazy? Do you want to be brought before the court? He smiled and reiterated, That's why I want to check the provision with you. So let's see which side the court takes. Habil Asrahan didn't wait and drew his sword, advancing forward. The 2 loan sharks were now terrified. Their mouths agape. Milo and Silo scrambled to run away, but didn't forget to curse. You think you're allowed to do this? You'll regret it. With a bang. The 2 of them ran out the door, leaving him behind. Lloyd Frontera waved his hand, smiling in satisfaction. TCH, what fool! Lloyd Frontera finally spoke up. Lloyd, Habil? He asked in a panic, questioning their purpose. What do you 2 think you just did? It doesn't help things. Unexpectedly, Lloyd walked over and placed a bag of money on the table. He gently explained. I was planning to give Father the deposit I earned, but this should be enough for these guys. Lloyd Frontera couldn't believe his eyes, but still refused. Is this the deposit you took from everyone? How can I use this money? Habil Asrahan, standing behind, reassured. Lord Akus, please don't worry, he said sternly. I will oversee Baron Lloyd to ensure he keeps his promise to everyone. He looked at Habil's serious face and secretly accepted. Judging by Habil's expression, he trusted Lloyd. He seized the opportunity to bow. We'll take our leave. The 2 quickly left Lloyd Frontera's office. Habil Asrahan asked doubtfully about what happened earlier. How did you know about that law? I thought you were a superficial person, Lloyd retorted angrily. I found it, I really did find it, from Habil in the novel. He remembered the scene of Habil Asrahan standing in the rain after Lloyd's parents passed away. The 2 loan sharks wanted to dig up their graves to find valuables and sell them. And that time, Habil, Kingdom Law Section 3/6. Kingdom Law Section 3/6. He gently sliced off the heads of those 2 scumbags. Every nobleman in the kingdom has the right to protect their rights and interests. Then he chopped off the heads of those 2 guys. And when Habil was sued in court, he was found innocent. Loki thought to himself smugly. Remembering the entire novel is really beneficial. He stroked his chin expectantly. Anyway, the notification will appear as expected. The notification board suddenly appeared. Notification. Lloyd Frontera's favorability towards you has increased by 6 points. You have received 60 affinity points for increasing your relationship with an important character. Points. Affinity points. 61. Lloyd smiled contentedly. I predicted it like a god. Fictional character. Here I come. Under the moonlight shining on the tree roots, Lloyd stood in the training yard. At this hour, he checked around. There's no one here, right? Lloyd called out, and the notification board immediately appeared. Random draw. Randomly draw fictional creatures. Start 1 draw, 50 affinity points. He immediately clicked on the start button. Let's begin. After clicking, a blue light suddenly appeared. The sound of gears colliding gradually became more intense. Suddenly it formed a circle and began to connect with each other. Lloyd stared at it in awe as it worked. Holy moly, is that magic? The magic circle began to complete, revealing a complete version of magic, a summoning spell. Looking at the result, he sighed wearily. That's it. The magic circle collided with each other and created a mess of sounds, just making annoying noises. Suddenly something gradually emerged from the middle of the circle. Unexpectedly, a hamster poked its head out from inside, squeaking. Lummy looked at the finished product speechless. It crawled all the way out and fell to the ground. Thud, thud, its whole body covered in dust. It looked up at him, who was standing still. In front of the hamster, Lloyd clicked his tongue disapprovingly. What a failure. It heard that, and teared up in hurt. The hamster staggered, and said a few words. Podong, podong. He walked away with a displeased face. What? You're not a failure. You know how to do a lot of things. He stopped and asked. Like a nuke. I don't need something like that. It waved its paws in denial. Bo fo fong, really not. Then show me what you can do. The little hamster puffed up its cheeks with a grape, and spat out 2 things along with its drool. Tui. Lloyd looked disgusted. That's so dirty. He looked at the contents of the paper, and read aloud, Podong User Manual. Lloyd looked at the hamster wiping its face in front of him, and read the instructions. Podong is a lovable hamster. Take care of it with love. He poured the red and blue seeds from the bag into his hand to feed Podong. Sunflower seeds can change their size. 2 images explaining. Red sunflower seed. Podong will grow big after eating this, but the effect will wear off after 12 hours. Blue sunflower seed. Podong will shrink after eating this. Feed Podong this one, before the red sunflower seed wears off. Lloyd frowned as he continued reading. The price for a set of 2 colored sunflower seeds is 1 friendship point. He didn't change his expression, just looked at it with a bored face. How big can you get? As big as a person, he exclaimed. Podong, I should check it out myself. He took a red sunflower seed from the bag, and put it in Podong's mouth. A digging hamster is good, but if it grows as big as a person, it'll be very useful. It received the sunflower seed, and munched on it eagerly. Suddenly, Podong's body gradually grew larger, startling Lloyd. The transformation was so fast that its body slammed right into his face. Lloyd was kicked away by Podong's body. Oof, thump, crash. He looked up in alarm. Oh my God. Lloyd looked at its huge, fierce body. What the hell is this? 5 meters? No, it has to be at least 10 meters. Podong looked down with a disdainful expression. It's looking down on me, so arrogant. Suddenly a notification popped up. Podong's level 1 digging skill, along with a description of it quickly demonstrating its ability. Podong's level 1 ground leveling skill. It used its huge body to roll around once, making the ground flat. Finally, Podong's level 1 cheek pouch skill. It held something in its mouth and was about to spit it out. Podong spat a huge rock from its mouth. Ew. It fell right in front of Lloyd, and its spit splattered all over him. Lloyd didn't care about its slobber, and was overjoyed. Awesome. The heavy machinery problem is solved. After preparing everything, he returned to the mansion, thinking, but if I suddenly show up with something this amazing, everyone will be suspicious, right? Lloyd stroked the sleeping Podong, coming up with a plan. All right, I'll bring the summoning book with me, then exclaim, am I a summoning genius? Oh dear, why am I so smart? I'm going crazy. After calculating for a while, he confidently walked away with his plan. Let's go deal with the labor problems for the next large-scale construction. Now, the sky is gradually brightening. In front of the Frontera family's land, Lloyd was now standing in front of the crowd, giving orders. Repeat after me, he shouted. Safety comes first, everyone weakly replied, holding tools in their hands. Safety comes first. 30 soldiers of Baron Frontera. Lloyd looked at everyone's sleepy appearance and felt helpless. I'm going to die. Laughing, they're answering like those soldiers who get paid without working. The Baron is so deeply in debt, why doesn't he fire them? He regained his composure, smirking. Fine. Then there will be no more labor wages paid. Being able to gather manpower is a relief. Lloyd turned and shouted loudly again. Listen carefully, you are soldiers. The place you should gather is in the military. He put the shovel on his shoulder sternly. But what is the military's top priority? It's labor. When we were in the military, we had to dig and weed more than we trained. Lloyd pointed to the side. Do you see the land over there now? That's the sandy land I've been digging all night. The image of Podong diligently digging popped into his head. Actually, Podong had dug up that entire pile in about 30 minutes. Lloyd enthusiastically detailed the plan. The first crucial task we must undertake is to revitalize this land, with a project to build a heating room for the people here. To do that, you all will have to move the rocks and soil to the construction site first. Upon hearing that, everyone wore a displeased expression, as if, disagreeing. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, so he didn't waver at all. Just as I predicted, I knew they'd react like this. Suddenly someone stepped forward and spoke from behind. Young master, Lloyd Frontera asked, frowning. What exactly did you just order my soldiers to do, Knight Commander Baron Frontera Nerman? Lloyd smirked triumphantly. And I also predicted this guy would come. Images of the 3 key figures in the novel gradually surfaced in his mind. There were 3 knights in total on this land, and the other one was Nerman. Under him were Bayan and the novel's protagonist, Habel Asrahan. Lloyd stood motionless, recalling the plot. In the early part of the novel, both Bayan and Habel remained loyal until the very land collapsed. But this guy was even the first to betray and abandon the Baron. He looked at his face and youthful chin, reminiscing. It's because Nerman sold information about the Baron to swindlers. He's also heavily in debt. An insidious look was clear on Lloyd's face. This is not good at all. How could this guy be the knight commander? He turned back and asked, echoing his words. What do you think we're doing? Nerman Frontera's eyes were filled with sternness as he replied. I can't believe you're ordering soldiers to do such dirty work. As the knight commander, I can't accept this. Lloyd rested his chin on his palm, a carefree look on his face as he cursed inwardly. Damn it! I'm making money to pay off debts, but I've already received the Baron's permission. He didn't care, and brought up the past. I don't know what method you used to deceive the Lord, but looking back at the young master's past, Nerman Frontera firmly stated his opinion. I believe you are using the military for personal gain. Am I wrong? Lloyd remained indifferent to those words. He smiled without denying the opinion. Not at all, Then suddenly, he turned somber, and made an oblique reference to being beaten. Nerman Frontera was so angry at this point that veins popped out all over his face. Look at his weak reasoning. If he tried playing an online game, he'd be scared to death. Lloyd slowly lifted the shovel stuck in the ground. Then he suddenly swung the shovel towards Nerman Frontera. See what happens. The soldiers who witnessed the scene had their mouths agape. He also grimaced no less after blocking the blow. Lloyd smiled confidently after the action. Nerman Frontera's entire body trembled as he spoke. He was so angry that he didn't look like a knight anymore. This punk, you just tried to tarnish the reputation of a knight. Haha. The useless, incompetent son of a baron on the verge of bankruptcy? Of course that curse was just in his head. He wouldn't dare say such a thing out loud. Lloyd put his hand to his ear, signaling he couldn't hear clearly. What did you say? You want to set aside your rank and fight? He twirled the shovel in his hand with great skill, then pointed it straight at Nerman Frontera. Lloyd confidently requested, Alright, how about giving it a try? Come on, let's duel. He was still tense, grinding his jaw as he retorted, You'll regret it, you idiot. In front of the Frontera residence, a voice echoed. A month from now, you will duel with Knight Nerman. Habel Asrahan asked sternly. Are you confident you will win? Lloyd put on a carefree expression with a teasing tone. What? Are you stupid? Of course not. He pointed to his head, scolding and making Habel Asrahan angry enough to draw his sword on the spot. My opponent is a knight known as the Magical Heart and an expert in basic swordsmanship, and I'm just a lazy bum, so how could I possibly face him? Are you asking without thinking? Do you even use your brain? HMPH. He calmed down and slowly loosened his grip on the sword. Phew, I almost slashed him. Watching him pick his nose, Habel Asrahan couldn't help but think. I can't believe he suddenly threw mud at Knight Nerman and demanded a duel. Even though he wants to go back to being a scoundrel, Lloyd was only focused on picking his nose and didn't care about him. To set up a money-making scheme like that, he pleaded for the Baron's favor, then started an argument and sidelined himself. At that point, he appointed Knight Bayan as an alternate supervisor and commander of the construction battalion. Lloyd took out a yellow substance from his nose, disgusting Habel Asrahan. But I still can't believe he lacks confidence in the duel. It makes no sense at all. Irritating. I want to chop him up. Lloyd took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands and said, Well then, Knight Habel. There's something I need you to do. He smiled and requested, Teach me how to use a sword. Habel Asrahan bluntly said, I don't want to. Lloyd made a grimace. Why not? He seriously explained. First, my mission is to watch over you, young Master Lloyd. Habel Asrahan spoke a string of criticisms without a hint of emotion on his face. Second, young Master Lloyd is trash. If trash learns swordsmanship, it'll be even more dangerous to those around him. He resentfully spoke. Hey, couldn't you at least talk nicely? Lloyd gradually understood. So that's how it is. You don't want to teach me, do you? He seriously made an offer. If you teach me swordsmanship, in return, how about I cure your insomnia? Habel Asrahan was shocked. How does he know about that? Lloyd laughed confidently, as if he had read his mind. Because it's in the novel, and I also know the cause of your insomnia. He recalled the information in the novel. In the novel Blood and Iron Knight, the ranks of knights are divided into 4 levels. The highest is Swordmaster, Advanced Sword Expert, Intermediate Sword Expert, and Elementary Sword Expert. Then he knew about the difficulty Habel Asrahan was experiencing, and Habel's rank was Advanced Sword Expert, and he would soon become a Swordmaster. The reason he had insomnia was because his extraordinary nervous system was too sensitive. It's called Swordmaster Syndrome. Lloyd now spoke in a bored tone. Of course that information wouldn't reach this rural area. How would this idiot know about it? Do you agree to this deal or not? Pretending you don't know is useless. Your face clearly shows your insomnia. Habel Asrahan sighed wearily and accepted the deal. All right, I'll give it a try. Lloyd smiled contentedly. "Oh really? Don't go easy on me now," he replied with a scornful laugh. "Of course. I mean, you'll definitely give up. I've tried so many different ways to cure my insomnia, starting from cognitive behavioral therapy, using medicinal herbs, aromatherapy, to physical training, traditional medicine, and so on and so forth." After talking a lot, Habil Asrahan still fell sound asleep. Lloyd was smug when he saw him sleeping soundly. "Haha, you unreasonable bastard. I know how to cure your insomnia," he muttered a formula. The first time he dozed off while reading Magic Techniques, am I right? 18th Magic Technique? Loudly reading the book on reinforced concrete makes everyone sleepy. Lloyd burst into a manic laugh. "Now all of your swordsmanship will belong to me." Scene changes to the forest. Habil Asrahan ordered, "Run 50 laps immediately." Lloyd stood blankly for a moment, then still turned around and walked away. Watching him run without saying a word made Habil Asrahan suspicious. He's running without complaining. He stood straight, watching Lloyd run. Thud. Thud. Gradually, he ran half a lap. After running 1 lap, Logie panted and complained, "Huff, huff, I hate doing this. Teach me some techniques." Habil Asrahan didn't reply, just stood there watching him run. Another lap, and Lloyd was back to taunt him. "You weren't expecting much from this, were you? You thought I'd give up and start screaming, didn't you?" Habil Asrahan continued to use his tree trunk ears, and he kept running another lap. Lloyd returned with his provocative tone. "Then you were going to say, 'This isn't your forte,' and ignore me, right?" Habil Asrahan twitched at that. Lamp's eyes. He smiled in satisfaction and continued, "Ha ha. What are you going to do? Now I'm going to run until the end." Suddenly, a notification popped up. "Passive skill annoyance inducer has reached level 4. Anyone who sees you will think you're an idiot and will have the urge to hit you." Lloyd read the words with annoyance. "I don't need a skill like that. Get lost." Afterwards, he stubbornly continued to run. Huff huff. Lloyd was covered in sweat as he walked. "Truthfully, I'm exhausted. It's a lie to say I'm not. But this is nothing compared to when I was in Korea." He remembered his dark days in the previous world, without the warmth of family. Every morning he'd wake up in a cramped studio apartment, day after day, carrying bricks to the 4th floors of villas, and all night, loading trucks with boxes. Images of Lloyd toiling at work flashed through his mind, all to avoid starving to death. Always nurturing a desire to get better someday. Suddenly, Kim Shu-ho noticed a faint light ahead. "Hang in there, Kim Shu-ho will get better." He walked towards the light, slowly reaching out to touch it. "You're doing great. You meet the standards?" Kim Shu-ho struggled to touch the light in front of him. Just a little more. Then he realized something that plunged him back into despair. The light that seemed to be right in front of him was getting further and further away. Kim Shu-ho collapsed to the ground in regret. Back to Lloyd Frontera, who was still persistently running around the training grounds. Compared to that pain and despair, Lloyd smiled brightly, enjoying the moment. "This is nothing." Habil Asrahan stood silently, observing. He watched Lloyd's efforts and thought to himself, "If he's really serious about learning, I'll teach him my swordsmanship." The image of him trying to run, even though his body was near its limit, lingered in Habil Asrahan's eyes. The notification popped up again. "Notice, Habil's impression of you has increased by 1. HBL's impression of you. You have received 18 affinity points, as your relationship with an important character has slightly improved." Current affinity points. Night was falling. In front of the Frontera mansion, August Frontera was talking with Nerman Frontera. "How can he be so disrespectful to someone who has protected our family for 5 generations? His face clearly showed disappointment. "I thought he'd finally understood these past few days. Looks like I was wrong about him." Akis Fong-tae spoke seriously about the current situation. "Morally, we can't stop this duel. But he's still the future heir to this land, so don't teach him," he seriously suggested. "To the point where he gets seriously injured. Enough for him to understand." Nerman Frontera bowed respectfully. "As you command." But deep inside, he smirked. "I don't know if I can keep this up for the entire match, though." Nerman Frontera exited Akos Frontera's office, scheming to himself. "But I'll defeat that arrogant brat and kill him, if the Baron makes a fuss about it." He chuckled to himself, continuing his train of thought. "I'll kill that brat and the Baron too, and stage it as a suicide. And just as planned, I'll leave this village, and move to a bigger place." Nerman Frontera snickered inwardly as he walked. "Thanks to that young master, my plan will succeed sooner than I expected, hehe." 1 month later, in front of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd and Nerman Frontera stood facing each other before the crowd. His parents, along with 2 nearby knights, were deeply worried. Nerman Frontera, holding his sword, asked Lloyd, "Are you ready for this match?" Lloyd Frontera flicked his left foot and kicked the hoe stuck in the ground upwards. He nonchalantly placed the hoe on his shoulder, replying, "Of course." Lloyd smiled confidently. "I'm the one who's ready to beat you." The crowd looked at the weapon in his hand, bewildered. "What is that, a hoe? Is he planning to fight Knight Nerman with that?" Nerman Frontera, seeing this, was speechless with anger. Habil Asrahan, standing above, thought back to the hoe. A hoe made of iron. That's what he asked the blacksmith to make. Akos Frontera, clutching his head, criticized. Is that brat just planning to mess around? Habil Asrahan inwardly refuted his words. Mess around? Perhaps not. If you reflect on what he's been doing since last month, he recalled the days when he instructed Lloyd Frontera in basic training every early morning, without a single complaint, then going to the construction site to teach the village engineers about the heating system, and then practicing swordsmanship until late at night before going to sleep. Habil Asrahan, remembering that time, was certain. That's not the will of someone who's just playing around. I'm sure young Master Lloyd is very serious. After a while of waiting, Akos Frontera finally announced. Then, right now, the match between Lloyd and Knight Nerman will begin. Hearing the announcement, Nerman Frontera immediately adopted a fighting stance, while Lloyd Frontera, although serious, still used a mocking expression as his stance. Seeing his stance, Habil Asrahan wondered. What's with that fighting stance? He angrily rushed forward. Are you making fun of me right now? Lloyd calmly raised the hoe forward. He instantly blocked Nerman Frontera's attack. Habil Asrahan and Akos Frontera were utterly surprised to see that. Seeing this, he quickly prepared for the next attack. You won't get lucky a second time. However, his next attack was still simply blocked by Lloyd. Habil Asrahan was even more astonished to see this. Unorthodox but effective movements? That's a specialized technique used in real combat. It's as if his swordsmanship has been honed for many years. Nerman Frontera was panicked. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, Lloyd, seeing his wide-eyed expression, smugly said, Why are you so surprised? Every man in South Korea can do that. He remembered his time in the military. This is a modern close-quarters combat technique, a bayonet-style attack. Lois seized the opportunity and charged forward. Actually, this shovel of mine can do a lot of things. He blocked Nerman Frontera's attack and pointed out the weapon's utility. I can use the shovel blade as a shield and then attack, aiming straight for Nerman Frontera's face. The original cutting power is already very strong. Suddenly, he plunged the shovel into the ground. If I do this, Lloyd stands on the shovel and jumps around. I can ride it like a pogo stick. Haha, come and get me. Habil Asrahan, seeing this, reevaluated. Is he really just messing around? The image of Lloyd smiling confidently appeared in his eyes, causing Habil Asrahan to double-check. Or not. Nerman Frontera, now furious, charged forward. Lloyd immediately took a defensive stance. Nerman, the first weapon I prepared to defeat you is this shovel. He used his special technique and pushed him back. The second is the elementary swordsmanship I learned from Habil. Nerman Frontera grimaced as he blocked the attack, thinking, wasn't he just a piece of trash and a drunk? How did he become so strong? Finally, he used a skill from the system panel. The jupe shovel is covered with mana. And the third thing is this, which has synchronized the level 1 digging toolkit, body and soul, as one with the shovel. The level of assimilation between you and the shovel will increase. He remembered his tiring days. Habil's good impression increased by 1 during training, along with the moment Lloyd's parents stood in the room in amazement. And because that was the first time the Baron and Baroness had seen their son's enthusiasm in their entire lives, it increased by +2 and +3 intimacy points accumulated like that. And after that, the announcement board also appeared. Recorded intimacy points. 97. Do you want to learn more digging skills? Intimacy points required. 40. Yes. He wearily wiped his sweat and read each word on the announcement board. I've learned a pretty interesting skill. Back to the present. Lloyd and Nerman Frontera were carefully guarding against their opponent when he suddenly took a deep breath. Nerman Frontera thought of the last resort and confidently stood up straight. I have no other choice. I didn't think this would be necessary to deal with an ordinary person. A surge of energy began to appear on his sword. Habil Asrahan stood above, surprised. The flow of mana from Nerman Frontera's entire body began to move. Mana was gradually being drawn into the front of his chest. Lloyd saw this and questioned. He's in a state of depletion. All the mana from Nerman Frontera's body converged in one place, the magic heart. Suddenly, he raised his sword high, and Nerman Frontera confidently spoke. This is the real showdown, you little punk. Lloyd heard it but said nothing. Suddenly, Nerman Frontera charged forward with incredible speed. Habil Asrahan watched in astonishment, calculating, in the past 10 years, even for someone lacking talent, it would take at least 5 years for even a normal person to manifest a magic heart. It's impossible for young Master Lloyd to block that sword attack. In short, Nerman Frontera immediately aimed for his shoulder and slashed down. Lloyd didn't flinch, instantly raising his scepter to block. Losing awareness, he could only focus on hacking down. What a moron, I'll crush that scepter and smash your skull. Mabella Frontera, along with Frontera, were terrified by the scene. But surprisingly, Lummi blocked the magic heart attack. Nerman Frontera was so shocked his eyes widened. His entire body touched the ground, struggling to stay upright. What? It feels like all the strength in my body is draining. Lloyd smirked to himself, thinking, the fourth technique I prepared for you is this. He thought of Habil Asrahan, the magic technique that made Habil the strongest man in the novel. Mana from Nerman Frontera's body flowed from his sword and into Lloyd, the Asrahan core technique. Panicked, he pulled his sword away from the scepter. What? My magic is being absorbed. Lloyd didn't wait for Nerman Frontera to recover, and lunged forward. A blow to the face distorted his features. A tooth flew out in a spectacular arc. Nerman Frontera looked up, confused. Huh? What's that red thing? Is that my tooth? He seized the opportunity, and landed another blow on his chin before raising the scepter into the air with an expressionless face. A blow to the back of Nerman Frontera's head made his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Lloyd's blow knocked him flat on the ground. Everyone around was so surprised, their mouths hung open in disbelief. Lloyd Frontera, watching from above, was equally astonished. Seeing the night the entire region was proud of lying defeated at Lloyd's hands, everyone buzzed with disbelief. What? Young Master Lloyd won? That's absurd. Huh, that's weird. Ahem. Akos Frontera stammered the announcement. I declare Lloyd Frontera the winner of the match. Nerman Frontera, sniffing the dirt, heard this and wondered, what did you say? How could a swordsmaster like me lose to that trash? He stepped in front of him and said, Did you hear that? I won the match. Lloyd warned sternly. Tell me, how do you want to be beaten next? He raised the scepter high with a serious expression. It's time for the long-awaited punishment, isn't it? Nerman Frontera panicked, along with the newfound draft in his mouth. Akos Frontera saw his actions and shouted, What are you doing, Lloyd? The match is over. He ignored him, repeatedly striking Nerman Frontera, who was curled up on the ground covering his head. I'm starting right now. Ouch. Ow. Agos Frontera went from panic to anger and screamed. Seeing him unleash a flurry of blows, people rushed to intervene. Please stop, young master, the match is over, Bayan said, stressed. Has he lost his mind? Habil Asrahan thought. Is he out of his mind? TCH. Lloyd gradually calmed down. All right, let me go. He stood with his hands on his hips and sighed. Then, he continued to beat Nerman Frontera with the tray. Seeing this, the two soldiers helplessly tried to stop him. Young master, please stop. Habil Asrahan watched seriously. Observing closely, he noticed something in Lloyd's attacks. He was hitting him in places that wouldn't cause too much pain. His calm demeanor caught Habil Asrahan's attention. That composed expression was as if he had predicted what would happen next. He secretly guessed Lloyd Frontera's intentions, like he knew everything in advance. 15 days before the match, Lloyd arrogantly demanded, Now teach me the Asrahan mind technique. Seeing Habil Asrahan's surprised expression annoyed him. TCH, why do you have that look on your face? It's not like I'm asking you to teach me something as vile as stealing souls. Lloyd slowly imagined it. Unlike the weaving energy, it can absorb the energy around you and convert it into your own energy, right? Habil Asrahan asked back, suspiciously. Young master, how do you know about that? He thought to himself. Isn't it a technique I've never revealed to anyone, and it's still incomplete? Lloyd, unfazed, explained. Remember when I helped you fall asleep? You blurted it out in your sleep. The thickness of his face could be used for nailing, Habil Asrahan suspiciously pondered. Right now, he has an iron mask on his face. It's just my imagination, right? But besides sleep-talking, there's no other way he could know about such a non-existent technique. He secretly accepted the explanation but still refused. I'm sorry, but I can't teach it to you. The technique is still, Lloyd interrupted, incomplete. He grinned suspiciously, asking, If I can complete it, will you teach it to me? Habil Asrahan was a little doubtful but still agreed. If what you're saying is true, what's with that confident look? Lloyd planted the sword into the ground and started explaining. Listen. He seriously instructed on how it worked. Maybe your magic heart is absorbing energy from the outside. In its own way. The right hand is the magic heart, the left hand is the incoming external energy. Lloyd clenched his right hand and pushed his left hand out, and the result is, boom, it gets bounced back out. From what I see. From the perspective of your magic heart, external energy is a foreign entity, isn't it? He slowly explained how external energy works. Right now, the root is changing. The energy absorbed from the outside won't mix with the magic heart anymore. Lloyd explained how to use the two energies properly. Then, separate them, rotate them, and combine them. Along with the description, two orbs in his imagination gradually merged. He confidently lectured Habil Asrahan on what he knew. Like a sub-engine beside the main engine, they are one. But at the same time, there is a difference. Now tell me, isn't that great? He was stunned by the lecture. I'm sure it's possible. I don't know what that engine is, but young master, how did you? Lloyd put on his iron mask again and replied, I just imagined it. It really works. That's great, clap clap, Habil Asrahan annoyedly thought. That expression again, from what he just said, isn't it obvious that he definitely knows something? He started to follow the instructions, causing his body to gradually become one with the external energy. And then he was able to complete the Asrahan mind technique that he had been worried about for a long time. After the first attempt, the circle that he could successfully create went up to 3. If he practiced more, it might reach 4 or 5 circles. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Notification. Habiel's favorability towards you has increased by 5, Lloyd complained discontentedly. What? How long have you been teaching me the magic heart technique? I don't need that. I just want to learn the absorption part. I don't need energy around me, just the energy that I touch. Back in the present, Lloyd was still furiously beating Nerman Frontera. Young Master Lloyd has that ability, so I predicted that he would win against Knight Nerman, and he won resoundingly. Acaricus Frontera, still angry, shouted, Lloyd, I told you to stop. I can't allow you to tarnish the reputation of a knight any further. He finally stopped and looked up. Lloyd, panting, said, Are you talking about the reputation of a knight? He pointed towards the table in front of Acaricus Frontera. Please, father, first look under the tablecloth. Before you decide whether those words are truly worthy of Knight Nerman or not. He quickly flipped up the tablecloth. Letters. Akos Frontera picked up a letter from the table, read it, and was shocked. What is this? Loey, as if already knowing everything, began to explain. Todes is the one who caused damage to the Baron's property. That's the letter that scoundrel sent to Sir Nerman. He trembled as he listened to his words. The situation of our territory, what the Baron likes and dislikes, instructions on how to forge property documents. These letters contain everything they've exchanged with each other until now. Nerman Frontera panicked, thinking to himself, How did that brat find the letters I hid in the walls? Loey, as if reading his mind, smiled. That's right. In the novel, Habiel found them later. He remembered the image of Podong bouncing around in front of his room. Last night, I asked Podong to get them. Returning to Akos, he slumped back into his chair with a grim face after reading the letter's contents. Loey stood below, brimming with confidence. As expected, in the novel, he was described as an upright man. Anyone else would be screaming bloody murder for this guy immediately. He apologized internally with a somber expression. I'm sorry, but the two words, righteous leader and good leader, mean entirely different things. Unable to wait any longer, Loey spoke up. If father is worried about how to get rid of this man, then I have another suggestion, Akos Frontera hesitantly replied. Oh, really? What is it? He seriously presented his idea. Let's release a ferocious rat onto his head. If he gets injured by the rat, banish him from this land. If he's unharmed, demote him to a common soldier and give him a chance to atone for his sins. Everyone stirred upon hearing this. Rats? Why would rats appear here? There's no way Sir Nerman would be injured by a mere rat unless this is... Akos Frontera gradually understood upon hearing those words. Ah, I see. Dispensing justice with minimal punitive conditions will grant him a chance to repent, while also serving as a warning. Bayen, standing next to him, also praised it. That is a wise decision. It's a forgiving and transparent warning to others. Akos Frontera praised and accepted. Excellent. We will follow your suggestion. Lloyd turned to ask Sir Nerman. Do you have any objections? He was at a disadvantage now, so naturally there was only one answer. No, thank you for your mercy. He coldly looked at Nerman Frontera. Mercy. Loey imagined a similar situation if this were to happen to him. If merciful acts were bestowed upon criminals, would they truly atone for their sins in return for the forgiveness granted to them? The man in his imagination gave a chilling laugh. What's wrong with this idiot? Is he getting soft? No way. They'll become even more determined to drag you down and find ways to exploit your kindness. Back to reality. Nerman Frontera, hearing this, smirked triumphantly. You'll regret this decision, Baron Frontera. I will surely get revenge on both you and this fool. Loey shattered his delusion and spoke. Oh my, it's truly good to see you smile, but I'm afraid that's your last smile. Nerman Frontera stammered in fear. What are you talking about? He gently handed the red sunflower seed to Podong, disregarding his words. What do you mean, sir, you idiot? After successfully handing over the sunflower seed, Loey swiftly threw Podong into the air, his face burning with murderous intent. The best way to beg for forgiveness is nothing at all. Receiving the sunflower seed, Podong quickly enjoyed it, her body gradually growing larger in the air. Akos Frontera and Mabella, seeing this, watched with wide eyes and open mouths. Habiel, Azrahan, and Bayen were no less astonished. Podong's figure, gradually growing larger, made the witnessing crowd extremely terrified. Her body had swollen to its maximum extent. Lungi seized the opportunity and scrambled away from the impact zone. Nerman Frontera screamed in terror, but no sound came out. Podong rapidly descended from the sky. With a loud crash, dust and debris flew everywhere. He stood posing in the distance from Podong's landing site. He landed successfully, creating his own burial pit. Lomen feigned regret. I feel sorry for you. He raised a finger, grinning smugly. This expulsion will permanently solve the problem of dealing with this land's tumor. After some time, in front of the Frontera baronet's estate, Podong was now focused on digging something, continuously moving from right to left as he walked, earnestly digging a ditch around the village. Habiel Azrahan wondered. What is Lord Podong doing? Loey smiled and replied, he's preparing for road expansion. He remembered the skinny, sickly soldiers from before, Surprisingly, the frail engineers had started working diligently. The sickly engineers from before now had muscles, and were working seriously. Lloyd reminisced about the past. In ancient times there was a territory called Rome, and the people there were extremely fond of roads. They created a road system called the Appian Way. He turned and indicated, "From now on, we will build it, starting from the baronet's mansion up to the eastern hillside." Habel Asrahan was still wondering why a road, Lloyd interrupted. "Just silently observe." He smiled confidently, stating his true intention. "Because this land's coverage will soon skyrocket." Habel Asrahan asked a question that caught his attention. "Young master, where did you learn how to do all this?" Recalling everything he had done from the past until now, Habel Asrahan repeated, "You came up with the idea of building a heating system that we've never heard of, as well as summoning something that looks like an ancient high-level magic." He looked at Lloyd skeptically with a resolute gaze. "Are you really our young master Lloyd?" A red notification board suddenly appeared. "Warning. Habiel is currently doubting your identity." He looked at the notification board, breaking out in a cold sweat. Habel Asrahan looked at Lloyd with a resolute gaze. He stood motionless, filled with unease. "When I saw this guy's personality in the novel, I knew that he would find out that a stranger had appeared in the baronet's son's body." Lloyd recalled Habel Asrahan's cold-blooded moments, so drawing a sword wouldn't be surprising from this guy. "But no worries, I've prepared a move to prevent such a situation from happening." He spoke with his ugly face. "I've been researching things that no one knows about." "Why? Can't I do that?" "Special skill. Stubbornness." Habel Asrahan repeated Lloyd's earlier words in confusion. "No one knows, but young master only drinks alcohol." He shouted with stubborn words. "Were you watching me 24 hours a day?" "No." "Right, it's true that I was a jerk before, but do you know what I'm doing now?" "No." "Right." Habel Asrahan changed the subject. "Then how do you explain the summoning? That's difficult even for wizards with 20 years of experience." Lloyd didn't back down, but continued to press on. "Then what about you? How can you manipulate energy so skillfully at just 20 years old? You didn't learn from anyone else, right? You're a genius." Habel Asrahan shyly denied. "No, I don't think I'm a genius." He pressed on, his face contorted. "If you can be a genius, then why can't I? So what if I suddenly became a genius summoner?" Habel Asrahan stood motionless, speechless. He turned and walked away with a confident tone. "If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. I have some things to check. Special skill, stubbornness, rapid-fire dialogue." Lloyd walked along, lost in anxious thoughts. Did he understand? He must have understood. It's okay, it's okay. He approached the unfinished construction site. "Knight Bayan, please oversee the arrangements for me while I'm away. I understand. Please don't worry." Habel Asrahan also stepped forward and offered, "I will accompany you, as it is my responsibility to look after the young master." "Where shall we go?" Lloyd, hearing this, was confused. Why are you saying something so obvious? Of course you should come too." He smiled, revealing the next step of the trip. Somewhere far away to collect unpaid debts. In the dimly lit area, before a small, remote town within the Emon territory, in front of a certain room, inside, an angry man slammed the table and cursed. "Damn it!" A blue-haired man clutched his head in frustration. "I can't believe I lost so much money. I'll make those bastards pay." Theomalis, a con artist traversing the territories. A large man stepped forward. "Isn't that how gambling usually goes? That's the money you've earned until now, right?" He reminded sternly. "Furthermore, if you can't pay me for being your escort, I'm leaving now." The Des frantically stopped him. "I can still pay you. I'll pay you even more, so don't go anywhere." The escort reiterated. "Please remember that I will leave if I don't receive payment on time." The Decus frowned, thinking about his next plan. "I can only make money by conning more people. There are many people looking for me, so I have to run away immediately." Suddenly, a voice echoed from nowhere. "Oh, are you talking about me?" Lloyd kicked the door open and strode in triumphantly. Venus, startled, jumped up from his chair. "What's your problem?" Losi remained calm and spoke. "Ah, that's right, you wouldn't know what I look like, would you?" He bowed and introduced himself. "Lloyd Frontera, you'll know right away if I introduce myself like this, right?" The Karis's eyes and mouth formed an O shape after hearing his name. The escort, seeing the unfair situation, spoke up. "Should I kill him?" The Ions frantically stopped him. "No, let's run away." The escort quickly grabbed him and prepared to flee. He jumped out of the window and flew away. The escort slowly landed after the jump. Theos shouted in fear. "Whoa! Shoot!" His face turned serious. The figure of a blue-haired knight gradually appeared in the escort's eyes. Habel Asrahan, weapon in hand, slashed forward, blocking the path. He sternly commanded, "Hand him over, and leave quickly. If you refuse, we will consider you an accomplice." Habel Asrahan recalled the instructions, exactly as young Master Lloyd had said. "They will run away through the window and into the alley, so just wait there." The escort put Therapis down and began to look at him with murderous eyes. Energy began to envelop his body, You little punk. The escort raised his hand and created a dark orb. Do you even know how to use a sword? Lloyd stood on the window looking down, pondering. Habiel, you lost the Baron and sought revenge. Fought against Thorday's guards, the con artist he found. He remembered the content of the novel, and that this was the first dark mage he encountered. The image of Habiel Asrahan struggling in the novel flashed through Lloyd Frontera's mind. He struggled when faced with the power of gravity magic. Back to the present, he smiled wickedly as he looked down. That's what was said in the novel. Below, the escort launched the dark orb towards Habiel Asrahan. He didn't back down either, and used his sword to block the attack. Habiel Asrahan was astonished by the sudden energy emanating from the orb. It burst open, creating an even larger sphere that enveloped his entire body. The escort grinned triumphantly, reaching out. Just as I predicted. You will. He clenched his fist and shouted, Die. Gravity from within the sphere began to crush Habiel Asrahan. Lloyd recalled the novel's content. When Habiel fought that bastard, he's just a regular high-ranking swordsman. But the escort stared ahead in horror. Habiel Asrahan uses the magic heart and nullifies the gravity energy inside the sphere, and now this Habiel has the magic heart with 3 circles surrounding it. He swiftly sliced the sphere in half in an instant. After cutting the sphere in 2, Habiel Asrahan calmly asked, What was that just now? Was it gravity manipulation magic? The escort was sweating buckets, speechless at the sight. He quickly turned tail and ran. This wasn't in the contract. Dialas frantically tried to stop him. Hey, you bastard! Habiel Asrahan stepped in front of him. Do you know how serious the crime of deceiving a noble is? The Tratus fearfully stumbled backward and fell into some barrels. Ouch! Habiel Asrahan raised his sword, preparing to punish him. I'll chop off your legs so you'll have to crawl to the courthouse. The impious grew even more terrified, yelling loudly. Ouch! He quickly swung his sword down when suddenly a voice rang out. Stop! Habiel Lloyd stood in front of Thanos, blocking the attack. He loudly berated. Are you crazy? You'll be punished if he goes to the courthouse. Habiel Asrahan, taken aback, stood frozen in place, looking into Lloyd's determined eyes. He wondered inwardly. Is this guy showing compassion for others now? Under the dark night, in the small town of the Vudinia territory, Thoris trembled after being tied up and seated in a chair. Lloyd, seeing his timidity, wore an unreadable expression. Trifsk. He smiled reassuringly. Hey, don't be scared. Lomi spoke sweet words to soothe the Konis's mind. Everyone gets greedy at some point in their lives. They'll always go big if they have the chance. He smiled gently. Beheading you would be a bit much. I won't let the courthouse know about this, the elf stammered. So, you'll forgive me. Lloyd rested his hand on his chin, smiling brightly. What do you mean? Of course that's what you deserve. Isn't that what life is about? The Phias was terrified after hearing those words. Lloyd started getting serious. I have another condition for forgiving you. Hearing that, he was overjoyed. Please tell me anything. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and pushed it forward. It's simple. Just sign this contract, and that's it. The Phias looked at the paper, confused. What kind of contract is this? Lloyd explained while reassuring him. It's just a normal employment contract. Of course, I'll pay you a salary too. Then he said something that shattered his dreams. But 80% of your salary will be taken out to pay off your debt. The sadist looked dissatisfied but didn't dare to speak up. Lloyd nonchalantly stated the terms. And the debt will be paid off in 520 years. The words struck the us like a blow. He was so horrified that his face contorted. Looking at the man before him, Habiel Asrahan affirmed to himself. Knew it. He didn't come here to sympathize and forgive him. Lloyd smirked deviously, thinking to himself. You think I'm crazy enough to kill someone who owes me money? I'd never take such a loss. He imagined himself sucking the life out of Thordes. I'll savor everything I can get from the rest of his life. The Prius frantically exclaimed. Why would you offer such an unreasonable contract? Lummi remained emotionless. Oh, really? Suddenly he threatened with a sinister look. Then we'll have no choice but to grab your wrist and sign it. Let's settle this in court. After the threat, he tearfully signed the contract. As dawn broke, in the forest, all 3 were hitching a ride with a merchant. Habiel Asrahan, sitting next to Thordes, spoke up. I received some money from this guy. There won't be any problem paying the interest for a few months. Lloyd, annoyed, responded, Huh. What do you mean? All of this money will go towards labor costs. I've already calculated it, and 30 soldiers aren't enough. He blankly pondered. But will any citizens apply after I put up the recruitment notice? Maybe I look like an idiot, and they find it off-putting. A few days later, at the Frontera territory, a notice was placed on Frontera land, announcing recruitment with a salary of 20 gold coins. For more information, please visit the Baron's mansion. Along with the notice, villagers in the area had lined up for interviews. Lloyd, looking at the line, was bewildered. Oh, these people don't hate me, Habiel Asrahan replied. I'm sure they do. He offered a reasonable explanation. You've set a suitable deadline to build Ondal at a cheap price. I thought you would punish the person who betrayed me. You could even be called Habil. Asrahan looked at Loy with a serious expression. A talented and reliable man. That's the kind of person you said you had to become. Loy couldn't believe his ears, and thought to himself, is that all? That's it? The man at the front of the line stepped forward. Young master, where's the employment contract? Loy stammered. Ah, yes, you definitely have to sign it. A word that came out of the man's mouth surprised him. No, that's not it. Before that, I wanted to thank you. He smiled, explaining his situation. My children often get sick whenever the weather changes. But thanks to you, young master, I don't have to worry this year because of Ondal. The man bowed gratefully. Thank you very much. Loy, feeling shy, replied. Oh, really? It's just something that needed to be done. I'm just trying to satisfy my greed. How embarrassing. The man seized the opportunity to continue. Ah, and young master, I have a close relative in a territory called Dracona. They asked if you could build there too. Loy was secretly delighted after hearing him say that. Here it is. The first step towards a grand future. He smiled smugly, calculating, I didn't build Ondal for nothing. I'll raise the price with travel expenses as the reason, and squeeze them dry. He maintained his sly smile and agreed. Ah, of course, but it will cost some money to get there. Habil Asrahan looked at Lloyd's face helplessly. That vulgar expression again. Looking at his satisfied expression, Habil Asrahan realized. He built Ondal just for this, didn't he? Then he looked at the construction behind him, wondering. What about the road up the mountain then? After a round of interviews, the two men moved up the mountain. Loy spoke up. Hell. He quickly replied, yes, young master. He chuckled, and spoke of the mountain's future. Sooner or later, this mountain will turn into a barren place, Habil Asrahan, confused, asked. Huh. What do you mean? Loy explained. Ondal consumes a lot of resources. The trees we have here won't last much longer. Habil Asrahan, hearing that, widened his eyes in shock. He suddenly spoke up. Then if the young master knows what will happen, why do you still? Loy calmly cut Habil Asrahan off. That's why I'm canceling the construction of that road. Looking at the section of road that Podong had dug, he described. At the end of the road we'll be mining bi coal. He put on the face of a true capitalist and laid out the plan. And we'll sell it at a high price. If we get highly satisfactory reviews, others won't be able to resist it. Loy laughed maniacally. Of course our people will get a discount, but only a little, and I mean a little. Habil Asrahan, seeing him like this, couldn't help but feel contempt. That's unfair and despicable. Loy, as if hearing his inner thoughts, turned to him. You think I'm unfair and despicable? He spoke sternly about the problems the Frontera family was facing. If I don't do this, do you think we can pay off this territory's debts? Habil Asrahan was speechless after hearing Loy's words. He spoke up, voicing his opinion. I agree that it's the best way for now, but Habil Asrahan seriously reminded him. The Baron doesn't know about Bian coal, so he won't be happy. He repeatedly warned. Even other barons have tried time and time again. But Loy interrupted. I know it'll collapse because the ground is weak. He smiled confidently. But I can do it. Loy recalled the techniques from his previous world with modern excavation technology. Because I have knowledge of the shield method. He raised the shovel high and ordered, let's go, we have a lot to do. Habil Asrahan was still confused by what he said. Shield method, another technology I don't know. He looked at Lloyd's retreating figure and silently put his trust in him. But let's see what this completely different young master can do. Back at the tunnel that was still under construction, deep inside the pile of rocks in front of the tunnel entrance, a darkness enveloped the entire basement inside. Suddenly, a monster's foot gradually appeared in the dim light. From the foot to their whiskers gradually appeared, followed by glowing red eyes inside. They gradually revealed their entire bodies. The ant-like monsters swarmed like an army, waiting inside the tunnel. Back in the present, Lummi was preparing to create something. He swirled his hand, revealing a magic circle of summoning. He shot magic into the sky and shouted, Luxury apartment, Gangnam district. A blue light gradually flew high into the sky. It flew all the way up to the clouds, and then slowly landed. With a whoosh, a high-rise building landed behind Loy, who was striking a cool pose. Returning to reality, he was frustratedly writing a design and fantasizing, wishing he had that kind of cool skill. Scribble, scribble. He created a beam of light with his hand and drew on the paper himself. This is taking too long. Intermediate design skill 1. Optional skill floor plan sketch. Loy sighed, throwing himself back. Ugh. I want to summon 100 undead workers without having to pay them. A notification popped up. If you don't like it, just draw it by hand. Seeing the notification, Loy sat up and continued drawing. Ah no, this is a super cool skill. He remembered the fight before. Due to Nerman's scandal, he had received 630 affinity points, because he had made a good impression on the Baroness, Habil, Bayan, and others. I used it all. and upgraded elementary design skills level 2, level 3, level 10, to intermediate design level 1, optional skill residential capacity index measuring base level 2, level 3, level 10 upgraded to tier 1 intermediate measurement, land survey, construction cost, and underground skills available. I can finally get these skills. Lloyd walked towards the basement, which was blocked by earth and rocks. Guess we'll have to dig here. His eyes lit up after using the skill, intermediate measurement tier 1 optional skill, underground survey, a skill that helps Lomi see the details of the paths inside. This skill only lets me see 5 meters ahead, but it'll help me find a safe passage. After inspecting the interior, he pondered. The problem is, how can I dig this up as quickly as possible? It would take a person a lot of time, and they would get tired quickly. Lloyd remembered Podong, who was bedridden. Podong got sick because of the road system project, and even if he got better, it would be too dangerous because he's too old. He thought seriously about the final option. I knew it. I have no choice but to do it. Losi used the system panel to draw a random fictional creature. I have enough affinity points. Random draw of fictional creatures. Starting 1 draw for 70 affinity points. Current affinity points, 119. The sound of machinery rang out again. Lloyd sat blankly, waiting. Suddenly, a ribbon and a body popped out of the magic circle. A very lively little creature crawled out of the magic circle and fell to the ground, without any help from Lloyd Frontera, resulting in a bump on its forehead. It cried out a few times, Bayo, Bayo. He looked at the creature below and silently criticized. What is this thing? Is it for assassination? Is it poisonous? Doesn't it look pretty useless? But Podong looked like that at first too, so it must be useful. He spoke up to investigate. Do you also grow huge when you eat sunflower seeds? Do you also have maxed out skills, Bello? It proudly nodded repeatedly. Lomi asked it to demonstrate. Can you show me your skills, Bayo? It smiled in agreement. Several weeks later, in front of the mountain cave, Bayo transformed into a rock-crushing machine. Step 1. Bayo will grow huge and eat all the earth and rocks in front of the protective device. It chewed the rocks contentedly without complaint. Belle's Tier 1 earth-moving skill. Lois stood in front of Belle and ordered, Hubby, get ready. It wiggled its trembling butt. Belle's Tier 1 earth digestion skill. Habiel Asrahan, covered in sweat, stood ready. Belle fired blazing red steel rods at him. Step 2. Belle will forge steel. Bayo's Tier 1 steel forging skill. Habiel Asrahan seriously sliced the incoming steel rods in half. Step 3. Habiel will cut steel. Deep inside, the blacksmiths were also working diligently. Step 4. Build a structure to support the ground. Habiel Asrahan was secretly helpless with his current task. Why does a knight like me have to dispose of a giant snake's droppings? Step 5. Reality check. Lois shouted with vitality. Well done, keep going. The employees he hired obeyed and continued the work of moving down to the basement. Keep moving forward. Lodi gasped for breath from lack of oxygen, feeling a little dizzy. If we hadn't connected the pipes, we probably would have lost consciousness. Habiel Asrahan stepped forward to announce. Young Master Loin, I think it's better if we head out now. You need to rest, as do the other workers. He turned away, refusing. Don't be ridiculous, I'm in charge. As the person in charge, I need to oversee operations. Loi seriously thought about his old world. Back in Korea, the managers were just good at talking big. Some of those jerks didn't even show their face at the site. I'm not going to be like them, I'm going to oversee operations. He used his measurement skill and discovered something. Alright. Loi looked ahead at the pathway. I see it. He gazed at the dark-colored rocks and realized, Black Mana Stone, seeing the fruits of their labor, Loi shouted with the others in the mine. We're almost done, hang in there. Bayo walked over and gently stroked his cheek. Thank you. Because of you, we're doing this 10 times faster. Loi turned his head and announced. Listen up. When we reach the coal seam, Jungstar will dismantle the protective layer and expand the space. He sternly reminded. This is a dangerous task, so don't let your guard down. Rumble. The sound from the pile of rocks behind him caught Loi's attention. Rumble. He trembled, looking at Loi in bewilderment. What's going on? The ground here is really solid and hard to collapse, right? He used his skill, widening his eyes to probe the ground. The measurement skill made Lomi discover something. What is that, a hole? It wasn't there before, was it? Suddenly, the hole grew larger, astonishing him. Unexpectedly, a monster ant flew out from the pile of rocks, startling Loi. Eek! A giant ant lunged forward, preparing to attack. Habiel Asrahan quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed forward. He sliced its mouth in two in the blink of an eye. Loi also seized the opportunity. Raising his shovel, ha! He struck its head, finishing off the giant ant. One blow shattered the ant's head, and it lay motionless. Loi calmed down after the incident that had startled him. Something not mentioned in the novel appeared. No, wait. Why did I find that too easy? This ant must have its colony. Following that thought, a bunch of glowing red eyes appeared inside. all directed at the two of them. The ants swarmed forward without reason. Seeing the giant ants, Lloyd ordered, "Everyone, run outside now!" The people screamed in panic in the mine, running away. Uwa! Habil Asrahan stood in front, slicing in half the giant ants that lunged forward. Lloyd was shocked by their numbers, calculating inwardly. How many are there? 200, 1,000 of them. We're done for if they reach the territory. He turned to look at Habil Asrahan, who was struggling to fight. Can Habil subdue them, stop them? No, it's no good, we're running out of oxygen. Lloyd looked at the people who had successfully escaped, planning. The mine we built won't be destroyed unless we use explosives. If this place collapses, then we need to do it quickly. What should I do? What should I do? Seeing him standing still, Habil Asrahan went over and punched him in the face. Snap out of it, young master. You can't panic. Lloyd retorted angrily. I'm not panicking, I'm thinking. Habil Asrahan fended off the giant ant's attack and demanded, "Then think of something quickly." He glared and repeated, "Then think of something quickly." Lloyd gritted his teeth, thinking. Tunnel, ants, black mana stone, underground. The light bulb in his mind seemed to be fading. Suddenly, a surge of energy. Lloyd finally understood. That's it. He grabbed a torch from the wall. "Heave," he commanded sternly. "We're going to attack straight ahead. We'll go through the tunnel with the ants." Habil Asrahan rushed forward. Sounds ridiculous, but he slashed away the ants in front of him along with the thought, there must be a reason. The two advanced together toward the giant ants. Let's go. Scene changes to the Frontera mansion. A person frantically reported, "Lord, bad news." Frontera was shocked after hearing the report. "What? Monster ants? Where's Lloyd?" The soldier quickly reported, as he was preparing to put on his armor. "The workers have been evacuated, but young Master Habil and 2 others are still inside. Bayan is preparing to seal off the mine." Frontera quickly put on his armor. "Let's go, hurry." Back to the basement. Habil Asrahan was struggling to clear out the giant ants. He asked frantically, How much further do we have to go inside?" Lobi, holding the torch behind, was annoyed. "Don't talk to me right now, I'm very busy here." He and Habil Asrahan drove away the giant ants from both sides. Fortunately, the ants didn't intend to leave their nest, but this pincer situation was not good at all. Looking at Habil Asrahan's struggling face made Lloyd extremely worried. Habil is reaching his limit. In this underground heat with lack of oxygen, and there are still so many ants, he used his measurement skill to check. We need to find it as soon as possible. Somewhere in this underground is a layer of methane gas. Habil Asrahan continued to sweep away the giant ants inside the tunnel. Lumbi also seriously pushed back those behind. Coal is home to microorganisms that love methane gas. Because of that, the methane gas hides everywhere in the mineral veins. Move forward, move forward. He held the torch firmly in his hand, thinking about the plan. If I can just find it, I can blow these ants away across a wide area. Lloyd used his measurement skill again. Looking behind him, he looked at the hole under the ground and realized. Right there, the methane layer. Lloyd quickly stuck his sword into the ground. He was about to dig when he looked up and instructed, "I'm going to dig this area, so you can stay away from the ants." Lloyd put all his remaining strength into digging up the rocks and soil under his feet. Hi-ya! The giant ants didn't let him rest, and rushed over. Finally, Habil Asrahan turned and prepared for a swing. He swung his sword, and the heads of the giant ants that were rushing towards him flew off one by one. Lloyd continued to trust Habil Asrahan and dig. Suddenly, a piercing scream made the two stop. An ant, 10 times the size of the other ants, appeared. Lloyd panicked. The queen ant. Wow, this one's huge. The giant queen ant quickly rushed over, not giving the two any rest. Lloyd entrusted his faith. "Habil, you can handle her, right?" He heard that and retorted, "No, there are things I know I can't do. No matter how hard I try." He was helpless at the answer. "Just try it and then say that." Habil Asrahan gradually accepted the request. "But right now, we have no other choice, do we?" The giant queen ant rushed to attack. He used his magical heart to prepare his defensive stance for the attack. Along with the rushing speed of the giant queen ant, Habil Asrahan quickly blocked the attack. The giant queen ant was surprised by his agility. Habil Asrahan gritted his teeth, bracing for the incoming attack. He swung his sword, pushing the giant ant queen back. Lloyd seized the opportunity, digging quickly into the ground. "Habil is stalling for time. I have to make the most of it." The giant ant queen and Habil Asrahan clashed intensely, both delivering incredibly swift attacks. Meanwhile, Lloyd finally reached his destination. He was surprised by the stream of gas erupting upwards. After successfully locating the methane, Lloyd quickly commanded, "Run, Habil, run towards the exit." The two quickly fled, pursued by the giant ant queen. He looked towards the exit ahead, at the narrow passage we had used before. The two quickly ran out of the cave entrance. Lloyd quickly turned and gripped the torch tightly. He swiftly threw the torch into the cave and shouted, "Eat this!" The torch fell straight onto the giant ant queen's head. The torch, gaining momentum, flew from the giant ant queen's head deeper inside. Unexpectedly, The giant ant queen didn't give up and lunged forward, but got stuck because her body was too large, and the methane gas kept pouring out inside the cave. The torch then caught fire and began to spread throughout the entire cave. With a deafening bang, the cave below exploded like a nuclear bomb. Luckily, the giant ant queen blocked the entrance, preventing them from being caught in the fire. Inside the cave, the fire gradually moved deeper into the ground. It swept through the remaining ants in the cave, leaving nothing untouched. Along with the massive explosion, the impact from deep inside was also released outside. Habil Asrahan shielded himself, worried about being hit. The massive explosion resounded, audible even outside the cave. Lloyd Frontera, seeing this, worriedly lunged forward. Lloyd Bayan stopped him from advancing. You can't go in there, Lord, you'll get hurt too. After the explosion, the two lay motionless in front of the cave entrance. Lloyd woke up, clutching his head and covering his ears. He looked at the aftermath and concluded, "Looks like the plan worked, huh?" Lobby quickly sat up. "Habil, he protected me." Belle was also unconscious on the ground, and he picked her up. "Bello, I'm sorry, you ended up in this terrible situation because of my decision to have you stick with me." Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Lois stared in shock at the only exit in front of him. "Oh no, the exit is blocked. This is bad." He wearily stood up, gasping, when a notification popped up. Oxygen levels, critical. Lobby weakly uses the measurement skill. I know that, so calculating based on the distance ahead, I need to dig through that as fast as possible, and it's gotta be over 5 meters. Another notification pops up. Remaining oxygen is a mere 1/3 of its original capacity. Lobby struggles to move forward and dig, but there's no other way. "Let's go, you pathetic Habil." Habil Asrahan, hearing the voice, groggily opens his eyes, looking at Lloyd's blurry figure before him. "We have to get out of here together." Habil Asrahan's vision fades. We're both his people. And then, he faints again. A series of unexpected notifications appear. Notification: I admire your persistence in not abandoning HBL. Notification: HBL's affinity towards you has increased by 6. Received 108 affection points. Current affection points, 157. Lomi stops abruptly, gasping for breath. His remaining oxygen has reached the red zone. "Well, I've got nothing left to lose, anyway. Oxygen levels are almost depleted." Lomi commands sternly, "Hey, knowledge search system, what skills can I develop?" A loot table appears. Current knowledge search at your disposal. The system panel begins scanning Lloyd Frontera's entire body. After a successful scan, the system panel displays a notification. Knowledge found. Absorbing ambient energy. Knowledge found. Energy absorption method. Increased energy absorption. Knowledge found. By combining these skills, you will be able to acquire the Astrahan core technique. Looking at the notification, he rejoices. "Awesome, I've practiced so many times after the match with Nerman, I can develop my skills as much as I want." Lomi quickly accepts the skill. "Do you want to acquire the Astrahan core technique? 15 affection points required." "Yes, of course, yes." The system activates, enveloping his body in energy. Skill acquired, Astrahan core technique, single circle level 5. Suddenly, a burst of light appears in Lloyd Frontera's mind. The light draws nearer. A beam running around his heart. "I can feel it." Unfortunately, I don't have a magic heart, but I can sense the existence of the magic circle. Notification: energy amplification, 120%. Lomi calmly calculates. With human skills, even if I train hard, leveling up won't be sustainable. But he looks at the system panel and quickly regains his spirit. "I have affection points. I can quickly level up the Astrahan core technique. Skill upgrade. Astrahan core technique requires 10 affection points. Current affection points, 142. Lomi touches the panel. The system panel decides. Astrahan core technique. Skill upgrade requires 10 affection points. Let's go, I'll bet everything here. The system panel begins to operate. An even more powerful surge of energy pours into his body. Core technique. Single circle level 6. Energy amplification, 125%. It continues to upgrade, each upgrade adding 5 affection points. Skill upgrade. Astrahan core technique, circle level 7. Lobi keeps upgrading but is also worried. But what if I need those points for something else? But now I have no other choice. I need to upgrade it as much as possible. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 8. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 9. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 10. Suddenly, another notification pops up. Lummy's heart magic circle skill upgrade, unexpectedly doubled. His whole body steams after a series of upgrades. Astrahan core technique double circle level 1. Energy amplification 200%. System prompt. Affection points needed for next level, 100. Current affection points, 7. Lobi asks dazedly, "Is there anything else?" What happens now when the number of connections increases? A notification suddenly appears. First optional skill, energy surge. You will not feel fatigue for the next 10 minutes. Second optional skill, power burst. Your energy amplification will triple for 20 seconds. Restriction. You can only use this skill once a day. Lloyd Frontera doesn't hesitate any longer and starts wielding the shovel. Let's do this, he yells out the skill, and energy starts to erupt. Energized, Lomi digs tirelessly, and a notification appears. Remaining oxygen is nearing its limit. Lomi uses his measuring skill anxiously. Please, please, let it reveal itself. He looks at the pile of earth and rock ahead with hope. Just a small hole. If I could just see a small hole. Lomi continues digging forward. He digs relentlessly and gets closer and closer to the exit. A red notification pops up. Only 1/10 of the oxygen remains. Suddenly, Lomi sees something ahead. He uses his measuring skill and sees the exit. I see it. I see the end. Lomi, seeing the result ahead, puts all his effort into digging. Habiel, Asrahan, and Bell are still lying unconscious behind him. Lomi grits his teeth and puts all his strength into moving forward. Only a meager amount of oxygen remains. Lomi tries until his last breath. The remaining oxygen has reached its limit. The exit is still 3 meters away. Lomi collapses before the gates of heaven. The shovel in his hand also falls to the ground. Lomi, drained of energy, kneels on the ground. The 10 minutes of energy surge are over. He gradually collapses in the basement full of earth and rocks, along with the 2 people behind him. Luffy doesn't give up yet and starts to get up, continuing to use another skill, Power Burst. He takes advantage of the skill's effect and continues to dig like a machine forward. Looking at the distance to the exit makes Lomi frustrated. Damn it, 20 seconds. The distance to the exit is 30 meters, and the oxygen is gone. Lomi falls to the ground, unable to dig to the exit. His vision gradually fades along with negative thoughts. That skill was too short. As the son of a nobleman in a remote area, Lomi closes his eyes and waves his hand. I just wanted to live a peaceful life. Losi is gradually swallowed by the darkness in the tunnel. Suddenly, a crack makes him open his eyes once again. Lomi struggled to get up and search for the source of the sound. Jack Bodong suddenly burst in from the front entrance. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lomi was overjoyed. He greedily inhaled the air rushing into the tunnel. Oxygen. It's oxygen. Lomi tried to stand, his body trembling. Let's go, Kim Shu shouted. The carefree life of a noble son awaits you. The sky outside was dark. Before the Frontera estate, a torch began to move into the tunnel. Bayan worried. Sir, going any further is too dangerous. Akis Frontera ignored him and kept walking. Then you may return first. I will go to the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. The figure of a man carrying another gradually emerged from the darkness. Lomi wearily carried Habiel Asrahan through the basement. You have powerfully overcome the limitations of your body through extraordinary skills in extremely dangerous situations. The special challenge with the Asrahan core technique has greatly impacted you. Third optional skill, Energy Mode. Even when you are extremely exhausted, traces of the Asrahan core technique will remain. Agos Frontera rushed towards Lomi as soon as he saw him emerge. He could no longer endure it, and collapsed. Lomi fainted, falling into Akos Frontera's arms. The gloomy atmosphere in the basement finally ended. Dawn broke before the Frontera territory. The people in the area began to gossip. Speaking of young Master Lomi, I thought he was just a fool, but it turns out he isn't. The people reassessed him. My nephew works in the mines, so he saw everything firsthand. When the monster ants started appearing, he didn't hesitate to evacuate the workers first. Oh, so those rumors are true. He continued to describe the story. He stayed inside with the Night Habel. I heard they eliminated all the monster ants. Yeah, after killing them all, he carried Night Habiel out. He really is different from the Lolly we used to know. Amidst the sunlight shining on the Frontera territory, in front of the Frontera mansion, Habiel Asrahan was watching over Lomi, who was lying unconscious in bed. His exhausted body had finally recovered somewhat. Lomi slowly opened his eyes. Habiel Asrahan, who was sitting guard, didn't offer a warm embrace, but the first thing that appeared before him was a notification. You will be rewarded with a large amount of affinity points as a worthy reward for your excellent achievement. Current affinity points after reward. Current affinity points 507. Lomi stared blankly for a long moment. Then suddenly, a capitalist smile spread across his face. I've become a hero. 500 affinity points. So damn lucky. The scene shifted to the basement from before. Inside, people were diligently building. Suddenly, the group looked towards the entrance. Lili and Habiel Asrahan entered. Young Master, it's young Master Lloyd. Everyone bowed respectfully. Hello, young Master. You've worked hard today, Lloyd timidly replied. Yeah, everyone gave him admiring glances and secretly praised him. He fought for our lives. He's completely different from other nobles, a practical example of a noble's responsibility. Lloyd gave a forced smile. This is seriously a lot of pressure. He looked at the surrounding constructions and mused. 2 weeks had passed since the incident, and the ant monster situation and the work at the coal mine were both progressing smoothly. Lloyd stepped deeper into the basement, calculating the operations. There seemed to be no irregularities, but in times like these, safety should still be our top priority. I must find even the smallest risk factor to avoid it. Habiel Asrahan followed, asking Lloyd, "Are we exploring the ant cave again today?" "May I ask you something, young master?" Lloyd agreed, but made a request. "Make it quick. We only have a limited amount of oxygen." Habil Asrahan asked with a slightly worried tone. "Why do you have to do such dangerous things yourself? You could just order the workers to do this." He thought to himself with a hint of doubt. No way. Is he really concerned about the workers' safety? "Young master, you are the heir to the territory." So Lloyd cut off Habil Asrahan. "Fool," he proudly declared. "I must be the one responsible for dangerous tasks." Habil Asrahan was surprised. After that serious statement, Lloyd returned to his capitalist-like grin. "Because that way, they won't be able to say anything if I spend a large sum of money." Habil Asrahan sighed in exasperation. "I don't know. I really don't know if this is a good thing." The notification window also added, "Habil's favorability towards you was increasing, then stopped. He saw a dead end and immediately spoke up. This is the end of the road. Let's find another path." Lloyd immediately refuted him. Wait. He used his measurement skill and discovered something, I think it's hollow on the other side. Habil Asrahan questioned. "Are you going to dig it up and study it?" Lloyd, hopeful, dug further inside. "Who knows, what if there are ant eggs, so if they're about to hatch?" He stepped inside, carrying a torch. What met Lloyd's eyes was a green giant tied up along with other animals. The two of them slowly stepped inside to examine. Habil Asrahan stepped forward, weapon in hand. "He looks dangerous. I'll take care of him." Lloyd grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. "Wait, you're acting recklessly." He looked at Hirochi's face, wondering, "What kind of living creature is he?" Habil Asrahan replied, puzzled. "What are you talking about? That's an ORC. No, a normal ORC isn't. Never mind." Lloyd brought the torch closer to check. "Is he dead?" Habil Asrahan quickly explained. "Probably not. I heard that ant monsters like to hoard and paralyze their prey." He grinned sinisterly. "Really?" Lloyd excitedly put on his capitalist face again. "This haul is truly an excellent reward." Back at the Frontera estate, he introduced himself in a serious tone. "My name is Hirochi Kitch, Sir Lloyd, my benefactor. I will never forget your kindness, Crunch." Lloyd noted his final words. "You say, Kregich, intentionally, don't you? Is it to emphasize your personality?" Hirochi feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about, Kregich." "Hirochi Kirikich, son of the ORC tribal chief. After being treated by the doctor, he had recovered." He clenched his fist, expressing his desire to repay the favor. "I, Hirochi, son of the Steel Sand tribe, will never forget your kindness, Kretch. I will give you anything you desire." Lloyd gave a cunning smile. "And this is why I helped this idiot." "Oh, really?" He sat up straight, then made a truly capitalist proposal. "Would you mind gathering 120 of your people to work for us in the mine?" Hirochi seriously refused. "No." Lloyd immediately showed a displeased face upon hearing that. He put on a cheerful face and asked, "Why, what's the reason?" Hirochi spoke the truth of what had just happened. Lord Lo was just clicking his tongue, looking like some kind of slick hustler. "He's trying to manipulate you with sweet talk." "Hey, it's not like that, it's just a habit, like you're clicking." Hirochi spoke up about the spirit of the tribe. ORCs are warriors, kicks, and warriors only follow the orders of the kick chief. He seriously stated the reason why Lord Lo wasn't a warrior. "Even if we lend you labor, you can't order them around." Kick Loy realized the problem. Well, so this is the tricky part. He thought about the species of Hirochi. He knew, I heard, that when ORCs in the wild reach adulthood, they have to bring back the head of a monster ant. Hirochi accidentally went into an ant cave and got paralyzed. Loy's face gradually darkened as he came up with a plan. Well then, he clicked his tongue, spitting saliva everywhere. Loy clapped his hands, cheerfully saying, "Well then we have no choice. Congratulations on becoming an adult, by the way." Hirochi bowed his head, disappointed. "It's not that Hirochi didn't catch a monster ant. I got paralyzed. I failed," Kickloy asked, puzzled. "Huh, what are you talking about?" He pointed to the head of the giant queen ant. "Didn't we catch it together, Harchi and I?" He said suspiciously. "Nah, no way, I don't remember catching that big ant." Loey manipulated him with sweet talk. "Oh my god, you don't remember, because you were paralyzed." He used his thick-facedness again to explain. "It was a truly unbelievable sight. When I went into the ant cave, I found the queen ant teetering, about to fall." Loey spewed out lies without interruption. It shouted, I can't believe I'm losing to a puny ORC." Hirochi was gradually being manipulated. "Huh, really, no way. Do the monster ants understand our language, Kick?" he continued. "Yeah, they understand. They're pretty good at it." Loey continued to manipulate, not noticing Habil Asrahan's scorn behind him. "Thanks to you, hunting monster ants has become easier for me." He went behind Hirochi, confusing him by going from left to right. "That monster ant." Then Loey looked up confidently. "We caught it together." He turned back to face Hirochi, smiling. Hirochi was an excellent warrior, and so was Loy. Hirochi was slowly being drowned by him. Excellent warrior. Lloyd seized the opportunity to repeat it once more. Then the 120 workers will be a successful plan. Harchi gave up his brain and agreed. I'll lend them to you. Kick. A week later. In a strange land. At the village of the Steel ORC tribe C. Steel. Like this. We finished a long journey to bring back more workers. But Aku, sitting in a chair, flatly refused. I'm sorry, Lami. We humans can't repay you that way. Kick. He was so disappointed that his face went blank. Why did he change his mind? He asked for the reason. Greetings, Lord Auk, leader of the Steel tribe. May I ask you the reason? He explained sternly. We can't afford to do this. We have to eat a lot of meat to improve our strength. Kick, if we stop hunting for 3 times a day, we'll lose our muscle strength. Kick Aku kept talking about the tribe's problems. Losing muscle strength will lead to the collapse of the tribe. We can't let the number of hunting warriors decrease, Kickline asked, puzzled. Wait, you guys go out hunting every day? Akilku replied casually. That's right, Kick. We'll lose muscle strength if we don't eat meat right after hunting. Kick, he kept talking about strength, making Lowy uncomfortable. His muscle biography, huh? Habil Asrahan stepped forward to advise. For them, protein and muscles are the truth. We'd better give up on this. Lowy stroked his chin, gradually coming to a conclusion. According to what he just said, he spoke about the solution. If the meat is still fresh, even after a few days, then you won't have to hunt 3 times a day, and you can lend us some workers, right? Aku nodded in agreement, and prepared to ramble on about strength again. That's right, Kick. We want to repay you, but when it comes to our muscle strength, Luffy interrupted. You mean you agree, right? He leaned in, a confident smirk on his face. As long as there's a way to stop the meat from spoiling, even for just a few days, right? Remember when we first arrived at the village? Hirochi came running, crying. Wah! Akuch also sobbed, calling out Hirochi's name. He quickly rushed forward. Akuch also sprinted towards Hirochi with all his might. The two collided in front of the crowd. The two father and son ran and embraced each other tightly. Father. Hirochi. The impact of their collision exploded the air around them, creating a giant cloud of dust. Everyone behind Lumi panicked after the collision. It was just a hug. But the impact is terrifying. If I was standing between them, I would have been crushed into powder. And then he grinned. If we had 120 workers like them, our productivity would increase 100 times. And there was something else that caught my attention. Hirochi raised the queen ant's head, announcing, Father, look. Harshichi brought back the queen ant's head. The whole tribe cheered in celebration. Harchi, we are so proud of you, son. Let's celebrate this day. The whole tribe, pulling out treasures from who knows where, started following orders by training. 1, 2, hup. A. Lloyd widened his eyes in astonishment. He looked at something shining brightly on the ORC's shoulder. Lloyd's jaw dropped at the sight. What exactly are they doing with all that valuable stuff? Looking at how they were using it, he gradually realized that they must have picked it up from somewhere. Looking at the gold, Lloyd couldn't help but think. They are worth more than any exercise equipment. Back to the present. He was standing in a remote place. That's why I signed an agreement with the tribe leader, to get both labor and treasures. Habil Esrahan looked at the contract in his hand. We will build a cold storage, and in return we will receive treasures. However, this will require replacement equipment that can handle it. He turned to ask, what is a cold storage? I have never heard of it before. Lowy explained the cold storage in detail. You know how the royal family's mages usually preserve food with ice magic, right? Cold storage is like a building, where you can do the same thing without magic. Habil Asrahan was skeptical after hearing that. Where did you learn this? Lumi casually replied. I heard it from a group. A group? Ugh, I'm too lazy to explain. Why do you not know so many things? He pointed to the top of the mountain. Anyway, we need a special kind of stone to make the cold storage. It's called granite. It's very sturdy. Habil Asrahan looked up at the towering mountain and said, I don't think it's an easy material to obtain. Lloyd didn't deny it. Yeah, that's right. It's pretty difficult. He calculated how it would work in his head. We don't have any explosives here, but there's something that can replace explosives. Lloyd turned to look at Habil Asrahan. He smirked slyly. There's a human explosive here. Looking at Lloyd's cunning face, he realized, it seems like he plans to use me again. He remembered a dark castle in the novel, one of the main events of the Blood Iron Knight Nam's novel, a city trapped inside a magical barrier. Inside the city were thousands of refugees that Habil had to save. At that time, Habil was at the Master Swordsman level, and had the 4th energy circuit engraved on his heart of energy. He had no choice but to watch the energy of the refugees being drained. Habil Asrahan gritted his teeth and rushed towards the castle, with the intention of saving everyone. I must save them, even if it costs me my life. And a deadly movement skill was unknowingly created. One circle to protect the main energy core, the other 3 collide with each other. Habil Asrahan unconsciously used all his strength to rush toward the explosion. A sword strike, with such intense firepower, that it sent him flying backward. It flew straight towards the magic wall and successfully pierced through. Habil Asrahan's skill successfully shattered the magic wall. Afterwards, this explosion became a signature technique for the Blood Iron Knight, along with the Astrahan core technique. Back to the present, Lobby, with a sharpened expression, spoke up. We can't use the same technique, can we? Habil Asrahan immediately realized and asked about the main issue. Please be honest. How do you know about that missing theory? Lowy pointed to his sly face, retorting, No, I really only thought about it for the first time. Look into my eyes. Do you think I'm lying? Habil Asrahan honestly spoke his mind. Yes, those eyes are disturbing and filled with deceit. Lowy remained calm. Yeah, you don't believe me. He started smiling, saying, Just a little try then. I'm really looking forward to Habil's swordsmanship being developed. He then spoke about Lloyd Frontera's true intentions. I know you're trying to do things your way. He still chuckled. Oh my, what do you mean? Everyone's happy though. Habil Asrahan turned around, gradually accepting. If it works, then it will be a good thing for me too. Fine. Lowy smirked inwardly after seeing him agree. If you succeed, I'll also try my best. Habil Asrahan held his sword, pointing it at the boulder, remembering how to use one circle to protect the main energy core, and then move the other 3 circles. He quickly used the skill, and stabbed into the boulder, discharging energy. A beam of light shot out from the tip of the sword, astonishing Habil Asrahan. A shocking explosion erupted from his side. Lamlo couldn't help but praise. Success on the first try. Habil Asrahan's figure gradually emerged from the smoke. He stepped out with his outfit almost completely tattered, and his hair disheveled. Habil Asrahan said uncomfortably, You knew this would happen, didn't you? Lowy shook his head in denial. No, not at all. I'm really sorry about it. Habil Asrahan sighed, dismissing it. Anyway, this time, mister, Lowy's idea worked, so now it's your turn, right? A notification suddenly appeared. Habil is grateful that you taught him. Habil's favorability towards you has increased by 3. Favorability, 11. You have received 54 affinity points for improving your relationship with the characters. Total affinity points, 561. Habil Asrahan brushed the dust off his body. You know, I'm a knight. My swordsmanship is used to protect the Lord, but now I'm using it for construction. Lummi chuckled. You don't have to thank me like that. Habil Asrahan coldly denied, I'm not thanking you. Not at all. Loy ordered Dong to continue the work. Since then, the construction has been completed quickly. The granite that Habil cut transported was carried away by the giant Po Dong. An ORC stepped forward, criticizing everyone doing their jobs. If you carry it like that, you'll hurt your back. Get out of the way, humans. I'll show you how it's done. The ORCs in the tribe constantly showed off their skills, just like practicing. Now put it down, we don't even need to ask for that. Like ORCs, these gym-crazed creatures just did it themselves. Lowy leisurely sat and rested, watching the ORCs work. Wow, at this speed the progress of the work will be completed 5 times faster. He fanned himself while calculating. The things we need now are ice and insulation materials. Lowy leaned back, saying, Hubby has 5 people that I asked to bring insulation materials, right? It's been a while, hasn't it? Habil Asrahan, standing next to him, immediately replied. It's been exactly 3 weeks, he asked suspiciously. Then, shouldn't they be back by now? Habil Asrahan offered his opinion. There are 2 possibilities. The soldiers are lazy. Or, Loy said with a grim face, they had an accident. He stood up from his seat. Let's go search. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan stopped Loy from leaving. He explained sternly. If it's a mission, then I'll do it alone. We don't know what kind of accident it was for you to come too. Loy interrupted. Haven't we talked about this kind of thing before? He said seriously. I'm in charge of the construction. I'm responsible for everything concerning the workers. Habil Asrahan sighed helplessly. Let's go. Before the jagged mountains of rock and earth, a glove appeared at his feet. Loy picked up the glove and examined it. This is a special glove we had custom made for insulation. Habil Asrahan realized something. Young master. Loy looked up blankly. He looked towards the road ahead and announced, Over there, the direction of the canyon is a little strange. Loy stood up, puzzled. How is it strange? Habil Asrahan looked at it and described. The flow of energy is quite unusual. It's not very precise because it's too subtle. Lowy wondered inwardly. Subtle, the canyon. He recalled the contents of the novel. There's something between the Iron Blood Knights incident. Suddenly he realized something terrible. Loy moved quickly. Let's go, Habil, we don't have time. Seeing his urgent expression, Habil Asrahan couldn't help but ask, Did you discover something, sir? Loy shouted frantically. Our soldiers. They might all be dead. His words left Habil Asrahan utterly shocked. The 2 began to move deeper into the canyons ahead. Suddenly, something on the ground caught his attention. Loy bent down and picked up some small branches from the ground. He gripped the branches tightly, looking ahead. The 2 walked to a dark cave. It's here, Ruelin's dungeon. Loy frowned. thinking about the content of the novel. This location was targeted by Habiel from the beginning of the novel. This is the hideout of a dark mage called Ruelen. He exploded with murderous intent, grinding his teeth and scolding, "How dare he lay a hand on our soldiers? Isn't violating private property in the literal sense a crime?" Habiel Asrahan drew his weapon and stepped into the cave. "Young master, please stay close to me." Seeing this, he stopped him. "HMPH, hey wait." Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan stepped on a magic circle. Lloyd quickly pulled him out of the way. After Lloyd pulled Habiel Asrahan out, the magic circle immediately exploded. He was astonished by the explosion. A magic trap. Lloyd grumbled at Habiel's action. "Asrahan, Habiel, are you sure you're a knight? Shouldn't you have thought there might be something?" He remembered the content from earlier in the novel. Habiel was hit by the first trap. Then he went into the dungeon with a body full of injuries. He staggered back, and then took a deep breath. Habiel Asrahan continued to move deeper inside. But our Habiel, who would never be fooled twice by the same trap. "That," Lloyd seriously requested. "You said the flow of energy around here is strange, right? Use your technique here again." Habiel Asrahan followed his command. Natural energy with a consistent concentration permeated the air. The energy around him began to shift. "Then you should be able to find where the magic trap is set." Suddenly, a place dense with magic appeared in Habiel Asrahan's mind. By tracking the unusual location of the energy, noticing it, he opened his eyes. Habiel Asrahan turned and started walking. "This way," Lloyd smirked. Hee, you've got a good sense." Habiel Asrahan looked back at him suspiciously. He's always lying and flattering, but this time it's different. Looking at Lloyd Habel's confident face, Asrahan couldn't help but think, "Lloyd Frontera, what's going on here?" He knows exactly what's going to happen next. The further he walked, the more darkness enveloped his mind. "But how? I can't sense any special energy. But could it be a very powerful one?" Habiel Asrahan gradually dismissed the thought. "No, we need to hurry and pay attention to what's ahead." He put aside his doubts and entered the dungeon. "We have to save the soldiers as quickly as possible." A man deep within the basement seemed to have noticed the two of them. Rufelin turned around, revealing a truly sinister expression. He confirmed with suspicion, "The trap has been activated, so there's an intruder. Are they here to rescue the people I just captured recently?" Rufelin closed the book he was reading. "It's definitely them." He walked towards the door that was being sealed shut. They must be all prepared now. Rufelin reached forward and unlocked the door. "This experiment, I hope it will be a success." The door opened, revealing the people of Frontera chained inside. Rufelin dragged a man out of the room. "Please, save me." He threw him into a magic circle. "Oof!" Rufelin, holding a scythe, stepped forward and chanted, "Magic circle connected to hell. Scythe of death drenched in blood for 100 days. And a young man, he panicked and shouted, "Mom, eh!" He raised the scythe, preparing to strike. "Perfect!" he shouted in fear. "Eh!" Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Dufen, causing him to turn around. "Hey, you!" Loki angrily intervened. "Don't touch him, got it." He quickly used shadow magic, aiming at the two of them. "You crazy bastards! Even with 100 traps." Suddenly, an iron gate slowly fell from above. Thud, the front of the two was completely blocked. The back was no exception. Lloyd took a deep breath, holding it in his mouth, storing the air in his oral cavity. Lloyd and Habiel Asrahan stood confidently in the trap, unfazed. Rufelin smirked triumphantly. "I'll put them to sleep with my magic, and then I'll take care of them." Lami's eyes lit up after using the energy person skill, announcing, "You won't feel tired for the next 10 minutes. He quickly dug a hole under his feet. "I won't even need 10 minutes. It's totally different from when we were in the ant cave." Asrahan's vision gradually blurred. Sleepy. Habiel never used medicine to treat insomnia. Thanks to that, sleeping pills don't work on him. Lloyd quickly dug a deep hole into the ground, and, "I've done this kind of thing so many times." Habiel Asrahan watched his actions and imagined, "He looks like a groundhog. If I get the chance next time, I'll tease him about it." Lloyd pointed at the tunnel he had dug and gestured, "Habiel, get in." He entered the tunnel and prepared to unleash his skill. Along with the technique he had learned earlier, Habiel Asrahan aimed straight at the pile of earth in front of him. He plunged his sword straight into the pile of dirt and rocks. Bang! With a loud noise, flames from his skill erupted, startling Rufelin. Eek! He panicked and fell to the ground. A huge hole appeared before Ruelin's eyes. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the mouth of the hole. Lloyd struggled to climb up. He wore a murderous expression and spoke, "Hey, this is my first time, isn't it?" Rufelin quickly regained his composure and used magic, looking like a monster. He placed both hands on the ground, and a huge magic circle appeared. Suddenly, a giant two-headed monster appeared behind Rufelin. He grinned maniacally at his creation. "Even though I failed to revive again, this is the strongest monster I've ever created. You won't be able to cause a scratch on its steel-hard skin." The giant but mindless monster advanced towards the two of them. Lloyd seized the opportunity to remind Habiel, "This is gonna be tough. Its weak point is, Habil Asrahan didn't hear anything and quickly jumped up. He's aiming for the legs. Habil Asrahan used the previous technique but borrowed force from the explosion to slash down, cleaving the shockwave in two. A single sword strike gradually split the giant monster in half, without any difficulty. Rufelin was astonished by his power. Lloyd was no exception. He can use the explosion as a steering force and cleave it down. Habil Asrahan's powerful form couldn't help but make him wonder. But there's no such technique in the novel. The two struck a triumphant pose after defeating the monster. Rufelin panicked at their skills. I'm about to die. No matter what I do, I can't beat them. Lloyd stepped in front of him. Hey, he said annoyedly about the consequences of stealing my unpaid slaves. You captured our soldiers, and thanks to you, construction has been delayed for several weeks. How are you going to compensate me? Rufelin secretly hoped for a chance. Just lie low for now. I have to survive first. I have committed a great sin. Please forgive me. Lomi immediately dismissed it. No, you don't have to say that. Tell me, what are you going to do to compensate me? He said in a panic, blurting out everything he knew. There are many valuable magical items here. I'll give them all to you. Lomi, seeing the potential profit, smiled. Oh, really? Then those items are mine. Got it. Rufelin nodded profusely. Of course. Please, take them all. Habil Asrahan emerged from the room, announcing, Young master, the soldiers are exhausted, but it seems their lives are not in danger. Lloyd quickly replied. All right, good. He then turned to Ren. They'll be dead in a few days. What have you done to them? He was hesitant to talk about it. Rufelin stated his intentions. I have always been searching for a way to revive the dead. Lloyd frowned at the answer. What? That's possible. What were you planning to do with that? Rufelin was silent for a long while before answering the question. Then he spoke with an expression of grief. Bring my dead wife and child back. Lloyd said nothing to Ruen's words. He began to describe himself. I was a sorcerer in the territory of a lord. I had a normal life with my family. No, it wasn't just normal. I was very happy. But Rufelin lamented about his negative journey. The lord I served. He suddenly tried to steal my wife, so I tried to run away with my family. He trembled as he told the story. The lord chased after us. Lloyd, annoyed, cut him off. All right, hold it. You're about to become a storyteller. He spoke grimly about the main issue. So if you save your wife and children, they have to thank me for killing hundreds of innocent people and saving you guys. That's how they'll appreciate you for doing this, right? Rufelin was stunned after hearing the harsh truth. Lloyd continued to shatter his dreams, those man-eating ghouls you created. He spoke seriously about the consequences of what Ren had done. Those lives you sacrificed because of it, their families, their happiness, do they mean nothing to you? You know what, I don't find your story heartwarming enough. No matter what you say, your true nature will not change. Everyone from inside the room came out to listen. Hearing the lectures of Professor Capitalism made Dufel lose hope. A person like you, who has completely destroyed happy families, can only be labeled as a murderer. Suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Lloyd was silent after seeing that face. He got up from his seat. I'll be back with more people, and take the magical items later. Lloyd turned and walked away, forgiving him. If you try to hurt anyone again, I won't forgive you. Rufelin was astonished by his mercy. He nodded gratefully. Thank you. Thank you. Lloyd silently pondered Habil's novel. He remembered the wrong moment of Habil Asrahan forgiving Rufelin and letting him leave the dungeon. And Rufelin killed another 100 people and made himself stronger. He became a sick and troublesome villain, fighting with Habil over and over. Lloyd stopped walking and mused. Even though I know that, right now I'm exposing my back. Because Rufelin gradually stood up after giving thanks. He began to reveal the evil deep inside his body. Looking at Lloyd Frontera's departing back, Rufelin aggressively used magic to charge forward. He grinned triumphantly, thinking his counterattack plan had succeeded. However, it was immediately extinguished by Lloyd Frontera's dangerous face. I said I was forgiving you, didn't I? Rufelin was so surprised that his body froze. Habil Asrahan immediately beheaded him. I knew from the start that this would happen like this. Rufelin's head flew into the sky after his clean cut. The scene cuts to a pot-bellied man. You're just a fool, a boil. You should bend over at a 90-degree angle to greet properly. Moron. Kim Shu-ho gritted his teeth, enduring the contempt. There was a guy who would curse for no reason. Every time, he bowed his head as he was told. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful from now on. The pot-bellied man continued to complain, keeping his back straight. Idiot, Kim Shu-ho remembered the teachings. Good things are often beneficial. Avoid conflicts. A fight will lead to another. He turned and walked away. Young people these days can't learn anything. All they know how to do is eat. Kim Shu-ho remained silent, not daring to argue back. If I just act polite, this guy will change too. With that thought in mind, I endured it a few times. But what was the result? Under the dimming light before evening, Kim Shu-ho approached the pot-bellied man. Hello, sir. He always complained, but he still didn't raise his head. Are you protesting right now? My ears are about to burst. Blockhead. He always looked at me like an easy pushover. The pot-bellied man turned and continued to scold. You're so pathetic. Right now, looking at him, Kim Shu-ho trembled with anger but still chose to remain silent. Calm down, it will be over soon. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if you lose your temper here, the conflict will only get bigger, making you more exhausted. Calm down. The pot-bellied man took it further. Trisk. That brat's mother must be pathetic too, because she gave birth to a guy like him. Ha ha. His anger reached its limit. Kim Shu-ho glared after hearing him insult his mother. He stepped forward and grabbed the pot-bellied man's shoulder. Kim Shu-ho furiously wound up for his punch. A punch straight to his face. The pot-bellied man screamed in pain, drawing the attention of those around him. What is it? What happened? Kim Shu-ho didn't wait for him to recover and continued to punch him near the jaw. He took the opportunity to kick his bulging stomach. While hitting him, I thought, oh, I'm done for. The people at the construction site, seeing this, immediately rushed over to stop him. Hey, stop it. And as a result, Kim Shu-ho carried the iron bars on his shoulders, walking through the construction site. Suddenly, he looked up, realizing something. Before Kim Shu-ho was the pot-bellied man he had beaten to a pulp. He fearfully turned his head away from Kim Shu-ho's gaze. He was stunned by his actions. Peace has come as well. There are times when violence should be stopped. Returning to the present, Lloyd turned and walked away at Ruelin's death. Will everything be okay after this? He remembered the world before. In Korea there are serial killers, assailants. For example, consider the punishments for assaults. I was too drunk. This will be counted as a normal consideration. How can you only give light sentences to brutal criminals? The perpetrator is a doctor with many ambitions, a young man with a bright future. Therefore there will be a reduced sentence, perhaps because of human rights. Losi casually walked away after remembering those things, but it was ridiculous. Villains should receive punishments appropriate for the role of a villain. The scene changes to outside the dungeon. Loen and his group began to move outside. One of the soldiers in the group, because of fatigue, gradually turned pale. He also did not take another step, but turned to look back at Loe, asking, You'll probably faint. Give me your backpack. The man timidly asked. What? No, this. Lloyd grumbled with an unpleasant tone. If you faint, I'll have to carry both you and your backpack again, so just give it to me. Lloyd also pointed at the people behind him. You, and you too, quickly give me all your backpacks. But young master, this is an order. Give them to me. Everyone stepped forward, wanting to intervene. We'll carry them, young master. How could we dare let a noble do such a thing? He continued to insist on taking everyone's backpacks, ignoring their words. Loe put on the pile of backpacks and announced, From now on, anyone who complains won't receive their bonus pay. Let's go. Everyone sobbed uncontrollably, moved by his kindness. Habil Azrahan was perplexed by Lloyd Frontera's actions. He wondered if it was truly just about the backpacks, or if it was for the soldiers' benefit. He couldn't fully understand him. He looked at the emotional soldiers behind them, but at this moment the truth no longer mattered to the soldiers. The impressive figure bearing the heavy burden of the backpacks appeared before Habil Azrahan's eyes, a trustworthy leader they could follow. That's what the soldiers thought of young Master Lloyd. Suddenly, a system window popped up. The rescued soldiers were deeply moved by your actions. Sometime in the future, this beautiful story will be spread through their tales. Isn't it very useful? Loe remained silent at the notification, then suddenly grumbled dismissively. Useful? I don't need anything but money. The scene shifted to the ORC tribe, in front of the ice house that Loe had painstakingly constructed. Hirochi looked around. Is this an ice house? He seemed bothered by something. Hirochi turned around and spoke. It's only slightly less hot than outside. The meat will spoil and cause our muscles to waste away. Loe quickly interjected. Ah, right now that's obvious. He smiled and explained. Because there's no ice yet, it's not complete. Hirochi looked bewildered. Ice. Hirochi knows what ice is. HMPH. It's too hot here for ice. HMPH. Loe still maintained his cheerful face. If we don't have any, we can just make some. Hirochi became even more suspicious. He maintained the same expression and attitude no matter what. Hirochi looked at Loe with skeptical eyes. He was still smiling without changing his expression. The system window popped up, chiming in to help Hirochi. Did I just bring back a swindler? HMPH. The story about the Ant Queen was a lie too, wasn't it? HMPH. The system continued to chime in. Hirochi isn't as foolish as you think, Loe silently retorted. Shut up, I never thought that. That's just what you think. The system continued. No, it's not me. You are the one who thinks he's a fool. He accidentally let slip his true nature. Isn't the favorability score much more important? I mean the customer. Hirochi shook his head, denying those thoughts. Loe is Hirochi's benefactor. I mustn't think of him as a bad person. HMPH. He walked up the stairs towards the exit. If you need any help, just tell me any time, HMPH. Loe smiled and waved. Goodbye. Okay, don't worry, and just wait until the construction is complete. Habil Azrahan interrupted his liveliness. So how will you create ice? Lloyd remained silent for a long while after hearing him ask. He had been hit where it hurt, and timidly turned back. Well, I'm wondering how myself. Habil Asrahan was astonished by Lloyd Frontera's expression. It was the gaze of someone who had absolutely no plan. He quickly asked Habil, "You signed an agreement with them without a plan. Are you planning to deceive them?" Lloyd calmly spoke. "Look, Habil, do you know the characteristic of a failure?" Habil Asrahan was too bewildered to speak, so he calmly began to lecture. "I can't do this, I can't do that." Lloyd launched into a whole spiel, rattling off a million reasons. "So, don't end up like that. You won't find any way out without trying your hardest." He was serious as he laid out his reasoning. A successful person always learns and tries to fix it by any means necessary. Lloyd clenched his fist. That's innovation. He raised his hand high with confidence. The mindset of a merchant. The atmosphere inside the cold storage was so quiet you could hear a pin drop after Lloyd Frontera's lecture. Habil Asrahan inwardly protested his mindset. No way. In that case, there's a 1,000 times greater risk of failure. The sky had darkened. Lloyd was sitting in contemplation before the rocks of the orc tribe. He started calculating his plan. That's right. First, I have to make a giant ice block. He thought about his two pets. I'll have Podong and Bayo fetch water from the lake. Then Lloyd thought about the magic users. In this world, there's ice magic. What's the principle behind it? He sat silently, racking his brain for every possibility. Magic uses a person's natural energy, a technique based on changing the arrangement of natural energy. He linked it to the little energy particles in his world. It can definitely be achieved through daily energy absorption practice. There are many different types of natural energy. Then Lloyd became more and more certain. With that, along with a surge of energy in his mind, Lloyd decided changing it like, this is the essence of magic. He stroked his chin. After calculating for a long time, suddenly Lloyd flashed an extremely confident smile. Of course, I can't use my energy as I please. The scene cuts to the next day. Lomi started his plan by having his two babies fetch water. Meanwhile, he used straw to reinforce around the water flow, but I can do something similar. Losi began to use the Asrahan core technique, absorbing energy. He lowered his hand into the water and began to absorb. If I absorb the thermal energy, all that will be left in the water is the latent energy. The energy in the stream began to gather in Loi's arm, and then gradually dissipated again. Oops, I did it backwards. Damn it, crap, this isn't easy at all. Habil Asrahan stood silently, watching him persevere. He observed, and secretly speculated. We'll always learn and try to fix it by any means necessary. I thought he was just a reckless fool. Habil Asrahan gradually recognized Lloyd Frontera's seriousness and irresponsibility, but he was trying to figure out a way. At this time, Lloyd was focused on absorbing the available energy inside the water. Good grief, Habil Asrahan sighed wearily. I just don't understand him. Lloyd's body was now bursting with energy. A notification popped up. You have developed a new skill with the Asrahan core technique. Skill upgraded. Asrahan core technique. Dual circle level 2. A few days later, in front of the ice cave, Orochi and Aku trembled in astonishment at what they saw before them. He stammered, shaking. Have you made the star ice? Clink. Lloyd smiled, tapping the blocks of ice. It'll be complete once we place it inside the insulation. Akuch cheered. Hooray, it's so big, we won't have to throw away meat anymore. Hirochi was no less delighted. We won't have to hunt every day anymore. Chuckles. He smiled contentedly at their delight. This is an event we should celebrate. Gather everyone. Wonderful, heh? Lloyd suddenly cast a self-satisfied glance at Habil Asrahan. He raised a finger and thought to himself. A merchant's mindset. Habil Asrahan sighed and shrugged. Understood. Inside the ORC tribe, a joyful voice rang out. We of the Sandsteel clan are immensely grateful to you, human Lloyd Ra. He bowed respectfully. It's nothing. I only did what was stated in the contract. Lloyd had secured 120 ORC laborers. Alk stepped forward. Our ORC race is different from humans. We do this not for the contract, but to express our gratitude. Therefore, Alk of the Sandsteel tribe vows to human Lloyd. He began to strike a pose, flexing his toned muscles. From now on, Lloyd's family and the Sandsteel tribe, Ass King, flexed his muscles along with the ORCs behind him. Shall be allies, like brothers. The ORCs behind him chorused in unison. We confirm. Hagaric continued to flex his biceps and declared, Frontera is our friend. Frontera's enemies are our enemies. If you ever face trouble, we will rush to your aid anytime. Suddenly, a notification window appeared before Lloyd Frontera. The notification read, Tribe unlocked. The ORC tribe has acknowledged you as a true friend. You can deepen your relationships with the affinity points you gain from the ORCs. Affinity points awarded for unlocking the tribe. +100. Current affinity points, 611. Lois silently gazed at the text on the notification. He also imitated them. Flexing his arm muscles, Long live the Sandsteel tribe. The scene shifted back to the Frontera territory. And so, we embarked on another long journey and arrived back at the domain. Everyone was astonished by the sight before them. Of course, the residents were all shocked. As 120 blocks of muscle entered the village, Lloyd felt a little awkward, thinking to himself, I should write an official document to reassure everyone, because ORCs are usually seen as a terrifying presence. Aegis Frontera, standing in the mansion, was also terribly frightened. Although the Baron knew the reason for my visit to the ORC tribe, he was still terrified upon seeing them. And I, too, never expected to receive a reward. A notification window appeared. The good story of defeating the mage and rescuing the soldiers has spread throughout the territory. All the residents of the territory are praising your courage. Affinity points awarded for social achievement, plus 300. That's enough praise. Thank you everyone for the affinity points. As for the ORC's training equipment, the Baron said he would find a wealthy merchant. The remaining items were all Ruelan's magical tools. Lloyd sat rummaging through the pile of magical tools. Habiel Asrahan wondered, Is there anything we can make money from? Lloyd, flipping open a magic book, replied, I don't know, I'm looking for something we can use before we sell these off. Lloyd exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the page. Wait, what is this? He quickly ran off and announced, I'm heading to the mine for a bit, please sort these for me. In an instant, Lloyd had nearly reached the mine's entrance. He rushed inside, frantically calling out, Tordes! A feeble voice replied, Where's Tess? Then he emerged, weak and frail. Were you looking for me, sir? Lloyd, out of breath, responded, Yes, I've got good news. He brought up the past. Do you remember the terms of our contract? That you'd be working for 520 years? Tordes replied listlessly. Yes, I do, Lloyd smiled gently. Actually, that was a bit absurd. Sounds like a joke, almost, but from now on, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Hearing those sweet words, Tordes felt revitalized. He flipped open a page of a book. What's written here is a method to revive the dead. In an instant, Tordes saw what was coming. Lloyd grinned, placing a hand on his shoulder. Which means you absolutely can work for another 520 years. Happy, isn't it fun? Tordes was speechless at his words. Seeing this, Lummi threatened. Hey, why am I the only one having fun? Smile now. Tordes was utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps out of sheer terror of the capitalist devil before him, he forced a smile through tears. Lloyd gradually departed after announcing, Cheer up. He walked out of the mine and continued to encourage, Keep your spirits up. The system window couldn't help but appear. The Lord of Hell is impressed by your personality and is considering hiring you. Annoyed, Lloyd muttered. What's wrong with that? The system window was silent for a long time before Lloyd Frontera's cheerfulness. Right then. The scene shifted to the Frontera mansion. Lloyd paced down the hallway, pondering. Now, there are a few things I need to discuss with the Baron. He approached Akos Frontera's study, checking. They're not here. Emily, who was cleaning, stepped forward to inform. Sir, the Baron is in the reception room. There are some guests. Lloyd, upon hearing this, inquired. What guests? She replied softly. It's Sir Sallow and Midlap, sir. Upon hearing those two names, Lloyd stood silently for a moment, then he smiled with a sinister look, startling Emily. Oh my, what's with that face? Inside the reception room, a voice echoed. You know, we have a monthly agreement to collect the principal. The two loan sharks previously rudely put their feet on the table. But this time, we can let you pay only 10% of the principal. Midlap smirked arrogantly. If you let us take over ownership of the mine, Agos frowned, contemplating. Why are you silent? Isn't it a good thing for you that the interest is being reduced? Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Baron, it is I, Lloyd Frontera. May I come in? He hesitantly spoke. Ah yes, come in. Lloyd entered with a dazzling smile. Oh my, it's been a while, hasn't it? How have you all been? Midlap arrogantly held up a document. If you've come here to threaten us again, you've come to the wrong place. We have a permit, you know. Lummi still smiled naturally. Of course, you're allowed to. You're so smart. Haha. He rubbed his hands together. From what I overheard outside, it seems you're making a good offer. I hope you don't mind if I make one of my own. Annoyed, he responded. What? I don't want to hear an offer from a brat like you. Lloyd didn't get angry and replied, In the future, we will pay off our debt gradually, but of course the interest rate will decrease later. Midlap got even more annoyed. I said, I don't want to hear it. How dare you? Lummi was a little annoyed inside. You can make an offer, but I can't. I'm getting angry. Suddenly, a figure entered from outside the door. Who's there? Harchi stormed in with a murderous aura. Who made my Frontera brother angry? Eek. The two loan sharks, seeing this, fearfully hugged each other. He angrily warned. Anyone who annoys Lord Frontera will be annihilated by the Steel Sand tribe. Huff? Lloyd smirked smugly. Hey man, what do you mean? It's nothing, Hirochi wondered. Isn't it, Huff? You look angry, Lowy explained. Well, it's just that the other guy's voice was too loud. Looking at the two trembling before him, Lowy repeated, Don't mind him. How about my offer? He smiled, offering a word of warning. If you refuse my offer, Lowy smiled with a terrifying face under Hirochi's protection. I'll be hurt, he continued. I'll tear you apart if you hurt Lord Frontera. Huff. Together with Midlap, they ran away from the mansion in a panic. Back in the reception room, Lowy looked at the paper and said, I also wish this debt had never happened, but it's a crime, so you should be happy with this, Akos Frontera timidly. Ah, okay, thank you, he softly reassured. The construction of Onan is expanding, and the coal mine will also run smoothly. We will be able to pay them back immediately. Lowy handed it to Akos Frontera. Please keep the contract safe, Baron. He received the contract. All right, Lowy took the opportunity to raise the current issue. But we have a big problem. If we don't resolve this, it will become serious, he pointed to Hirochi standing behind. Their appetite is 10 times that of ordinary people, Lowy continued, making Akos Frontera panic. Their food costs are no joke, but if they leave now, there will be a big problem. Haha. The image of the ORCs working hard satisfied Lowy. As expected, ORCs are excellent miners. The ORC nation, a nation that breaks even the largest rocks into pieces. Lowy ran over anxiously. Where is he? The soldier pointed behind him in a panic. Over there, he hasn't rested for 24 hours. He ordered the others. Get him out of here now. Make sure he doesn't come back here until tomorrow. Everyone worked hard to drag him away, but he didn't want to leave. Ah, I don't want to rest. Huff, I'll be destroyed. My muscles will be destroyed. Their productivity is 10 times what was expected. Their endurance and muscle strength are beyond imagination. Hirochi wondered, Wages. Are you talking about money, Huff? ORCs don't need money, Huff. But Hirochi patted his stomach. You just need to feed us until we're full, Huff. This is not a normal problem. Lowy sat in a chair, looking serious. We need to raise taxes, a lot of taxes. He discussed with Akos Frontera. We need to buy meat for the ORCs with that money. Considering the productivity in the mine, it will never be a loss, he replied perfunctorily. I understand what you're saying, but Frontera lowered his face, implicitly refusing the decision. We won't be able to know if the people in this territory can afford it. This is very difficult. We can't raise taxes any further. Lowy smiled, explaining, if we keep raising taxes, it's robbery. What will they lose if we work hard? Will we suffer if the tax revenue is reduced? Akos Frontera, hearing this, wondered. So how will we raise taxes? He replied knowledgeably. It's simple. We'll make them earn more money. Lowy mentioned a distant piece of land, the abandoned land in the north of the territory. We will turn the flooded Mar region into farmland. He raised his finger, confidently explaining and giving it to the people. They will plant as much as they want, earn a lot of money, and then pay a lot of taxes. Hundreds of years have passed since this land was abandoned. Before the sun set in the sky, a foot stepped into a puddle of water. Habil Asrahan, following behind, asked Han, How can people plant in a place like this? Lowy confidently replied, Your big boss has an idea. He was embarrassed after that statement. Easier said than done, but this won't be easy. Lowy sat under a land he self-made to look like the Marais region. There are many things to consider, because the terrain is quite vast. We need a construction to drain rainwater neatly. He needed the small piece of land he had created. I have no choice but to work like this. Similar simulation. Lowy seriously experimented again and again. If I work like this, hey, I failed. Damn it, is it too high here? Then here, hey, I failed again. The sky gradually brightened before the Frontera territory. Lowy dejectedly sat under the simulation model, muttering. Akos Frontera stood on one side, observing. How long has it been like that? Habil Asrahan quickly replied. It's been 21 days. He gave his opinion. He hasn't eaten or rested much. Should I stop him? Akos Frontera bluntly. No. Looking at his son's unpromising figure, he muttered to himself. I hated that kid, even though I'm his father. Would that kid ever become normal? Was it impossible? That's what I used to think. Lloyd's earnest demeanor changed Frontera, but now he's fighting for a miraculous change for the sake of the people. He went silent. If I can't help him, then I won't get in his way. Habil Asrahan then spoke up. That's a wise decision, sir. Right now, the young master is standing out. The sight of him striving hard, taking responsibility for what he said and not giving up, struck their eyes. A notification appeared after the conversation. Baron Frontera's favorability towards you has increased. You received 20 affinity points. Current affinity points, 931. The wind blew, swaying the branches. Lowy stared blankly at his simulation. Suddenly, he raised his arms high. Lowy finally succeeded after days of hardship. Done. The water will be drained properly. The image of gold coins gradually appeared in his head. As long as the water is drained, we can raise taxes. Lowy was satisfied with the result. Sweet honey, come here. He silently rejoiced at the simulation. After indulging his mind for a while, Lowy collapsed to the ground. He smiled with a weary face. I'm exhausted. but this is bearable. If I compare this to the days when I worked non-stop and did part-time jobs." Suddenly, the system window popped up, startling him. The notification read, "This special experience has greatly impacted your design skill. You have unlocked a new skill option." Losi sat seriously reading each line of the 3 separate options. Design simulation mode skill. Simulations can be performed by manipulating data obtained through measurement. He quickly tested the skill. Loe curiously touched the simulation panel. The simulation panel quickly shattered. After he touched it, Losi angrily turned to criticize the system. "You should have told me first. I worked tirelessly for a whole month," the system calmly replied. "You said it was bearable." He became even angrier. "That's just what I said. Do you know how difficult it was?" the system explained. "The skill can be enlightened with accumulated wisdom. This is due to your desire." Loe said something that silenced the system. "I came here because of my desire. You actually don't know, do you? What does coming to this world have to do with my desire?" he continued, dissatisfied. "I just wanted to graduate from university, get a degree, then work in a good company and not have to worry about money." "Isn't that my desire?" the system responded. "That's just your goal. Your desire is much more fervent, to do something that transcends time and space." Loe started to get up and dust off his body. "If we're just talking about the ephemerality of life, then stop, because I'm very busy," he commanded. "Bondong, follow." 2 babies immediately appeared on his shoulders, Loe said softly. "We're about to meet new friends." The sun gradually appeared faintly behind the mountain. Loe stood on the land of Marmar, the first step in Armara's project. He said something that scared them both. "You two have to drain all the water from this wetland," Bodong cried out in panic. Bodong, is this impossible for us?" "Of course." He placed them both on the ground. "That's why I'm going to draw lots right now." Lomi focused on calculating. "I'm going to use all the affinity points I have to draw as many mythical creatures as possible." He starts drawing. Open up. Draw mythical creatures. Starting with the draw of 100 affinity points. Okay, 100 affinity points. Since the price will increase by 5x for each new draw. Lomi touches the start button. "I can draw 4 times in total. I don't need a special skill." He stands waiting after drawing. A large species like Podong and Bell, as his waters dried up. Still, it's as noisy as always. The magic circle starts to reveal a flat item. In a flash, it quickly shot out of the magic circle. It flew into Lai's face, making his nose bleed from the impact. Loe silently watches the round thing roll on the ground. Suddenly, it revealed its shape. Hippo. He's astonished at Hippo's appearance. "Huh, Hippo, don't tell me it's a death flag." Bodong and Bell happily greet. Bodong, bellow. Hippo cheerfully greets back. The 3 of them turn into a circle and dance. Loe leans down to ask Han. "Sorry to bother you, I apologize for interrupting, but can you show me the manual?" Hippo quickly spits out what he asked for. "Phew, I'm way too used to this." Lami quickly picks up the paper to read. He frowns as he reads the contents. "Hey, can't you grow bigger if I feed you sunflower seeds?" Looking at Hippo's small form disappoints. "Lomi, did I fail this time?" Lomi grimaces. Looking down, Hippo stares blankly at his gaze. Lomi turns to the system panel and requests, "I want to redraw." The system panel announces, "You can only draw 1 mythical creature in a day." Treesk, what's this? Such a waste of time. Bell angrily steps forward. Bello, what? You think I'm mean?" He leans down to explain. "You know, our workload is getting bigger and bigger. Hippo's too small to help." Bell, along with Podong, protest the work. The 2 of them compete to wear strike and justice signs. Bell raises the sign high. Protest, strike, execute. Bodong isn't outdone either. Employers must acknowledge the value of workers. Loy gives in to the 2 of them. "Okay, I'm really scared of you guys." He looks down at Hippo and asks Han, "What are your skills, Hippo? Can you dry my clothes?" The system panel appears. Hippo's skill. 1 gulp level 1. Loe is skeptical. 1 gulp? You can drink water in 1 gulp? Hippo nods. "How much?" He pats his stomach. "Oh, 4 times your stomach capacity." Han glances away, thinking to herself. "All those times I drew, the skills I needed always came up in 1 go. So, I can call myself very lucky, I guess." Hippo waddles towards the puddle. HMPH. "Alright, show us what you can do." He starts to lower his mouth to suck up water. Hippo continuously sucks water into himself. Suddenly, Lomi realizes something. Hippo sucks water and gradually becomes fatter. Is bewildered by Hippo's body. "Huh, am I imagining things? It looks bigger than before." Hippo kept sucking, and the water level began to drop. He watched her work with suspicion. Loe squinted, looking from below. Glug, glug. Hippo's body began to grow to the size of 100 people combined. The bigger her body, the faster she sucked up the water. Phew. With one sound, all the water on the land was gone into Hippo's belly. Now, only a little leftover water remained on the ground. Even the fish cried helplessly at the loss of their home. Loy was shocked. After witnessing the scene, he gaped at the land before him. Such a large amount of water in such a short time. Does this mean we can drain all the water in just a few days? Bayo and Podong smirked, seeing that. "Why do you 2 look so proud?" Loki called to the system. Hey miss, the system panel appeared? Yes. He quickly asked. Is this really random? How come every time I draw I get the skill I need? The system panel explained. When you came to this world, your abilities were added bit by bit, right? Since being an unlucky person would be extremely disadvantageous for you, you were given the lucky draw ability. Maybe not, Russell. Lomi heard a strange noise and spoke up. That sounds sad. Are you picking your nose? Hippo turned her head. Hippo? Loy was surprised. What? You can drink even more, he said with a satisfied smile, ordering, keep drinking until you get sick. Because the construction of the Maret's territory will begin tomorrow. Loe gazed at the water-filled land one last time and then began the plan. Construction will begin with the vertical drainage method. The people fearfully watched the enormous thing before them. Hippo was exhaling after drinking the water. First, Hippo will drain the water from the flooded area. Then, she will spit the water into the river and shrink back down. The soldiers were diligently working under Lloyd Frontera's instructions, removing grass roots and plant debris from the ground. Habiel Asrahan was using his land exploding skill. Explosion holes will be drilled into the ground, bamboo piles will be driven, stakes will be planted in the sand, and Podong will bulldoze the land. Once the water collects inside the bamboo piles, one gulp from Hippo will finish it. Next, build a more advanced levee using my mimicry skill. 10 days passed by. Like that, a portion was completed. Loy was excited about his construction. We still have a long way to go. But after we finish, what happens? He raised the hall high and announced, we'll have a reward of a party. Let's do it. The people below were also extremely eager. Let's go. Along with the buzzing on the tree, Habiel Asrahan looked ahead, observing. He looked at the beautiful land before him and thought, this abandoned land is truly changing into farmland. And Habiel Asrahan looked at the hall in his hand with dissatisfaction. Since when did I start doing construction work? What is my mission again? Loy ran towards Habiel from afar. Habiel. He handed over a bag of things and requested, here, these are seeds, you can sow them from there. Habiel Asrahan wanted to refuse. I am a knight, why would I? Loy calmly explained. To be able to drive away pests, protect that territory, sir. He reluctantly accepted. Ah, yes. After sowing the seeds, Habiel Asrahan watered them. He thought about the conversation from earlier. He cut me off again. Next time, I need to say everything I want to say. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught Habiel Asrahan's attention. The actual swampland is turning into rice paddies. Akos Frontera, along with Mabella Frontera, approached. I bet everyone else is thinking the same thing I am. He looked at the fertile land before him and praised, this is a miracle. The people who were working diligently also stopped because of Lloyd Frontera's protagonist aura. The system board announced. The people in Baron Frontera's territory are expressing admiration and respect for all the miracles you have created. A large amount of affinity points will be awarded as a reward for your social achievement. Affinity points, awarded based on social achievement, plus 450. Current affinity points, 1,281. Loy smiled contentedly. Under the clear blue sky, dragonflies flew back and forth. The hardships that everyone worked through together have finally sprouted. Habiel Asrahan sat down by the rice plants and watered them. He smiled at the fruits of his labor. Loy, sitting on the earthen steps, spoke up. It will be complete after the water wheel is installed. Habiel Asrahan wondered. Water wheel? He calmly explained. The water must be drained with a water wheel when it rains. Otherwise, the swampland will be submerged. Loy slowly stepped down. But a technical expert has to come. Suddenly, the two noticed something. A group of people of unknown origin were riding horses towards them. Loy looked at the approaching group and asked, who are they? Habiel Asrahan, looking at the leading man, explained, that is, Viscount Racona. His territory is located north of the Mar Swamp area. The sound of horses neighing began to cease. A man riding a horse came forward and spoke. Who is in charge of this construction? Habiel Asrahan, seeing his arrogant attitude, cautioned. Show some respect. This is. Loy stopped him. Oh, I'm in charge. Why are you all here? The brown-haired man raised his voice. Don't tell me you don't know that this is Viscount Racona's land. He impatiently demanded that they leave immediately. The two of them still hadn't spoken in rebuttal. Damn lie mares. Although this land has been abandoned for centuries, it still falls under the jurisdiction of Viscount Racona in the north. Viscount Lacona, Damn les mares, Baron Frontera. The south is Frontera's land. It was obvious that he had come to claim ownership of the land. He was planning to freeload off this fertile land without lifting a finger. Loe silently criticized. HMPH, this old geezer, is stubbornly trying to reclaim it. It's true that the northern part originally belonged to Viscount Lacona. He smiled to himself, thinking. But things are different now, darling. Lloyd spoke up. So, is what you're implying, Viscount, that we are encroaching on land without permission? Is that what you mean? The brown-haired man immediately replied, That's right, the king has granted Viscount ownership of this land, so Lungi impatiently cut him off. Can't you see this is a conversation between nobles? Why are you butting in? After hearing that, the brown-haired man's face twisted in anger. Everyone who was working stopped and became tense. Duke Rakona approached with a displeased expression. Lloyd seized the opportunity to bow respectfully. Oops, how rude of me, I haven't introduced myself yet. Ha, I'm Lloyd, the eldest son of the Frontera family. The arrogant duke spat. I have nothing to say to a brat like you. Summon your father. Habil Asrahan was inwardly displeased at the duke's words. How rude. Duke Rakona was irritated by Habil's carefree demeanor. Are you even listening to me? Summon Baron Frontera here. Immediately, Lloyd was still cleaning his ear. Oh no, I'm not deaf. He blew on his hand and said casually, It's just that the buzzing of these flies around here is a real pain in the neck. Duke Rakona looked around, bewildered. Where are they? The brown-haired man pointed out. He's insulting you, Viscount. It was only then that the duke realized. Really, Lloyd said sternly. According to the kingdom's land law, Article 321, special laws regarding the cultivation of royal land, Duke Rakona impatiently tried to cut him off. Wait a damn minute, what are you? Lloyd continued, unfazed. Paragraph 1. Purpose. Cultivation of a long-neglected piece of wasteland and establishing ownership of the reclaimed land. The Duke boomed. What the hell are you saying, you little? Lloyd interrupted Duke Rakona. Paragraph 2. Definition of abandoned land. Land that has been abandoned for approximately 100 years, meaning land without residence or cultivation. Everyone around them began to listen intently. Paragraph 3. Ownership. Land that meets all the above requirements is recognized as the property of the developer who has cultivated the land. Lloyd raised a finger. First, this is land developed through investment of funds and labor, he continued, silencing Duke Rakona. Second, it is land suitable for building residential areas. Third, it is land suitable for long-term agricultural activities. Then Lloyd approached the Duke's horse. Fourth, the final condition. He bent down and grabbed a branch. Lloyd pulled something out of the ground. These detailed regulations will take effect once the crops are harvested. Duke Rakona was speechless with rage. Habil Asrahan was surprised. Oh. He remembered Lloyd Frontera's request to plant those seeds from that spot. This is how we get rid of the pests. Lloyd grinned as he took the root vegetable to the Duke. Oh my, congratulations. You're the first person to witness the harvest in the history of the Mar Swamp. We won't charge you for the viewing, though. This brat, how is he so infuriating? Ha ha, the Duke thought through gritted teeth. How can this slippery little bastard be like this? Does this mean he prepared everything in advance? Lloyd placed the root vegetable in the Duke's hand. Now, esteemed Duke, please accept this heartfelt gift. His smile slowly morphed. Lloyd's expression turned serious. So would you kindly get off our land? Duke Rakona was trembling with anger. But he didn't argue, and chose to leave in silence. Habil Asrahan stepped forward, puzzled. How did you know those guys were coming? Loki said quietly. What do you mean? Habil explained wearily. We've run into guys like that once or twice before. Leeches who exploit the efforts of others. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from behind them. Hoorah! The farmers cheered and applauded. Master Lloyd protected our land. That's amazing. Top-notch. Well done. After a long silence, Lloyd frowned and spoke up again. How am I supposed to pay you all at this rate? Get back to work. Scene cuts to a heavy rain in Marais. The rain was so strong that the water flowed extremely rapidly. Lloyd was sitting in the rain, observing. Seasons changed, bringing torrential rain. As he watched the water diversion project before him, an umbrella suddenly shielded the area where Lloyd was sitting. I've used the simulation method hundreds of times, but it's best not to be careless. I need to check thoroughly until the end. Habil Asrahan stepped up, holding the umbrella over him. If the Marais swamp is truly usable land, after the rain the sun came out, and the rapid stream had flowed away. Habil Asrahan and Lloyd basked in the first rays of sunlight together. Suddenly, the system announced, achieved a great construction feat. You have left a clear mark of civil engineering on the Lauraser continent. You have received a large amount of skill experience. Measurement skill, upgraded to level 2. Intermediate measurement, level 3. Land value judgment, subsoil scan. Design skill, upgraded to level. Intermediate design level 3. Blueprint rendering. Site plan, 20/30ths, simulation modes. Lloyd then began to sit up. The system kept announcing, Baron's impression +5. Baroness impression +5, Habil's impression +3, Ben's impression +2, People's impression +3. Current points, 135. He smiled in satisfaction. Done. Let's proceed to the next step. Meanwhile, on Duke Rakona's side, he slammed the table in anger. What? Eliminate land reclamation? The butler bowed and announced. Yes, Protection rights will be provided free of charge for 3 years in return. They have an obligation to live there, so migration is restricted. Duke Rakona was displeased. So you're saying, he exclaimed with a wrinkled face, the people will risk their lives farming the land for the next 2 years because he's the owner, because it's his land. Duke Rakona thought about the fertile land and how the Mare swamp would become a golden goose. He clutched his stomach, tears of regret streaming down. It hurts. My stomach hurts so much. It's my land. Half of it is mine. I can't give up this fertile land like this. Duke Rakona said. Butler. The butler quickly replied. Yes, your grace. He thundered with murderous intent. Call the workshop supervisor immediately. A few days later, at the Frontera estate, Lloyd woke up in bed. Damn it, he thought uncomfortably. Why does my head hurt so much? Did I overexert myself? Lloyd struggled to get out of bed. But I can't be like this. I still have preparations to arrange and divide. He called out, Hey, lazy ass, let's go to work. Suddenly, Lloyd noticed his actions. He joked. Why do you look so listless? So nights also get tired? Habil Asrahan clutched his head in discomfort. I've never felt like this before. My head hurts so much. Suddenly, Lloyd also touched his head uncomfortably. He realized something and frowned. Wait, no way. Outside the Frontera estate, the testimony of Emily, the daughter of the Baron family. I'm sorry, I've had a headache since early this morning. The testimony of a farmer from Alop village. It's not just me, my family and the kids all have headaches. The testimony of M.I. Hai, the boy who takes care of the cows on the farm. Since yesterday, the cows haven't been drinking water. If they keep losing water like this, Lloyd followed the statement with his steps. Everyone in the village had problems. Animals avoided the water. He stated seriously, indeed the cause is the water. Lloyd recalled the novel. One of the powerful weapons beneficial to his activities in this world was information. But since the ant monster incident, he realized that there was also information that did not appear in the novel's plot. He thought about Duke Rakona's territory. If his prediction was correct, Rakona would seize the Mare swamp. After investigating many things in that direction, this hypothesis was very strong. The main source of income for the Dracona territory was the mystical dyeing technique, and the fruit used by Rakona for dyeing. Lloyd clicked his tongue. Oh crap. He radiated murderous intent and cursed, Rakona, you damned old man. Scene cuts to the Frontera mansion. Akos Frontera revealed a serious expression. What did you just say? The brown-haired man sitting opposite him said, This isn't that hard to understand, is it? He made an offer. Transfer half of the mayor's land. If you do so, I will stop discharging dying wastewater. Agos Frontera angrily said. Are you threatening me? The brown-haired man laughed arrogantly. That's right, a threat. Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his voice. Aren't you afraid of the law? I will sue you in the kingdom's noble court. He calmly replied. Go ahead. Perhaps, Baron, you will win the case. Suddenly, he leaned forward, revealing a cunning face. But until the verdict is delivered, it will take at least 2 years for court costs and water. Can you endure until then? Agos Frontera was shocked after hearing him speak. The brown-haired man stood up from his chair. Then I will await your wise decision. After he had walked away for a moment, Agos Frontera spoke. My son, he turned around with an upset face, thinking about the local people who had to sweat and toil. I will not give an inch of land to such vile people as you. He showed a disregard and bowed. Suddenly, Lloyd pushed the door open, interrupting the cool appearance of the brown-haired man. He stepped in and said, I have something to talk to you about, father. Akonkas Frontera was hesitant. Lloyd bowed and offered his opinion. It seems that the parasite in the neighboring area has been messing with the river. I want to discuss some countermeasures with you, father. Upon hearing this, the brown-haired man raised his voice. Are you insulting my lord? Lloyd startled at his appearance. Holy moly! He looked serious. So parasites understand human language. The brown-haired man was so enraged that veins popped out all over his face. He drew his sword and made an offer. You have insulted the honor of a knight twice now. I demand a duel, and name it Ko. Back to the actual arcade, Lloyd was constantly hitting him with the haul. I lost, the brown-haired man cried and begged for mercy. Forgive me, Wah, stop, don't hit me anymore. Lloyd sighed with satisfaction. Phew, okay, I'm not angry anymore. The brown-haired man held his head in trembling, sobbing sounds. After a sigh, he continued to relentlessly pummel the man. But how dare you look down on this baron's words? The brown-haired man cried as he endured the beating. Wah, sob, sob. Akos Frontera rejoiced at Lloyd Frontera's actions. Lloyd, you little punk, the match is over, what are you still doing? Habil Asrahan was starting to see the Baron in a new light. It's the first time I've seen him like this. Twilight fell upon Duke Rakona's territory. He angrily yelled, You fool, you went to threaten him, and ended up looking like this. The brown-haired man, his mouth a mess of apologies, admitted, It's truly embarrassing. Suddenly, Duke Rakona stroked his beard calmly. Wait. He reconsidered the outcome. All right, well done. We've been defeated. The brown-haired man looked confused by those words. Yes. Well, Duke Racona said, sinking into thought, outlining his plan. After all, the only thing the Count can do is appeal to the court. If we turn this into an accusation of abuse by an arrogant, conceited noble— He laughed maniacally. 3 years, huh? No, the lawsuit could even drag on for 4 years. Back with Lloyd Frontera, he wore a face that mirrored Duke Racona's thoughts. That dumb old man is probably thinking like this. Lloyd stood on the roof of the mansion and shouted, "But our Baron Frontera would never stand for such losses, would he?" He raised his scepter high and motivated everyone below. "Let's blow their ugly chins off our way. Protect the land of our blood and sweat," Lloyd shouted earnestly. "Protect it from their evil greed," everyone shouted in unison, echoing his words. Lloyd planned to create a huge reservoir, 50 meters wide, 5 meters high, and 100 meters long. First, we need to build a water reservoir to solve the drinking water problem immediately. The water is supplied by Hippo's skill before it gets polluted. Hippo's skill. 100% level pH 3. Habil Asrahan reminded him. That's a wise decision. However, Master or Hippo won't be able to rest even for a day. Loe agreed. That's right. This is just a temporary measure. He smiled, revealing his plan. From now on, I will build a clean water system. He envisioned a lake full of water flowing from Lake Kapwa in the eastern mountains to our territory, creating a river. Habil Asrahan raised the issue. It's not a normal length, just think about the labor. Lo seemed to have considered that already. Of course it'll be expensive. Terribly expensive. He turned to reassure him. But don't worry, your brother will get a huge amount of money from the construction. Loe walked away, calculating 100 times the investment. Back with Duke Racona, he was biting his nails in discomfort. A few months later, in Duke Racona's territory, he was filled with fear and countless questions. Why? Why did this happen? What should I do? What am I supposed to do now? The butler entered to announce, Duke, the eldest son of the Frontera family, requests to see you. Duke Racona angrily shouted, I'm busy right now, tell him to get lost. The butler continued, catching his attention. Well, they said that you must be troubled lately, and they will help you solve it. In the reception room, Loe put his feet up on the table, smiling arrogantly. Oh my, why does your face look so bright, Duke? Duke Racona asked timidly. Is there something you need? He asked back, confused. Huh. Didn't you get the message? I'm here to give you love advice. Duke Racona was annoyed by Lloyd Frontera's words. What nonsense are you talking about? I just have things to think about. He took a hard stance. Aha. Be honest now. Could it be that you don't know? Lloyd leaned back in the chair. I confidently mentioned the problem he was facing. The Duke's dye factory is collapsing. I wonder if it can be saved. Duke Racona, as if struck in the heart, remained silent for a moment. He frowned, raising his voice. It's all your fault, isn't it, ruining the dye factory? Loe smirked after Duke Racona's words. He leaned back in his chair, arrogantly saying, That was quite a journey indeed. Loe spoke of the past, ignoring the Duke's annoyance. Because of your wastewater discharge, Duke, I had to fetch water from the distant Lake Kapua. He continued with a look of disdain. Oh, by the way, I didn't know you were dumping wastewater at first, but you made sure to loudly proclaim that the discharge was your intention. How kind of you to explain it to me. Loe recalled the hard work from before. Anyway, I dug a water channel from the lake all the way to my territory, chiseling and filling. All that hard work. Duke Racona slammed the table in anger. Stop talking nonsense, I'm only asking one thing. What did you do to my dye factory? He laughed naturally. Hey, why the rush? Listen to what I have to say first. Loe described his problem. Oh dear, but what should I do? There's this huge, terrible valley right in the middle, so what should I do? He described it so realistically that anyone would want to punch him. That just won't do, so there's no other way. Loe mentioned the previous construction. There's no other way but to build a Roman-style aqueduct. Scene of Habil Asrahan, working diligently. We used limestone as the building material, and had to work very hard. That's why there were limestone rocks lying at the bottom of the valley in no particular order. Finally, a giant limestone rock appeared. Hearing this, Duke Racona became even angrier. Shut up. What the hell does that have to do with my dye factory? Loe said sternly. The water there is the same water that flows into your dye factory. The components in the limestone turned the fabric the color of dung. He recalled the foul-smelling finished product from before. Duke Racona shouted impatiently. You little rascal, aren't you afraid of the law? I'll sue you in the noble court. Loe calmly spoke. Go ahead. He confidently returned the answer the same way the Duke had before. But until the verdict is delivered, it'll be at least 2 years. By then, will anyone even remember the Duke's products? He sweated in fear, cursing inwardly. You scoundrel, you piece of trash. Loe got up from his chair. If all your questions have been answered, then I must be going. Cornered to that extent, Duke Racona still arrogantly cursed. You've messed with the wrong person. Do you know how many people I know in the royal family? He warned angrily. My damages? I'll make you pay 1,000,000,000 times over. Lonnie waved goodbye without saying anything. Under the clear blue sky, Loy and Habil Asrahan walked out of the territory. He wondered. I don't quite understand. He was doubtful. What is it? Habil Asrahan stated his perspective. You're just provoking and angering him, but the Duke has the upper hand when fighting with the law. He kept mentioning the consequences. He really has a lot of connections with the royal family. If it leads to a lawsuit, it will cost a lot of money. Loy continued to walk calmly. Yeah, I know. I understand what you mean. Just wait and see. Hearing that, Habil Asrahan was suspicious in his heart. He smiled and said something ambiguous. Let's see who ends up suffering more. Scene change. To the Frontera territory. A month later. At the Frontera mansion, Duke Ricona knelt down, admitting his fault. I was wrong. Please save my dye factory. Loy sat rigidly in his chair. Much to Habil Asrahan's astonishment, he spoke arrogantly. Your good friend said you had no chance of winning? No kidding. Your failure is obviously due to your deliberate actions. Duke Ricona repeatedly apologized. I was careless. I'm truly sorry. Loy maintained his superior attitude. What about this? I don't really care. Empty words. He, along with his fear, spoke up. I, a viscount, have already thrown away my pride and am begging you, aren't I? Please, he smiled thoughtfully. Pride? That's not even worth 1 gold coin. If that's the case, then I'll sell it for 1,000 times that price. Hearing that, Duke Ricona was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. Loy reached into his pocket, rummaging for something. What I want isn't an apology. He started showing off. Capitalism. It's simple. A signature. The contract reads as follows. From Baron Frontera to Viscount Ricona, a water supply contract. Hereinafter. Viscount Ricona is Party A, and Baron Frontera is Party B. This contract is established for the purpose of setting a fixed fee for the supply of water to the dye works, and establishing rules for construction within the territory. The terms of this contract are in accordance with the following principles, Loy gently reassured. Just sign the contract, and the plumbing system will be at your dye works within a week. Duke Ricona read the contract, his face pale with shock. He raised his voice sharply. Isn't this too much? From the start, the price of water was unreasonably high. He remained calm. Unreasonably high. Loy frowned with a warning tone. You're the one who taught me that water isn't free. Duke Ricona's world began to fall into despair from this moment on. Under the sunset, Frontera looked at the contract in his hand with suspicion. Is it really true that this much money will come in steadily every month? Loy answered solemnly. Yes, the Duke directly signed it, he stammered. At this rate, it won't be long before I pay off the interest, right? He clapped his hands happily. How lucky to know that the Duke is such a kind person, haha, Loy thought to himself. Clearly it was a battle that the Duke had lost. Although it yielded good results, he re-evaluated himself. Looking at myself now, I'm starting to resemble a demon. Loy thought of the chains binding Duke Ricona. The contract doesn't specify a time limit, meaning its validity lasts until that old man dies. He thought about those who would come after him. No, even when he dies, I won't let him off the hook. Lloyd's cruelty at this moment is only second to the Demon King's face. I can't abandon this opportunity midway. He grinned as he thought of the results. If money were like thread, I would pull it out one strand at a time. Back in reality, Frontera spoke up. Oh right, there's good news for you. He began to fear his son. What's with your face? Does this father look that scary? Lavi still couldn't shut his mouth and replied, I'm sorry, I'm just a bit excited because I was thinking about a few things. He adjusted his face to listen to Frontera, who said, Those old treasures you received from the ORC tribe, he announced softly. Count Crarmo has sent a letter, saying he will buy them back at a high price. Hearing this, Loy was suspicious. He stroked his chin and spoke his opinion. That's strange. If he's such a big shot, he could just buy a new one. Without a single scratch, right? Akos Frontera hesitantly replied. Let's see, I don't know the specific details either. Someone suggested wanting to erect a bronze statue. The scene shifts to a coastal city. The commercial city of Crmo. A figure of a man stood watching before the gate. He stood silently before the gate, looking down at the sea. Baron Crmo. He paid attention to the distant offshore. Suddenly, a surge of water rose up. Baron Crarmo observed with a stern face, the surge of water growing higher and higher. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared, growling. He broke into a cold sweat after witnessing the scene before his eyes. The monster had the form of a lobster, but it was corrupted. The Kij Titan monster. Before the Frontera mansion, a voice rang out. 1 week after departure, now is the time to finish constructing the Ricona territory system, Habil Asrahan announced from behind. To minimize the expenses of the construction workers, he said he would accompany them with about 10 people. Akos Frontera sat relaxing, pruning plants. I know, he said silently after a moment, if that's Lloyd's intention. Seeing that, Habil Asrahan said nothing. Suddenly, he spoke to reassure. Please don't worry. I will always be by young Master Lloyd's side, Agos Frontera said sternly. When Duke Rakona reached out, threatening to make me hand over half of the Mandura's wasteland, he recalled his feeling from before. If it were not long ago, I would have been scared and dismissed it. But seeing Lloyd and the people who have put their heart into it, I mustered up all my courage. Agos Frontera reproached himself. As a lord, I shouldn't have been so indecisive. Seeing that, Habil Asrahan immediately denied it. No, that's not it, Baron. He recalled the moment when he was taken in from a remote place and spoke. You are warmer than anyone else. You are someone who always cares about everyone. Hearing that, Agos Frontera smiled and turned. Thank you for your words, but that alone is hardly enough to call me a good lord. He turned back to look at the grass in front of him. A leader must have a belief and decisiveness like Lloyd now has. Habil Asrahan was silent after that statement. He thought about Lloyd Frontera's greedy appearance. That guy's belief is only money, my lord. It's written all over his face. But is money necessarily bad? That's it. I'm about to become an abnormal person like him too. Agos Frontera stood up. Habi, your task is no longer to monitor Lel. He smiled contentedly. I will entrust you with protecting Lloyd, the heir to the territory. Habil Asrahan listened silently. He placed his hand on his chest. I accept the order. Lloyd Frontera is clearly saving the Baron's territory like a miracle, but I absolutely do not like that person. Going back to when Habil Asrahan was a child, Agos Frontera bent down and asked Han Habil, what do you want to be in the future? I will help you with anything within my power. His face turned slightly red as he looked down. After a moment of consideration, Habil Asrahan spoke seriously. I want to become a knight to protect you, Baron. He stroked his head after hearing those words. Haha, thank you. Agos Frontera smiled encouragingly. You are the child who endured that harsh winter alone. Therefore, you will become the strongest knight in the world. The Baron gave me a wooden sword that he made with his own hands. And that wooden sword, young Lloyd used to bully Habil Asrahan brutally. He. You orphan knight. Keep dreaming. He placed the sword on the steps, facing reality. You're just a dumb, battery-raised chicken. Then a kick broke the wooden sword in two. Back in the present, Habil Asrahan was taking off his jacket as he entered the room, when he suddenly looked towards a corner of the wall. What Habil Asrahan saw was the broken wooden sword hanging on the wall. I absolutely can't stand that guy. Lomi smirked slyly. Welcome, esteemed guest. Thank you again for choosing Frontera-style sleep service today. He sat on the bed smugly. You can't live without me now, can you? Gosh, you're addicted to me. But hear me out, or this service will be discontinued immediately. Habil Asrahan was annoyed. I'm sick of this, just start already. Lloyd began chanting along with his incantation, and Habil Asrahan gradually drifted off to sleep. I should definitely hate him, just keep going. He remembered the moments he had witnessed behind Lloyd Frontera's back, from the basement with the giant ants, to the project, persuading the orc tribe, and then, those moments when Lloyd tried to work, feeling like a completely different person. He smiled contentedly after finishing. Okay, Asrahan must be hugging his pillow and sleeping by now. I hate myself for thinking he's a good person. Under the night sky, in front of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd and Habil Asrahan slept soundly in the room. Suddenly, a figure in black pushed the door open and barged in. The knight of Duke Rakona drew his sword with hatred. Lloyd Frontera. He gritted his teeth. This is all your fault. Taking advantage of him being asleep, he lunged forward, pointing his sword at his head without hesitation. Die! The sword quickly descended without meeting any resistance. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan woke up and rushed forward with his weapon. He used his sword to slash horizontally at the attack. The sword that the brown-haired man was holding was now broken in two. Lloyd groggily opened his eyes at this point. He sat up, confused, seeing Habil Asrahan subduing the man. The scene shifts to the pipeline construction site that's underway. Lloyd stood above and shouted loudly. What's the most important thing right now? Everyone in unison. Safety first. Habil Asrahan stepped forward to report. Master, the identity of yesterday's thief has been investigated. He replied calmly. Yeah, thanks for your hard work. He stated the reason for his attack. The reason he targeted you is because of Lloyd Catgang. The construction and water tax expenditures were so costly that the Duke fired him. He shrugged his shoulders. It would have been the same for me, suddenly losing my well-paying job, so he criticized him. So he targeted me for revenge. What shallow thinking. Habil Asrahan was taken aback. You mean you already predicted it? He denied it a little. Not to the point of predicting everything, but it could be. It's easy to understand at that level. Habil Asrahan reduced his discomfort and spoke up. Still, it was good that you didn't hand him over, he thought to himself. You predicted it. Shouldn't you have prepared thoroughly? Lloyd noticed the unusual look on Habil Asrahan's face and paid attention. Suddenly he spoke up. What did you just say? He turned back as if he read his mind. With you by my side, what more do I need to prepare? Hearing that, Habil Asrahan's eyes widened in surprise. Lloyd, valuing him highly, explained, because you're here, I can freely do what I want. You're capable and reliable. He kept listing reasons involving you. Usually, a 5-year-old is all alone. All his relatives and villagers died in the monster attack. Did you ever think you could survive the winter without anyone's help? Lloyd smiled. Because the knight beside me is capable of it. What could be more trustworthy than that? Habil Asrahan listened to his words. Suddenly, they fell silent, looking at each other. Seeing that, Lloyd frowned. I'm so embarrassed. I don't know what to say. Ugh, now I regret saying those cheesy lines. Hearing that, Habil Asrahan slowly opened his mouth. He looked away and replied, Yeah. Realizing that person is a good guy, I hate myself so much. Lloyd smiled contentedly and clapped Habil Asrahan on the shoulder. Oh, great job! Our Habil did a great job, ehehe. The system notification appeared. Habil Asrahan has resolved his long-standing inner conflict. Favorability also increased, +15. Your affinity, +6. You received 320 points for improving your relationship with the main character. Current points 1. 675. Lloyd looked at the construction ahead. If the pipeline construction finishes tomorrow, he confidently smiled and laid out his plan. Then let's get ready to head to CRMO and make a big pile of money. In a forest full of trees, a group of people walked along a dirt path. Habil Asrahan was annoyed that Lloyd was leaning against his back while sleeping, and suddenly he shrugged him off. Lloyd grumbled. Did you just hit me? Habil Asrahan immediately denied it. No, you're mistaken, no. But you clearly did. Habil Asrahan asked for proof. Did you see me hit you? You didn't, right? Lloyd gritted his teeth and glared at him. Isn't it because you think there's no way to ride a horse with some dude constantly nodding off behind you? It's annoying as hell to look at. Ah, Habil Asrahan admired his wordplay. Amazing. Now you can even read people's minds. Lloyd asked again. Did you really hit me or not? He continued to deny it. No way. Are you sleepwalking? Lloyd clenched his fist. Ugh, the great and super Lloyd is so hurt. Stop it, just stop. He jumped off the horse and grimaced as he made a request. Teach me how to ride a horse. Habil Asrahan flatly refused. Don't want to. I'm a knight, not a riding instructor. The system notification appeared. Habil's inner thoughts, his proactive attitude to learn from his shortcomings, is truly commendable. Lloyd, annoyedly. That's an order. The system reappeared again. Lloyd's inner thoughts. I'm gonna study hard. Working hard is as easy as pie for me. Habil Asrahan got off the horse. TCH, what a pain. System, I know. Let's do our best together. Lloyd, seeing his displeased attitude, got angry. What did you just say? System? Thank you, Hegby. The system continued to tease. You're a brother as good as an angel, both in face and heart. Lummi angrily turned around and shouted, Hey, it's been so damn noisy this whole time. Get lost, you guys. Habil Asrahan was confused. Why are you making such a fuss? Are you crazy, system? Why are you making such a fuss? Are you crazy? Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lloyd Frontera. The notification read, Rumors travel faster than words. The system mentioned his ongoing construction. Rumors about the construction of the first clean water source on the continent are spreading rapidly. The reputation of the builder is being elevated. Your name will be recorded in the construction history of the kingdom and the continent. Bonus points +600. Current points 275. Lloyd reads the message on the notification in astonishment. Whoa, is this the real deal? Does this mean I might get even bigger projects later on? He smiles contentedly. Reputation is money. Soon I'll have enough to enjoy my old age. A golden future is approaching. Habil Asrahan, who witnessed his self-administered pep talk, speaks up. One moment you're suddenly furious, the next you're laughing. Are you actually crazy? The system board chimes in, seizing the opportunity. He's definitely gone mad. Lloyd, annoyed, fumes inwardly. Damn it, my image is ruined. Habil Asrahan started teaching him how to ride a horse. After that, the journey to CRMO was indeed not short. The closer they got, the closer winter drew. Only when winter was near could they reach CRMO. Earl CRMO smiles as he introduces himself. You must be tired from your long journey here. I am Earl CRMO, the lord of this city. The two bow respectfully. Greetings, Earl CRMO. I am from the Frontera family, he smiles, sizing him up. Ho ho, you're quite different from what I imagined. Earl CRMO says something he knows about the young man. I heard you're a very capable builder. I thought you'd be tall and sturdy, but with such a noble air. He walks over to Habil Asrahan, ignoring Lloyd Frontera. You feel like the nobleman of noblemen. If you said you were royalty, I'd believe it. Ho ho. Earl CRMO makes a proposal to him. Do you have someone in mind to marry? If not, why not try seeing my daughter? Lloyd, standing to the side, is bewildered. Hey Earl. He erupts in anger. What? How dare you? Who is this lowly servant to interrupt a conversation between nobles? Lloyd is so shocked that his eyes widen. The system board, seeing this, laughs gleefully. Ha ha, servant face ha ha. In front of the CRMO Earl's mansion, he apologizes with a loud laugh. Ha ha, I made a huge mistake. Ha ha. The Earl sincerely apologizes. Lloyd lowers his head, pretending to be okay. It's alright, I'm calm. The system board mocks again. Your biggest mistake is your face, haha, he curses inwardly. This old geezer is really asking for a beating. Should I just punch him a few times? Earl CRMO rubs salt into the wound. But you're also to blame. Why were you born with a face and body like that? Lloyd curses in his mind. Shut your damn mouth, old man. The Lord of the Trade City CRMO, Earl CRMO. He is also a fairly important character in Blood and Steel Knight. Habiel was wanted after beheading the loan sharks Silo and Midlap. He ran everywhere, only to be caught by the Earl right here in CRMO. But the Earl only needed a few short sentences to understand Habiel's personality. After that, he decided to actively operate as a sponsor. Back in the present, Earl CRMO speaks to the main subject. Your purchase of gemstones is for decorating the bronze statue on the sea. Lloyd is puzzled. Bronze statue on the sea. He sighs, explaining, currently, CRMO's trade activity is declining. Earl CRMO begins to talk about the past. From a few years ago, the Kij Titan began appearing off the coast in front of the port. He solemnly reiterates, although I have never suffered direct damage, its mere existence is enough to cause fear. Lloyd also begins to calculate. With so little information, there's no way to attack it underwater. Even the Navy here is useless. He recalls the content in the novel. CRMO is gradually collapsing. The Earl is in crisis. Habiel might be able to tell me something, but Lloyd angrily remembers. The ending is an open ending for everyone to guess. Just like that, Habiel raises his sword again in a firm and decisive manner. Sincerely thank you, readers, for loving Blood and Steel Knight. Until now, I will try to improve more in the future. I don't even know if there will be a part 2. Lomi seriously thinks. The first time I came here, I thought I had grasped all the content of the novel. However, the parts not mentioned in the content are still continuing. Earl CRMO at this time continues to explain, I have researched a lot of materials on how to drive it away and learned something important. He mentions the army that once drove away monsters, the merfolk, powerful warriors who dominated the seas. They are the symbol that sows fear and haunts the Kij Titan. Earl CRMO seriously stated his plan. That's why I came up with this idea. Just seeing the shape of a mermaid will scare them. He described the plan he was preparing to put into action. We need to erect a mermaid statue in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, Earl CRMO shook his head. But I've abandoned the idea now, Lloyd asked, confused. Yes, he explained. If we have to fill the seabed with earth to build the statue, won't the water be too shallow for ships to enter? Lloyd suddenly pondered in silence. Seeing this, Earl CRMO reassured him. Don't worry too much. Although I'll be out of things to use those jewels for, I'll still buy them as promised. He lowered his face and spoke. No, I can't let that happen. Don't bear the loss alone. Hearing this, the Earl was confused. Do you mean you won't sell the treasure? Lloyd explained. I will sell it, and if possible, at a very high price, and I will erect a bronze statue for you. Of course it will be in the sea, and won't affect the water level, he smiled, confidently making the offer. Lloyd described the plan in his head. Hexagonal columns and empty barrels. If we combine these two methods, we might be able to make it work. He took a deep breath on the wooden boat A, then dove down and used his measurement skills. Lloyd observed his surroundings. Fortunately, the seabed was mostly flat due to the rich sediment, so the softness was just right. He gradually trembled after diving down for too long. Could the soft rock layer be deeper down? It's not that high, though. Lavi, pale-faced, shouted up. My face. He trembled as he looked at Habiel Asrahan. What? Why are you looking so smug? He replied softly. Sorry. This is the first time I've felt so happy seeing someone else's pain. Lloyd, with a pale face and pupils like grains of sand, looked at Habiel Asrahan. He handed him the diving goggles. Here, you measure it. Habiel Asrahan pretended not to see and climbed onto the boat. Anyway, is this contract going to be okay, Lloyd? Annoying? Don't beat around the bush. He spoke seriously about the main issue. I always think about it. But I still can't imagine building a straight column under the sea. Before you do magic, Lummi interrupted, wiping his head with a towel. Magic can be like that too. He smiled confidently. Cement magic? The problem is, how to create cement in this world, under the vast sea, Lloyd thought. If it's Roman-style cement, it can definitely be made. Habiel Asrahan grabbed his hand, reminding him. Please don't be reckless, you'll fall, Lloyd frowned. You're truly a master of few words. Are you the master of chicken porridge? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Kristen stepped forward with a love letter. Lloyd Frontera, I have something to say to you. Lloyd blushed at her beauty. Yes, I. Christine shyly introduced herself. Hello, I am the daughter of Earl CRMO. Yesterday I saw Mr. Lloyd passing by the manor's courtyard. She blushed, clutching the letter in her hand. Mr. Lloyd? He was also gradually drawn in by that shyness. Kristen stepped forward, gathering all her courage, and handed over the love letter. Please accept it. But, importantly, it's not for the real Lloyd, but for Habil Asrahan. Lloyd was extremely annoyed at this moment, thinking to himself, you lustful pig. I had predicted this. To some extent, he gradually lost his sense of the world. Habil Asrahan received the letter from Kristen. Yeah, I was pretty sure, but this is Lloyd Frontera's true feelings. He slowly tucked the letter into his pocket. Christine rejoiced after her success. He took it through him. I can't believe it. Habil Asrahan watched her walk away, oblivious to Lloyd's hateful glare from behind. He calmly spoke. Let's go. Lloyd irritably stopped him. Hold it, you bastard. He sternly criticized. You're acting like it's no big deal. Don't you find it disgusting? Habil Asrahan was confused. What are you talking about? He maintained his attitude. When you received that love letter, you just simply accepted it. He was even more confused. So what? Is there a problem? Lloyd yelled. What? Habil Asrahan calmly said. What? Are you upset? Suddenly, he realized, oh, Lloyd doesn't understand why Habil Asrahan is making that face. He covered his mouth and looked very serious. No, don't tell me you've never received that love letter before. Lloyd didn't retort but bit his lip, glaring at him with eyes like bullets. Habil Asrahan awkwardly looked around. How should I put this? He uncomfortably cheered him on. Cheer up. The system panel appeared. Sincerely encourage your friend Habil. Long, at this moment, exploded with emotion and burst into bitter tears. He worked with a grumpy face. I'm not jealous. Not at all. I'll become rich. I'll make a lot of money. Count CRMO approached. Hey, Lloyd. He turned around with an irritated face. What? He was startled by that face. Hey, what's with that face? Lomi calmed down and ran over with a blooming smile. Oops, sorry Count, I didn't know you were here, I'm focusing on my work, haha. Count CRMO also calmed down. You scared me, I thought you were some kind of murderer. He waved his hand, talking about the supplies behind him. I just wanted to say that most of the materials you requested are easily obtainable. However, the volcanic ash is another story. Lowy stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's the main ingredient for Roman cement. He recalled the Middle Ages. Roman cement had far superior advantages. At that time, every building was maintained until 2005 later. Its durability was nearly unmatched. Count CRMO reassured. It's not entirely impossible, but you have to go to a place with a volcano. He solemnly stated the problem. The problem is, the journey takes half a year, it's too much time. Lowy bowed to assure him. Don't worry, Count, because there will be another way. Plan B? Give up the volcanic ash and go the roundabout way with Portland cement. Lowy sat at the table thinking, Portland cement. The beginning of modern cement? I only vaguely know how to create it, but I lack detailed knowledge. He looked at the plan's test paper. If you don't know what to do, you can always try. First, I'll try everything. Under the Cromo trade territory, a shattered rock was placed on the table. God damn it, Loy was annoyed by the result and crossed out the experiment. Sample number 129. Failure. I thought it was almost there. If I mix it with the right ratio. He weakly calculated the next step. The drying process might be an issue, plus 4 more cases then. His 3 pets looked up worriedly. Apply 12 more multipliers here, 48 times. One of them, Bello, Hippo and Bodong, said sadly. Bodong, Bodong. She jumped on Lloyd's shoulder, pulling him away. Bodong, Bodong, I'm busy, I can't go for a walk. All 3 of them jumped up and made requests. He weakly replied, No, I'm busy. Bello, Hippo, and Podong swayed their heads, making Loy's head hip-hop. He angrily yelled, Damn it, I told you I'm really busy. Suddenly, Loy remembered his dog in the past, and he stood motionless after remembering. Loy reflected on his dog's funeral. The image of motionless feet, lying in a cloth. Kim Shu-ho sat silently in a chair before her funeral. He painfully cried his heart out because of the dog's passing. She was my last family. Kim Shu-ho recalled the image of the dog when she was alive. I'm sorry, I want to brush her fur one more time. I want to play with her one more time. Lomi reevaluated everything and embraced the 3 of them tightly. Let's go. You guys are much more important than this research. Under the moonlight shining on the sea, all 3 pets joyfully frolicked and strolled with their owner. Lloyd Frontera blamed himself. I'm such an asshole. Bello, Hippo, along with Podong, who were walking, stopped because of the voice. He explained with a disappointed tone. Everything was going smoothly, so I just gave orders. As if you guys were some kind of construction machine. Lloyd described himself with self-reproach. I'm a unique kind of idiot, and I want to regret it so much. Suddenly, he stopped. Lloyd knelt down to his 3 little ones. He delivered sweet words. Thank you. It's all thanks to you guys. Bello, Hippo, and Podong smiled after his words. The system window appeared. The fantasy creatures are feeling your sincerity. The fantasy creatures. And you consider each other family. Level of empathy with fantasy creatures. Family relationship. Lloyd was astonished after the announcement. What? The system window continued. Level of empathy with fantasy creatures. Family relationship. Bello's enhancement function unlocked. Equip new skills through Enhance Bello. Requires 500 affinity points. He was surprised. Is this a benefit I didn't even think about? Podong and Hippo quickly pushed Bello forward. He realized the 3's intention. You want me to grant you new skills? All 3 of them in unison? Bello, Bong, Hippo? Alright, if you guys say so. He calculated inwardly. Whatever skills appear will definitely have some use. Even if it's a useless skill, it's what Bello wants. Activate the enhancement function. Please select a fantasy creature to enhance. Lloyd chose Bello. And the magic circle began to appear. Suddenly, Bello shone brightly and flew into the air. The pressure from Bello's enhancement caused the surrounding air to dissipate. He was astonished. What's going on? The system window announced. Enhancement successful. Enhancement level +1. Rewards for new skills have been restored. Bello gradually returned to normal. Following that was a string of system notifications. Soil shoveling level 3, soil digestion level 3, steel chamber level 4, volcano eruption level 1. Lloyd was bewildered by the notifications. Bello smiled proudly. Volcano eruption level 1. Awesome. Alright. Before the commercial city of Kermo, atop the ice-covered mountain, suddenly an explosion erupted from deep within. Everyone in the city was taken by surprise. Count CRMO in his mansion was no exception. A plume of smoke appeared after the explosion. Above it were Lloyd Frontera, Habil Asrahan, along with Belle using her skill for the first time. He exclaimed in amazement after the explosion. Wow. Lloyd used his search skill. An object must appear. Success. Get me that real volcano. He smirked smugly. Haha. See that, Habi. Praise me already. Hey. Habaloy went from elation to annoyance. Are you even listening? Habil Asrahan. Only then did he turn around. What? He said helplessly. Sorry, Hen, I forgot to tell you to cover your ears. He continued to pretend to be deaf. Lloyd angrily snapped. You're ugly as hell, Habil Asrahan said softly. How can I compare to young master? He turned purple with anger. You can hear me, Habil Asrahan chose the old method again. Lloyd brushed off the conversation and walked away. Thanks to Belle, the cement problem has been quickly solved in the construction world. Speed is the key. Let's get started. Everyone quickly began the plan before the port. The first step. Create and equip Bello with a giant diaper to filter for the volcano. Everyone in the city gathered around, watching a 5-layer rope attached to the end of the diaper to filter for the volcano. Belle's whole body trembled as she prepared to use her skill. Lloyd covered his ears and spoke. Do it, Bello! Bello's volcano eruption skill was activated, causing her diaper cheeks to puff up. He shouted again. Do it again, Bello! Everyone in the city was amazed by Bello's ability. Count CRMO was no exception, he thought to himself. It goes beyond the level of ordinary construction. From skills I've never heard of before to summoning skills, I'll have to see how he handles this problem. Lo gave a like. After Belle finished her work, Count CRMO looked at his actions, silently evaluating him, and then reported the details to the new king. If he really has the talent they say he does, it would be a waste to leave him in the countryside. The people around began preparing for the next step. After the cement material had been collected, the second step would be to create a caisson to pour the cement into. Con was collected and began to be lowered into the sea. The water inside Con was moved by a gulp from Hippo. The third step. Habil Asrahan grabbed a steel hammer and rushed inside Con. He slammed it hard into the log placed inside, driving the friction piles down into the ocean floor inside. Caisson. Habil Asrahan finished hammering the stake and turned to ask. When's the next stake? Lloyd said calmly. Wait a bit, it's difficult to do. He grinned at Habil Asrahan, who turned around and saw that face. Puzzled. What's with that expression? Lloyd shrugged and explained. No, I just really wanted to hear you say it. I'm a knight. Why me? The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan threw down the hammer, sulking. I'm a knight, why do I have to drive stakes? Seeing that, he stopped him. Hey, you're my escort knight. Loe flashed a provocative look and said, Habil Asrahan, if you don't buckle down, I won't earn any money. Then we can't pay off all the land debt. If I'm stressed, the Baron will be very sad. Oh, if you fall, the Baroness will get sick too, right? He clasped his hands together, pleading, Ah, Sir Knight, please protect our family, Sir Knight, please, work harder. Habil Asrahan, carrying his annoyance, continued his work. Creating the underwater frame was a success. After completing his regular training, Habil crafted a reinforced steel frame with rumbling sounds from below. Finally, the cement was ready to be poured. Afterwards, the caisson would be removed after the cement had hardened. Everyone stood on the ship, looking at the finished product. The artificial seabed was complete. Lloyd spoke up, 50 centimeters above sea level at high tide. If you put a mermaid statue there, it'll float on the surface, Earl Cramo said softly. Yes. He voiced his thoughts. I still can't believe if that foundation can really support the weight of the statue. If it succeeds, Earl Cramo turned to him with a smile. Then I won't be disappointed with the construction costs. Lloyd bowed respectfully. Under the sound of the offshore waves, ships began to place the statue. The mermaid statue was successfully moved onto the artificial seabed. Everyone buzzed on the ship. A feast was held on the boats. Lloyd walked through the crowd, uncomfortable with his attire. Ugh, too tight. He turned to look at Habil Asrahan. Do you wear these kinds of clothes often? He replied calmly. You say that like you're wearing it for the first time. I remember you wearing it to several events. Lloyd looked away, vaguely replying. It hasn't been long. Too sensitive. Earl Clarmo stood in front, loudly proclaiming, Everyone, pay attention over here, he announced to the people in front. This young man contributed greatly to the construction of the mermaid statue. The crowd buzzed. Oh, is that him? You did a great job. Everyone rushed towards Habil Asrahan, leaving Lloyd behind like a background character. You are truly a respectable person. Your face and your skill are truly excellent. I want a handshake. Just one handshake, he thought to himself. Like someone who had given up the ambitions of ordinary people, I'm so smart, of course. I knew everyone would go over there. I'm not jealous. I'm more of a cash for work kinda guy than compliments. Lloyd suddenly became irritated again after seeing Habil Asrahan's face. But that expression is so annoying. Go play somewhere else. Don't look at me. No sympathy whatsoever. Earl Cramo laughed gleefully. Ha ha, it's all because of your face. He angrily cursed under his breath. This old man is so annoying. He solemnly announced again. Everyone. He is the one who built the seabed. The crowd was confused. What? Huh. I thought he was a servant. Along with the hustle and bustle of the feast on the boats, suddenly, something appeared far off in the ocean. A silhouette of a monster gradually appeared on the surface of the water. It gradually surfaced, creating a surging splash of water. The Kij Titan monster appeared. It looked at the mermaid statue in front. Mermaid. Suddenly the Kij Titan monster's eyes lit up. Our mortal enemy. It observed around the statue, and gradually sank into the ocean, deeper and deeper, until its whole body disappeared. It dove down and rushed forward. He's alone. The silhouette of the Kij Titan monster grew closer, and carried with it the hatred to kill him. It charged straight towards the brightly lit yachts. Lloyd, still unaware of the danger, stood amidst the chattering crowd. Habil Asrahan wasn't much different, but he was surrounded by the loving gazes of girls, oblivious. The Kij Titan monster was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Before the ship, where everyone was happily enjoying the feast, everyone on the ship was happily chatting with each other. Habil Asrahan was sitting in a corner of the ship, preparing to enjoy a glass of wine. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's hands stopped. He realized something, and didn't drink the wine. Habil Asrahan looked out to sea, sensing something. He observed the sea, which was without a single wave. Suddenly, Lloyd approached. What are you doing? Sitting still like a statue, he mocked. Oh, saying that doesn't make you as beautiful as a statue. Hey, don't pretend you can't hear me like that. Habil Asrahan, ignoring what Lloyd said, spoke up. Something's coming. He fell silent after hearing him say that. The silhouette of the Kij Titan monster was rushing towards them with increasing speed. Lloyd wondered. What's coming? Habil Asrahan vaguely replied. I'm not sure, but it's coming extremely fast. He continued to ask. How big is it? Tell me how big it is. Approximately. He said the size with a serious tone. About twice the size of this ship. A little bigger than the full size of the hippo. Lloyd began to realize the problem. Son of a bitch. But it was too late. The Kij Titan monster had already begun to rise from the sea. He squeezed through the crowd. Earl, over here. He was enjoying himself, and turned around after the call. Oh, Lloyd, how do you find the party? Lloyd leaned close to his ear and announced. I think a Giga Titan is coming. You need to inform and evacuate everyone immediately. Earl Crmo didn't seem serious, and asked the person next to him. Mr. Ginnivan. He immediately replied, Yes, Earl. He inquired about the situation offshore. Do you feel any strange movements far offshore? Genova looked out to sea, and began to check. He turned back and announced, I don't feel anything, Earl. Earl Crmo calmly reassured. Mr. Ginnivan here has a superhuman sense, because he suffers from the Master Swordsman syndrome. Just trust him, Lloyd thought to himself uncomfortably. Our Habel is much more sensitive. Are you playing the main character? That's not enough to convince me. He smiled and assured. Don't worry too much. In the past few years, no Gigatitan has ever come this far. There's no reason for a surprise attack. Lloyd hesitantly looked to the side. What is it? It seems like the two of them are looking at the mermaid statue in front of them. Earl Cromwell was starting to worry at this moment. He, along with Habiel Asrahan, looked at him seriously. Ginevin, standing beside him, spoke up. I don't know what made you feel that way, but from my perspective. Count Kermo cut him off, yelling, Weigh anchor! Get my ship away from that mermaid statue. The Gij Titan monster was now gradually revealing its form on the sea's surface. He urged his staff, Hurry! Move quickly. Habiel Asrahan, standing behind, spoke up. It's too late. Lloyd turned and ordered, Habel, fix the anchor. He acknowledged the order. Preparing to act, Habiel Asrahan quickly jumped off the ship. He plunged into the sea, weapon in hand. Lloyd, still on the ship, didn't wait. Bodong was already there. A started eating sunflower seeds after appearing. Bodong enlarged and embraced the statue tightly. Habiel Asrahan, underwater, was preparing to cut the chains. He prepared to use his bursting slash skill. One slash severed the anchor chain in two. Bodong, on the statue, also bit through the ropes holding the ship. A violent wave crashed into the ships. Habiel Asrahan, underwater, didn't hesitate and continued cutting the chains. Chain after chain he slashed them in two. Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan turned to look at something behind him. The Gij Titan monster had appeared behind him. He was shocked by its appearance. Too fast. From above, on the ships, they began to move. Scatter, scatter. The Gij Titan monster, surfacing with its immense size, flung the surrounding ships away. Lloyd was also thrown from the ship. Oh my god, Bodong was panicking on the mermaid statue. The Gij Titan shattered the statue in two with a single blow. Habiel Asrahan used the propulsion from his skill to fly out of the sea. He caught Lloyd, who was falling from the sky. The statue, struck by the Gij Titan monster's attack, was sent flying into the city. The statue crashed to the ground, slamming into people's homes. The statue's body gradually broke apart, scattering across the surrounding area. Then, its body crashed into a mansion. The nobles who had been enjoying the party earlier were thrown into the sea and cried for help. Ah, save me! Where am I? Lloyd, standing panicked on the overturned ship. We can't save everyone from this. Suddenly he realized something. Ah, Lloyd called out. Hippo. It quickly appeared. Hippo. He threw it into the sea and commanded, Gulp, Hippo. Due to Hippo's sucking force, everyone in the sea was immediately pulled into a vortex. It quickly sucked in all the drowning people. The Gij Titan monster had begun making its way into the city. Habiel Asrahan announced. Young master, a Gigatitan is rapidly approaching the city. We must stop it. Lloyd had now jumped onto a log and paddled away. He was astonished by the action. Where are you going? The Gigatitan is in the other direction. He frantically shouted. Why get involved in this, you bastard? Are you trying to confront that monster? Are you crazy? Habiel Asrahan was utterly bewildered by those words. Earl Cromwell ordered sternly. Hurry! The water pressure is dangerous. Rescue everyone as quickly as possible. Don't delay for a second. Those who had fallen into the sea cried for help. Help! Over here! Here! The Gij Titan monster was steadily advancing deeper into the city. Everyone in the city frantically screamed. It's dangerous! Ah, run! Lloyd called out. What are you doing? Get over here! Desperate cries for help rose up. Hey, there are still people here. Habiel Asrahan asked doubtfully. Are you going to abandon those who need help? He shouted, trying to talk some sense into him. We're here to make money, not to wrestle with monsters and maintain peace. There are already armies and cannons in the city. They'll be fine without your help. Habiel Asrahan glared at him. He recalled the moment they fought in the mine. Sir Frontera had shown his ingenuity in those life-or-death situations. Habiel Asrahan remembered his figure at that time. How he displayed his persistence, never giving up, never turning his back on difficulties. That's the kind of person he was. But back to the present, Lloyd kept urging, I have so much on my plate, why should I go protect someone else's city? This isn't the time to play hero. Habiel Asrahan gradually lost respect for him. After all, this was his true self. A system window popped up. Habel's favorability toward you decreased by 5, pity for you increased by 1, relationship with the main character decreased slightly. But intimacy points will not be affected. Current intimacy points, 1901. He slowly drew his sword. Habiel Asrahan paid no more mind to Lloyd, and declared his intention to handle the situation. He frantically tried to stop him. Hey! You justice fanatic, you'll die, don't go! He turned and leaped off the ship. Disregarding Lloyd Frontera's words, Habiel Asrahan jumped into the sea, using his sword as a foothold, and his power erupted. Suddenly, he shot off with incredible speed. Habiel Asrahan dashed towards the monster, advancing into the city. Inside the city, soldiers were struggling to hold their ground. The troops were ready. The cannons aimed directly at the Gij Titan fired. The cannonballs hit it, but were completely deflected. The soldiers panicked at the sight. This thing isn't even scratched. Suddenly, A structure inside its cheekbones was revealed. Roar! Something was about to be launched from the Kij Titan's ears. It fired a water blade towards the buildings. Two fortresses, along with the soldiers inside, were blasted out of the sky. The Kij Titan's eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared deep into the city. At the shattered mermaid statue, the Kij Titan quickly charged forward, thinking, "Mermaid, kill!" The terrified citizens inside scattered. "Help me! Run!" Suddenly, a man tripped and fell to the ground. Damn! The Kij Titan's foot quickly stabbed down towards him. "Save him!" Habiel Asrahan, flying from the sky, rushed to the rescue. A flash of his blade, boom! He slashed down with all his might. The impact caused its foot to veer off course. Unexpectedly, Habiel Asrahan was blasted away. "It's not working." The Kij Titan crashed into a wall, causing the house to collapse instantly. It roared, "Kill!" Habiel Asrahan landed on the ground and maintained a defensive stance. The Kij Titan's claw charged towards him with extreme speed. Habiel Asrahan swiftly dodged the attack. Arg! Without waiting, it fired two water blades. He stood in mid-air, shocked at the sight of the blades. Habiel Asrahan struggled to defend himself. "This is bad." The blade immediately slashed across him. Unable to defend himself, Habiel Asrahan was sent flying into a wall. The impact caused him to collapse and fall to the ground. Habiel Asrahan struggled to get up and looked at the Kij Titan. It quickly charged towards him. "Good. You took the bait," Habiel Asrahan thought to himself, clenching his bleeding mouth. "Yeah, I know I'll never win against a monster like this. I might just die here." He's pulling himself together with his strong will. "But I'll keep trying until all the citizens escape." On the other side, Lloyd is sneaking away from that place. He quickly climbs away, voicing his thoughts. "I told you, it's not like you're the only main character. In this novel, no matter how much affinity I have, it's all for the building skills. There's nothing I can do. What can I do? What's wrong with me leaving?" Lloyd continues to climb, fueled by his ambition. "I'm only human, you know? It breaks my heart to see the city destroyed and people getting hurt. What do you want from me? What can I do?" Suddenly, he stops to ponder. The city is destroyed, and everyone is hurt. Lummi stares blankly, thinking, if I run away like this, the city will be destroyed, and if I let it be destroyed, along with his confusing thoughts. Lloyd suddenly grinds his teeth in anger. He turns back and yells, "Let's go back, Bello! Who's gonna pay for the construction fees?" Lovey orders Bell to use his rush skill, volcano eruption. He rushes forward with indignation. "Just you wait, you damn lobster!" Habiel Asrahan is fighting with all his might at this moment, and the Kij Titan monster is relentlessly charging forward. He swiftly dodges the attack and jumps up. Using his power burst skill, Habiel Asrahan rushes up the monster's body. Everything alive has one. He aims his attack directly at one spot. The weak point is the eye. Habiel Asrahan slashes at its eye, but it's like slashing steel. It's so hard that the sword deflects. Suddenly, the Kij Titan monster's tentacle moves, and it rushes towards Habiel Asrahan. Suddenly, Hippo appears. Hippo one hit. She charges straight into the monster's head. After successfully hitting its head, Hippo is flung far away. She uses all her strength, and all the water in Hippo's stomach erupts. She spits out all the water, and it lands on Lloyd Frontera's head. He appears with a burst of murderous intent like a villain. "Don't you dare touch my money." Lomi stands on the rooftop, observing. Habiel Asrahan seizes the opportunity to jump up, preparing to strike. At this moment, he uses his power burst skill and rushes towards the Kij Titan monster. A sword strike to its head is deflected. Habiel Asrahan is frustrated after failing to hurt it. Damn it, it's not working at all. The Kij Titan monster quickly gets up. "I can't find its weak point. I don't think I can win this fight." But then he reconsiders himself. "Why am I so relaxed?" Loi's figure appeared in Habiel Asrahan's eyes. Maybe because Lloyd is here, his return will pave the way for victory. 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago, he was riding Podong, moving across rooftops. He swiftly launched himself behind the Kij Titan monster. Lloyd reminded, "Podong, take a detour. Don't get too close so that monster doesn't notice us." Podong, sitting on Podong's back, pondered. Weak point. I need to find its weak point. Habiel Asrahan, at that moment, fiercely attacked its tough hide. Blow after blow still doesn't cause damage. Die. Lloyd was shocked after seeing that Habiel's attacks had no effect. What is that monster made of? How could it be so strong, Dad? Now that I think about it, what is it made of? He realized something. That's right, if that's possible. Lummi activated his measurement skill. He focused on the Kij Titan monster's head. Information began to appear all over its body. Lloyd was overjoyed. Nice. So it is possible to measure a living creature. He began reading the information through the skill. That horn is mixed with kit, 1 meter thick. On a molecular level, there are 3 honeycomb structures stacked on top of each other, all tightly linked together. It's like wearing bulletproof armor. Habiel Asrahan, at this moment, charged forward with a power-bursting skill. Die, you son of a bitch. He struck the top of the Kij Titan monster's head. New information began to transmit, catching Lloyd's attention. Looking at the movement of the monster's form made him wonder, what's that? The damage from Habiel's attack is concentrating in one spot. The impact force from Habiel's attack is starting to disperse onto its horn. Lloyd, who had been seriously observing from the beginning, quickly realized it. That horn gathers energy and releases it. Cut off that horn first, then he began using another skill, simulation mode. Lloyd looked at the Kija Titan monster's stomach. That's where this monster stores water to attack. Could it be destroyed? Simulation mode began to penetrate its body. We can defeat that damn monster. Back to the present. Habiel Asrahan yelled, "Young master, what should I do?" Lloyd put one finger on his head and 2 fingers below. He signaled, "Chop it off." Habiel Asrahan, not understanding, retorted, "Are you crazy?" Hearing that, he angrily spoke up, The horn! Cut off the horn first, you old fool." Suddenly, the Kija Titan monster's claw lunged forward. Habiel Asrahan quickly jumped away from his position. He jumped into the air, dodging the attack. An extremely spectacular assault. Cutting off the horn won't do the trick. Habiel Asrahan quickly chose to land on the monster's back. But young master, he turned. Preparing to touch the Kija Titan, Habiel Asrahan successfully landed. Hopefully, you're right this time. Habiel Asrahan immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack. A low below hurriedly reminded him, "Listen up, Habiel. Even if that horn is painfully hollow, it won't be cut off easily. The energy circle isn't always a sure thing." Habiel Asrahan, getting close to the horn, wondered. "Then what do you want me to do?" Lomi quickly explained. "Sometimes you just need to spin at maximum speed." Habiel Asrahan successfully approached the horn and prepared to strike. How helpful. He immediately slashed down, easier said than done. Along with the interwoven streams of energy, Habiel Asrahan used all his strength to channel energy into the sword in his hand. Lloyd was satisfied with his actions. Bingo. Magic chainsaw. It's just my theory, but it seems to be working. Habiel. Now it will be a piece of cake for you. He used all his energy to slash down. Arg. The Kija Titan monster cried out in pain. It quickly used its pincers to strike at Habiel Asrahan. Lloyd, standing below, didn't wait, and commanded, Bodong, jump up and block the Kija Titan monster's attack. Habiel Asrahan also successfully sawed off its horn. Half of the horn and Habiel Asrahan fell together. The Kija Titan monster writhed in pain. Its horn gradually fell freely. It plunged straight down towards the city without any resistance. Lloyd seized the opportunity and shouted, Habiel, go to the center where its 2 middle legs meet, towards the tail, at its head's corner. He quickly followed the instructions. If you slash in that direction, Habiel Asrahan stopped after reaching the indicated location. He shouted after his action, knowing I'll get paid more. Habiel Asrahan took a stance and prepared to strike. Suddenly, the Kija Titan monster lowered its entire body. He stood there dumbfounded. Crash! Its entire body lay flat on the ground. However, Habiel Asrahan wasn't seen escaping, only his sword was flung out. Lloyd was terrified, his face turned pale. Habiel. Underneath the Kija Titan monster's body, Habiel Asrahan used his strength to prepare to strike. Die? He raised his hand and stabbed straight forward. You monster! Suddenly, Podong rushed forward. She grabbed Habiel Asrahan's clothes and dragged him away. Podong successfully rescued him from the Kija Titan monster's intention to crush Habiel Asrahan. Podong landed successfully without taking any damage. Lloyd cheered. Nice Podong! She released Habiel Asrahan and blurted out, Pdong, Podong, Pododong. He was taken aback. Sorry, Ppodng. I don't understand what you're saying. Habiel Asrahan bent down to pick up his sword. But maybe you're scolding me for being too reckless, aren't you? He then continued to target the Kija Titan monster. Then try to survive until we defeat this monster. Habiel Asrahan looked at his confident stance. I trust in your plan, Loy. At this moment, Losi was calculating the next step. Thanks to the successful measurements, I was able to create Plan D. But it's difficult to execute because this Giga Titan monster is so agile. He looked at the monster ravaging the city and decided, but we have to execute Plan D at all costs. This is the only way to defeat this damn monster. Loy concluded seriously. That's it, Plan A plus D. He called out to Podong, who was standing below. Podong quickly turned around. Podong quickly flew up to where Lloyd Frontera was standing. He immediately climbed onto Poyadong and ordered, head to the location I mentioned earlier. Bodong took the opportunity while Li was speaking to tell Habiel Asrahan below about the plan. Habiel, that monster sees you as its strongest enemy, so lure it into the forest east of this city, he immediately replied. Roger. Loy sat on Bodong's back thinking, we've wasted enough time, I think we can do it now. He gritted his teeth, hoping, please, I'm counting on you. 15 minutes earlier, Count CRMO was standing and watching the monster enter the city. He was shocked by what was happening before his eyes. Unbelievable, how could this happen? Jinovan stood behind him, apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. If only I had known sooner. Count CRM denied it. No, it's not your fault. It's because I was too naive. He remembered the merman statue. I was the one who thought I could wipe out a monster with just a small statue. Lloyd, riding on the back of the sea beast, spoke. No, you were right. It's chasing the statue. Count Cromwell was surprised. Lloyd, you're alive, he explained sternly. That monster came for the statue. Take advantage of that obsession to carry out the plan. He listened silently to Lloyd's words. Habil and I will stall for time for you, and I need to do something with the family. Back in the present, Habil Asrahan was struggling to dodge the Kijia Titan monster's attacks. It aggressively attacked him continuously. Habil Asrahan landed with difficulty. Damn it! He stood one-on-one with the Kijia Titan monster, with his exhausted body. Huff huff, Habil Asrahan, out of breath, thought to himself that he was reaching his limit. He gritted his teeth and endured. Then ran according to Lloyd Frontera's plan. Do your best, Habil, for the city, for the people. The Kijia Titan monster frantically chased after him, leaving a mess behind. Habil Asrahan ran, panting. He had run into the forest as Lloyd had said. Habil Asrahan ran faster and faster forward. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared and shouted, Habi, quickly, to the statue. He regained his composure upon hearing the voice. A wooden cart was speeding towards them. The Kijia Titan monster also noticed something. Before its eyes was the mermaid statue that had been reassembled. Lloyd smiled confidently. Habil Asrahan stood there, stunned. What is that? Lloyd, together with Podong, charged forward with the newly decorated mermaid statue. You crustacean trash. Your real enemy is here. The Kijia Titan monster was agitated by the appearance of the mermaid statue. It roared in anger. He grinned in satisfaction. That monster took the bait. Lloyd recalled what had happened earlier. They fixed the statue better than I thought. Trusting their preparations was worth it. Glad I read the novel. He quickly gave the order. Habil, I'll be the decoy, you attack, he said irritably. Next time, explain the plan in detail beforehand. Lloyd brushed past Habil Asrahan. Hey, this can't happen a second time. The Kijia Titan monster began to shift its attention to the mermaid statue and charged. Podong frantically ran at full speed, trying to escape its pursuit. Oh no. Habil Asrahan seized this opportunity and also sped toward the monster. He jumped towards the monster's underbelly and prepared to strike. Habil Asrahan used all his strength to raise his sword, unleashing a critical strike. A blazing sword aimed forward. He aimed straight for the Kijia Titan monster's lower abdomen and stabbed. With a bang, its lower abdomen exploded. Lloyd saw a ray of light and turned his head. The monster stood back up amidst the forest after Habil Asrahan slashed. After delivering the blow, he fell freely downward, wearing an annoyed expression. Habil Asrahan's attack was only enough to destroy its tough outer skin. He looked annoyed and contemplated, damn, it was too shallow. I used too much mana. Habil Asrahan fell freely and blamed himself. No, that's just an excuse. Am I just too weak? I'm not strong enough. I can't protect everyone. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. You did well, Habo. Lloyd, riding Podong, rushed forward. Now he confidently gripped the scepter in his hand, leaving the rest to tack. Amidst Habil Asrahan's freefall, he plummeted, his thoughts as hazy as his descent. After that critical hit, his energy was depleted. His mind was so foggy now, but perhaps he could finally rest. Lloyd's serious voice boomed. Leave it to me. Habil Asrahan closed his eyes and waved his hand, his thoughts drifting. Lord Lloyd, why would you say that? Suddenly, a golden sphere shot towards him. Hippo caught him as he fell, hoisting him onto his back. Lloyd rushed towards the monster, reassuring him. Rest now, Habil. This city must be protected. He was running and screaming in his mind with negative thoughts swirling. Honestly, I didn't think I could do it. Lloyd stared at the gigantic monster before him. How can I lure it far enough away to destroy it? There's no guarantee it won't return to the city. The sea beneath Kramo must be the Kijia Titan's habitat. He recalled the Kijia Titan's powerful attacks and how intelligent it was. It could also cause an even more terrible earthquake to retaliate for summoning humans. Then Lloyd looked at Podong, who was panting beneath him. No, wait, Podong, I'm reaching my limit. I can't keep this up. TCH, he yelled. Podong. Instantly, Podong halted as instructed. Lloyd gritted his teeth, bracing against the sudden force. He was immediately launched into the air by Podong's sudden stop. Lloyd gripped the scepter in his hand. What can I even do now? What's the most important thing? What can I do? He flashed back to when he rode Bayo across the sea. Back then, when he decided to save the city and had to make a quick decision, some plans required him to participate in the attack. Lloyd, sitting on Bayo's back, calculated the critical strike. There's no other way. I have to use a critical strike. I need 3 circles to use a critical strike, but I only have 2. He hastily commanded, Hey, notification thing, skill window, weird mind stuff. The system panel quickly appeared. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 circle. Upgrade requires 190 affinity points. Affinity possessed, 1, 901. Upgrade to Tier 3 circle, 190 affinity points. That's so expensive. Lubby quickly selected level up, deciding to just get it over with. The system panel requested again. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 circle level 5. Upgrade requires 220 affinity points. HMPH. 220. It increased by 30 affinity points. It's getting more expensive each time I level up. Annoyed, he still chose to continue upgrading. Hey system, give me a discount. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle Level 6. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle Level 7. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle Level 8. Suddenly, Lomi realized something. The system panel requested. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle Level 10. Upgrade requires 370 affinity points. He stared at the notification in disbelief. System upgrade requires 370 affinity points. Affinity points possessed. 311. Lomi was frustrated. Damn it, this can't be happening. Looks like I don't have any plans to participate in the battle. I made the right decision. Back in the present, he was gripping the hole at the Keja Titan monster's stomach opening. Why am I hanging here? Habil Asrahan was gradually losing consciousness on Hippo's back. Lomi, holding the scepter in his mouth, considered, should I just pour mana into it and stab it? Even a small wound is fine, just stab it. Habil Asrahan gradually fell into an unconscious state. Suddenly, the system panel announced, HBL's favorability towards you increased by B. Affection for you increased by 5. Lomi is dangling in the air reading the system message. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle Level 10. Upgrade requires 370 affinity points. Affinity points owned, 391. Lomi quickly accepts. Let's do it. Tier 3 Circle. Asura's Heart system is upgrading. The 2 circles of energy enveloping his heart instantly flashed with another ray of light. The system panel announces, Asura's Heart, Tier 3 Circle Level 1. Mana increased by 500%. Lomi quickly shouts, search! A circle to protect the heart. Suddenly, the Kiraj Titan monster uses its pincer to strike the rocky mountain. The remaining 2 circles. With a bang, the rocky mountain was blasted into pieces. Lomi, still not paying attention, uses a skill aimed straight at its lower abdomen. Suddenly, a rock comes flying at extreme speed. It hits Lomi in the head, causing him to stagger. Lomi is hit hard in the head by the rock, and blood immediately spurts out. Ugh! What was that? His hand slowly releases from the monster's skin. I can't. I have to inscribe a circle. Lloyd's thoughts become blurred. A mana circle. Heart. What? The remaining circle. What are you doing? The flow of magic in his heart starts running back to the circle. The 2 circles of energy begin to intertwine. The circles, just a little more. Then 3 circles of energy rush towards each other. Merge. Lomi gains momentum, preparing to use a skill. He stabs straight forward without thinking. Heavenly Great Critical. Lomi aims straight at the Kiraj Titan monster's open wound. A powerful strike lands on it. The collision creates an explosion, causing the monster to collapse in pain. A plume of smoke rises so high that even the people in the city see the Kiraj Titan monster fall to Loi's attack. Under the still rising smoke, faint voices echo in his ears. Bodong, Hippo, Bell. He groggily opens his eyes and sees the 3 kids calling out to him. Habil Asrahan gradually awakens from his coma. He struggles to sit up and looks around. Bodong, Hippo, everyone is safe. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan notices the side of him. Before his eyes is the monster lying collapsed. Really? He's responsible for what I said. How the hell did he succeed? Bodong tearfully grabs Habil Asrahan's hand. Bodong, he's confused. What's wrong, Bodong? Do you mean to follow you? All 3 of them sadly lead Habil Asrahan to follow them. Before him is the figure of a man lying on the ground with his haul. Habil Asrahan opens his eyes wide in shock. He saw Lloyd lying with his eyes open, but unable to move. Habil Asrahan rushed over in fear. No, young master. Master Lidi. He quickly pressed his ear to the center of Lloyd Frontera's chest. Habil Asrahan was shocked to discover him stirring, his face grim. His heart has stopped beating. The scene shifts to a bird flying in the sky. The messenger pigeon is soaring in the air. It flies to the Frontera mansion. Knock knock. Akikis Frontera, who was in his study, was drawn to the sound of knocking. He looked outside. A bird was dutifully waiting for the pigeon to deliver something. Akikis Frontera took the letter and read. From the trade city of Chromo. What could this be about? Suddenly, he turned pale as he read the contents. Akikis Frontera hurriedly went down to his stable. He immediately rode off without much thought. Akikis Frontera rushed forward, his mind racing. Lloyd, he panicked and rode off. I have reminded you many times about the danger of facing danger. The content inside the letter. Dear Mr. Akikis Frontera, Lidi, your eldest son, has successfully built an extraordinary project for Chromo. Mabella Frontera suddenly appeared behind Akikis. Wait for me. Why did you suddenly leave like that? Akikis Frontera turned around. Mabella, Lord Bayan. He sternly stopped her. Even if you ride continuously, the journey is still very far. Therefore, only Lord Bayan and I will go together. Mabella was annoyed. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? She confidently reiterated. I ride horses much better than you. The content inside the letter, Lei, was in danger at that moment. The 3 of them hastily rode off in the cold winter. At that moment, Lowy and his bodyguard, Habil Asrahan, bravely sacrificed themselves to save countless lives. The three of them are currently experiencing a blizzard. Currently, Lowy is experiencing a strange coma. Akis Frontera tried to get through the blizzard and criticized silently, "Luckily, that annoying troublemaker, but he's my son. He's the most diligent and reliable one." The content inside the letter: "I thought you needed to know as soon as possible, so I sent you this letter. I will wait to meet the parents of this outstanding young man." Akis Frontera struggled. "Son, my son." Suddenly he remembered the time with Lay before. "I have asked the Atakis family for permission." Next was when he was working. "Don't worry, Mr. Akis, it will be done." And finally, "I would like to express my gratitude to you, sir." Atukus? Atukus? He remembered everything and began to doubt. "Are you really my son?" Suddenly a monster's foot appeared in the blizzard. The three were shocked by its appearance. A wolf-like monster appeared. A cunning monster growled in front of Frontera. Suddenly a foot appeared in front of him. Bayan stepped forward with his weapon. "We chose the shortcut, so there's no escape. I'll buy you some time. Find another way to CRMO." Akakis Frontera panicked. "Lord Bayan, you should run away." He explained his reasoning. "These beasts are very fast. The moment I turn my head they will rush forward and snap my neck." The wolf monster didn't wait and rushed forward. Bayan turned around and shouted, "Hurry! A monster's claw strike is coming down fast." He used his strength to withstand the monster's attack. Agos Frontera had no choice but to turn away, but didn't forget to turn back and say, "For us, Sir Bayan, we must meet again in Cremo." The wolf monster, after attacking, prepared to strike again. Bayan turned and gripped his sword tightly. He swung forward, successfully blocking the monster's claw, but the blade broke in two. Bayan was stunned by his weapon. The wolf monster seized the opportunity to lunge and bite his shoulder. Bayan didn't panic, but pulled out a backup dagger from behind his back. He stabbed straight into its face, causing the monster to scream in pain. It didn't let go, pinning Bayan down on the snow. He endured and stabbed deeper and deeper. The wolf monster also didn't yield, biting harder into Bayan's shoulder, causing him to scream in agony. Suddenly, Agos Frontera appeared and charged forward with a weapon. He stabbed straight into the monster's back, causing it to scream. Mabella Frontera also came stabbing with a dagger. She aimed straight for its eye and stabbed down. The wolf monster finally released Bayan in pain. It collapsed, thrashing on the snow. After a moment of struggling, it finally lay still. The three witnessed the wolf monster's demise. Agos Frontera helped Bayan up. "Can you stand?" He cradled his wound, blaming himself. "I'm so ashamed of myself. How could a knight like me?" He sternly replied. "You are also my lord. A lord has a responsibility to protect his people," Mabella tremblingly called out. Agos. Agos then turned his head back worriedly. "Mabella, are you hurt anywhere?" Agos Frontera glared into the distance. Before him was a pack of wolf monsters approaching. Bayan struggled to his feet and advanced toward the wolves. He lifted the sword that was stuck in the dead wolf from before and raised it straight towards the approaching wolf monsters. The pack of wolves didn't wait any longer and charged forward quickly. Bayan didn't panic either and darted forward. Agos Frontera fearfully embraced Mabella Frontera tightly. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan appeared from the sky. He landed and prepared to draw his weapon. The wolf-like monsters, hearing the noise behind them, turned their heads. With one strike, Habil Asrahan decapitated it. He swept past and effortlessly sliced off the heads of the entire monster pack. Then he sheathed his sword. Habil Asrahan said sternly, "I came to greet you, just in case." He stepped out of the monsters, blood that hadn't even hit the ground yet. "Is anyone injured?" Bayan was stunned, thinking to himself, "I know Habil is proficient in magic swordsmanship and mana, but he wasn't this strong when we were at CRMO." He stared at his powerful figure, wondering, what made Habil so strong? Habil Asrahan approached the still-dazed group. Mabella Frontera asked worriedly, "Dear Habil, is Lloyd, our Lloyd, alright?" He paused for a moment before answering, "I'm not sure if he is still alive." The scene shifts to the moment Kija Titan was defeated. Habil Asrahan was now staring blankly at Lloyd Frontera's body. His face gradually darkened. Not looking at the face that didn't seem alive at all, he worried, "If he disappears now, our estate will suddenly—" Habil Asrahan took his hand. He raised his hand, sadly. "This new homeland that I've only just seen, two people, one grieving, and one whose life or death was unknown, were side by side." Suddenly, something faint caught Habil Asrahan's attention. He grabbed his hand and checked. His pulse was still there, but his heart had stopped. Habil Asrahan leaned close to Lloyd's face to check. He was still breathing, albeit weakly. Habil Asrahan frantically checked his whole body. How could this be? Suddenly, he realized in astonishment. Habil Asrahan felt something from within his body. What is this? A triple circle. And they're rotating at an unbelievable speed. He slowly placed his hand on Lloyd's chest and felt, "I can't see his cardiovascular condition. I can't check. Because this powerful rotating mana field is replacing his heart and maintaining his life." Habil Asrahan looked back at the fallen monster in front. Consecutive hits? Now I understand why the giant titan ended up like that. He sat there blankly after examining. "Lloyd, Who are you really? Back to the present. In front of the trading city of Kermo, everyone in the city was working together to repair the houses. Everyone had their own job at the moment. Habil Asrahan led 3 people into the city and said, Loy is at the Earl's place. A doctor is taking care of him. But there haven't been any significant changes. Akos Frontera observed the surroundings. How horrifying. Only Loy and you fought the monster that destroyed this entire place. Habil Asrahan denied. That's not true, sir. He told the truth. Loy was the one who wielded the shovel. Habil Asrahan walked and praised him. It was Sir Loy's power that finished off that monster. Akos Frontera silently doubted. Lloyd. Does my son Lloyd possess such power? Suddenly, 2 people talking behind him caught his attention. Are you also going to the Count's mansion? Of course. If I can't do anything else, isn't this what I should be doing? He mentioned his savior, Lloyd Frontera. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be frozen to death by now. Frontera stood in front, listening to everything. He continued to describe. By the time he got to the monster, I don't know how many people he had already saved. He struggled to walk. I thought I was going to die. Because I couldn't move, I gave up and waited for death. Back to that moment, Loy ordered Bayo to eat all the rubble so that the people wouldn't get hurt. The people in the city also started to stir. I think the sparks are trapped because of the statue's debris. If we leave it like this, everything will be engulfed in flames. She began to describe. You saw it too, right? A giant hippo appeared during the construction. It absorbed the water and put out the fire. Right, I saw it too. Loy summoned it, didn't he? The 4 stood listening to the stories that people were telling. In this city, I don't know how many people owe him their lives. The people gathered at Count Crmo's mansion. Everyone was praying, I hope you saved my father. From the little girl to the adult, our wives and our elders, our mothers, everyone prayed for Lloyd Frontera, the savior of everyone. Wake up! Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Are you all crazy? A man with nostrils like a hippo's tail criticized. If that guy hadn't built that statue platform, things like this wouldn't have happened. He kept blaming him. Thinking back, it was all his fault. The appearance of that oblivious bastard is not to be overlooked. The people listened in silence for a moment, then began to reconsider. The people agreed, and immediately went to beat him to a pulp. The group quickly suppressed him. A heart is being enveloped by Lloyd Frontera's energy. The system window suddenly appeared. Your hope and courage have deeply impressed the citizens of Kermo. This achievement comes with an attractive reward. For more details, click here. For more details. Loy struggled uncomfortably to open his eyes. Suddenly, he woke up from his long coma. Loy struggled to sit up. OWW, my head. He recalled with a headache. I remember recklessly using the chain barrage skill. Am I still alive? System, probably so. Because, if I were dead, how could I be dreaming? Lummi questioned. How could this be? Wasn't my heart exploding part of the setup? System. You'll find out eventually. System prompt. Shouldn't you check something more important? It was then that Lucky realized. Right. Just then, a knight pushed open the door, creaking. Habil Asrahan was astonished to see him awake. Loy seized the opportunity to speak. Oh, Habil, perfect timing. He said something that seemed very serious to himself. When did they say the construction money would be paid? He looked helpless after hearing that, then smiled innocently. Looks like he's still all right. Suddenly, 2 voices echoed from outside the door. Lloyd, Lyd, Akos Frontera, along with Mabella Frontera, rushed to his side, overjoyed. The 2 hugged Loy tightly, surprising him. Akos Frontera cried tears of joy. Lomi, you're safe, you troublesome kid. Mabella Frontera was equally delighted. Thank goodness, Lomi. Do you know how worried I was? The 2 hugged him, thinking, is this really our Loy? Never mind, thank goodness he's alive. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky outside Magenta's Royal Road. A voice echoed from within. And here it says the giant titan has been defeated. It won't be coming back. These were the last words of Count Kermo. Inside the throne room, the silhouette of a person gradually appeared before the public. It's interesting to have someone like him in our country. She sternly ordered, send a message to the Frontera estate, inviting him and his knight here. The silver-haired man immediately acknowledged. As you command, Your Majesty. Queen Alicia sat solemnly on the throne. Whether the letter spoke the truth or not, I will personally meet him and make a decision. Queen Alicia. The system notification appeared. Your courage and determination are celebrated throughout the country as a living legend. Loy sat cross-armed, emotionlessly reading the message. The system continued. Bonus affinity points awarded for increased social reputation. Bonus affinity points +1, 500. It was then that Loy ecstatically cheered. The system is reading skill information, mana psychometry skill, storing a dense amount of mana in the heart. He touched the center of his chest. Henry, I'm full of energy, even after being in a coma for a month. In the middle of Loy's heart, an energy appeared within him. Because I've become a mana psychometry user. Which means, he clenched his fist proudly, digging dirt will be much easier. The system sighed helplessly. Is that all you can think about? Loy asked sternly. Is there anything more glorious than being a laborer? Are you looking down on excavation work now, system? I apologize, please forgive me. The reason mana psychometry needs to be protected from concussive blasts is because mana psychometry is like a reservoir of power. Triggering an explosion means the gunpowder next to it will also explode. Boom! A gunpowder explosion, described by Lloyd, that would shatter the sky and split the earth. Because this is a hazard, if you don't protect it, you'll have a one-way ticket to hell. He recalled preparing to strike the monster, but at that moment, I didn't have mana psychometry. Lloyd touched the center of his chest. That's how I managed to save my life. A shock ran through my heart. It turned into mind attribute mana while trying to stay alive. He sighed inwardly, thinking. While training in mind attribute magic, I ignored it, thinking it would be beneficial to absorb it one more time. Sometimes being lazy pays off. Suddenly, Earl Cromo pushed the door open and entered. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's get going, Lomi quickly replied. Yes, Earl. He went inside to check. At that moment, he sharply noticed something. Then Lloyd licked his lips, looking sinister. The people outside began to ride their horses and move. He sat inside, pulled back the curtain, and looked outside. Lloyd spoke. Startling Earl Crmo. The estate and that road, he said casually. I wonder how much the repair costs will be. He crossed his arms and continued. I think it'll probably be more than a scrub's budget. Lloyd's face suddenly darkened. If the giant titan hadn't died, I guess it would have cost more than a year's budget, right? Earl Crmo was silent for a moment, then he realized the issue and was skeptical. What do you mean? The atmosphere around him began to darken. It's nothing. Compared to a year's budget, the construction fee I received isn't even pocket change. I shouldn't think about such things. His face also darkened after listening to him. Oh my. Who would have thought that the statue made to destroy the giant titan would cause such a thing? Lloyd continued to ramble, making him uneasy. We can't blame anyone because it's fate. Thanks to this, some people had to sacrifice their lives, but thankfully everything went smoothly. Ha. He gradually spoke to his main point. Now that I think about it, I heard the servants briefly say that those laborers who worked hard for the public good of the city, regardless of their status, would definitely be financially compensated. I wonder how much the public cares. Finally, Earl Crmo spoke. 510. The inside became silent after his words. Earl Crmo was nervous. Is that enough? Lloyd maintained a calm tone. Oh, I apologize. I may have made you misunderstand. I'm not asking for more money, but now I know. He said something that pierced Earl Cromo's heart. To you, the lives of the people are only worth 5 times the construction cost. He was taken aback and remained silent for a long time before the carriage sped up. The Earl inside, with no way out, spoke up. Double. Lloyd remained silent after the words. Earl Cromo waited anxiously. He had no choice but to speak with a serious tone. Triple. Lloyd's face finally broke into a wickedly sly smile. Earl Cromo trembled, sensing the abnormality coming from his direction. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him. He smiled naturally. I'm very impressed with your contribution. I will consider it as compensation and use it for good purposes. Earl Crmo quickly shook his hand. Okay, he thought inwardly. How strange. Just now I was definitely extorted. Earl Crmo looked at Lloyd's satisfied face and thought, but I don't hate him. How can that be? Why am I not annoyed at all? A city resident recognized him. Oh, that's the Count's carriage. People cheered excitedly at the appearance of the carriage. It's Lord Lloyd, he's here. Hooray for Lloyd. He looked at the cheers outside and tensed up inside. Whoa, back in Korea, I was just some trash. Suddenly feeling the pressure, Count Crmo spoke of everyone's expectations. There are magic loudspeakers prepared on the stage as well. All the residents are eagerly coming here to hear your speech, Lomi replied timidly. Yes. He put his hand on his neck, thinking, we, the heroes who overcame the disaster together. I should say some cheesy, cookie-cutter stuff like that, right? It's not like I'm making money off their enthusiasm or anything. The city residents cheered at his appearance. Lloyd? He stood on the podium, weary of the calls. Lloyd? He touched the magic stone. How many people are even here? Lloyd stood straight before the crowd, waiting for his speech. He cleared his throat and thought to himself, if I made money and remembered the people here, that would be amazing. Lloyd started talking about something irrelevant. Hello, everyone. Have you all heard about underfloor heating? No one below responded to his question. Lloyd silently observed. He looked to the left and then to the right. No one replied. Lloyd slapped his forehead in disappointment. Oh ho, so you don't know about it? He became serious and announced. The elderly suffer from joint pain when winter comes. Parents worry that their children will catch a cold. Residents listened blankly to Lloyd Frontera's words. How much time have you all wasted struggling with the fireplace? He switched to capitalist chairman mode and shouted. 1 hour, Lloyd continued. 2 hours. He seriously stated his opinion. If you're 50 years old, then you've wasted 15 years of your life. Lummi loudly introduced. If you feel like you're wasting time, remember underfloor heating, count CRMO. Seeing this, laughed out loud. Ha ha, he's seriously describing how much quality of life everyone deserves. Suddenly, Lloyd silently checked his palm. Unexpectedly, he raised his arm and shouted, "No, this much needs to be improved even more." Then Lloyd calmed down again. Ahem. For more details, please visit the Frontera Count's mansion. He turned his back and spoke his final words to the bewildered people. That's all. Count Cramo then realized the earlier issue. I know why I can't hate him now. He looked at Lloyd's back, appraising him. He carefully manages his profits. He's stubborn but still acceptable. Moreover, he does what needs to be done. Instead of hating him, I want to make him my subordinate. Keeping someone like him in this backwater is such a waste. Scene changes to the Frontera territory. The Frontera estate will become my honeypot. And this high-ranking knight, Lord Bayan, is benevolent, honest, dedicated, all very good. But compared to his efforts, his knight skills are only average. No, maybe even a bit below average. I find this regrettable. Lloyd was sitting blankly, staring ahead. Bayan placed a stack of documents on the table and announced, therefore, preparations for the operation have been completed. The list and information on land allocation are in this document. We have decided to address the farmers, complaints about the labor shortage, the supply issues of the oak workers, and the recruitment of personnel for the coal mine. He seriously read the document in his hand. And we signed a large supply contract for underfloor heating with the neighboring estate at a 30% discount. The net profit margin is only about 10%, but since then we've seen that the coal recovery revenue and net profit margin both exceed 50%. Bayan continued to announce the next item regarding moisture-proof insulation and repairs. Lloyd interrupted. Bayan, wait a minute, he asked in confusion. While I was away, you took care of everything. Bayan looked at Lloyd with a puzzled expression. Then he explained, I was just doing what you told me to do, making sure to take on additional tasks. Suddenly, a man pushed the door open and entered. Report, High Knight. The interior of the underfloor system is finally complete. I request permission to inspect. Bayan quickly replied. Okay, thank you. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. In front of a house in the territory, Bayan meticulously inspected everything inside. He stood up and praised. You completed it, without making any mistakes. Impressive. Everyone secretly rejoiced, but it was obvious on their faces, because of the compliment. Suddenly, Bayan spoke up and instructed. Remember, the times I nagged you were all for this moment. Now you are important individuals of the Luhan team. Lloyd looked at the man in front of him, and secretly praised. He's really capable, he's very skilled. He imagined Bayan wearing a director's suit. Uncle, you were born in the wrong era. If this were South Korea, he would definitely be the CEO of a corporation. I should give him a generous bonus. The system notification appeared. The underfloor heating system of the Frontera estate has been completed. The underfloor system is a Frontera-style heating system that will leave its mark in the history of the continent. A large amount of affinity points will be rewarded based on the significant construction achievements. Affinity points reward plus 400. Lloyd imagined the moment the couple was introducing the contract. So a series of contracts to install underfloor heating is thanks to the Baron's couple. Instead of having a fortune, they have a different kind of ability. From the moment you were born, you were blessed by Lady Luck. Thanks to this new generation, many people will be left crying and laughing. Under the clear blue sky, Lloyd was starting a new construction project. Habil Asrahan looked at the people building and said, I guess you need a big warehouse like this to store coal. He grinned. Of course, because the output will be countless. Lloyd looked up at the sky and thought, with the construction payment, I can pay off more than half of the debt. And there are still a lot of water bills from the residential area. He smirked evilly with his thoughts. Soon, I'll be living a life of leisure. Habil Asrahan turned to look at Lloyd, who was making a disgusting face. He's secretly disgusted. Every time I see that face, I feel disgusted. I really want to slap him. Suddenly, a trumpet sounded from afar. Lloyd turned his head and wondered, What's that? What's that sound? Habil Asrahan explained. I'm hearing it for the first time too, but as far as I know, that's the sound of a trumpet signaling the arrival of a royal messenger. A group of people carrying the kingdom's flag approached, Lomi uncomfortably. Why is the royal messenger coming here? A red carpet quickly rolled out, and the man leading the way jumped off his horse. He landed and posed like a sage, then took an item out of his pocket. After a while of waving it around, the bearded man finally grabbed and released a flag in the shape of the kingdom. The people behind him clapped and cheered. Oh, Lloyd, kneeling on the ground, felt uncomfortable. What kind of ridiculous performance is this taking so long? Just say it already. He gritted his teeth and criticized inwardly, I'm going to die because of these weird antics. He began to read the contents inside. From time immemorial, the great emperors, for the peace and prosperity of the nobles, citizens, and everyone. Hearing that, Lloyd thought, could it be about CRMO, the things I did in CRMO? The bearded man continued reading. Not only that, but also comforting the people blah blah, taking responsibility blah blah. He solemnly read each word on the royal decree. With that inspiration the queen has decreed. The two brave heroes who defeated the giant titan are to be granted a personal audience and rewarded for their heroic deeds. The system notification popped up. Baron's favorability increased by +9 points. 90 favorability points. You have received 90 favorability points. Lloyd Frontera, now sobbing, spoke up. Hilek, this is an honor, Your Majesty, an honor. I am proud of you, my son. So proud. But Lloyd was uncomfortable inside. I appreciate the favorability points, but this isn't a good thing. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I went to great lengths to keep it low-key during my military service, just enough to avoid trouble. Doing better than required is a no-go if I break that strict rule. Remembering his time in the previous world, the pregnant man approached. Hey, Sergeant Kim, I heard you used to be in the civil engineering department, right? Install a heating system over there, Kim Shu-ho stammered. Well, civil engineering doesn't involve hands-on construction, sir. The man frowned. What? You don't want to? He had no way out. No, I'll do it. Kim Shu-ho clutched his head in despair. I made a huge mistake. I studied too hard. He looked at his finished work. I built it too perfectly. Another man took the opportunity to ask. So you're Sergeant Kim? You look bright, intelligent. How about building a beautiful garden, huh? Then they chatted happily, while Kim Shu-ho toiled away amidst countless requests. The village dam broke. Sergeant Kim, the barracks aren't stable at all. Hey, Sergeant Kim, that hill is ruining the scenery. Hey, Sergeant Kim, right? Send a telegram there. If I get involved with the king, I'll have to say goodbye to my sweet, leisurely, aristocratic country life. Back in the present, the bearded man announced. This is an order. Lloyd and his guard, depart immediately for the royal road. He teared up in utter despair. I should have stopped after building the foundation under the sea. That damn lobster cursed me. What should I do? If I'm chosen by the emperor, I'll be exploited like an easy target for the rest of my life. Should I play dumb? No, too dangerous. If I'm seen as an idiot, I might lose my head. Under the royal carriage, surrounded by soldiers, Lloyd sat inside, drained of all life. Habil Asrahan spoke. You look like you've just received a death sentence. He didn't deny it. Yeah, you have a good eye. His words made Lloyd, whose eyes were threatening to droop, look up in confusion. Unbelievable. Habil Asrahan looked away and voiced his thoughts. If it were you, Lloyd, I'd think you'd be happy, and thinking about how to siphon money from the kingdom. Hearing that, he gradually regained his energy. Lloyd sat in silence, calculating. I have information on Queen Magentano's personality, her future, the situation on the royal road. Lloyd gradually accepted the truth. If I use all that information, there might be a way. Habil is right. If things turn out that way, Lloyd smiled confidently. Then, let's just dismantle those opposing the royal road. His carriage was now nearing the kingdom. A radiant robe appeared. The queen commanded the two, kneeling below, Lloyd Frontera and Habil Asrahan, rise. The two began to raise their heads after the words. Before them was Queen Alicia. Lloyd broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, wow, suddenly I'm scared. She's definitely not someone to mess with. He spoke seriously. Your Majesty, I greet you. Lloyd greets the master of the royal road. She was confused. Alicia said something that struck him hard. I thought the noble was the one next to you. She smiled approvingly. Are you Habil Asrahan? I can feel a unique mana flowing within you. You look capable of sparring with me? He replied softly. Forgive me. I am merely a bodyguard, Lloyd thought to himself. She only recognizes Habil as special. He looked at Alicia's stern face and speculated. Just as I thought. She can't be fooled by one of the kingdom's two top swordsmen pretending to be foolish and acting carelessly. Inside the palace, a solemn voice echoed. I have heard of your exploits. Through Count Crmo, I commend your courage and sacrifice. Alicia's voice was stern, but she spoke with utmost seriousness. I don't judge a person based on introductions. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Lloyd looked up, thinking. Just as I thought, Alicia continued. Lloyd Frontera, I will personally examine your abilities. He smirked inwardly, calculating. This is it, the cream of the crop, a rare opportunity, a golden chance to win the queen's contract. She began to question him. I ask you, in the current generation and the circumstances we live in, what is the most urgent construction project needed on the Magenta Royal Road? Lloyd pondered the question. So she's starting with a riddle, the most urgent construction she speaks of. He grinned confidently. Of course, I know. Because I know the entire outline of this novel. Alicia assessed him silently. If you are truly talented, you should notice things the moment you see them. If you don't pay that much attention, it's unacceptable. They both engaged in a psychological battle, staring at each other. The most urgent construction in Magenta, Alicia concluded internally. Conservatism is declining in this kingdom. But Lloyd gave a different answer. The Magina River cuts through the royal road, so a bridge should be built across it. She glared at him after hearing the answer, and Lloyd calmly contemplated his plan. I guess she wouldn't like this answer very much, because it's not the answer she wanted, but with that personality, she definitely won't stop here. A strong personality with absolute power, along with fairness and equality, she listens to everyone's opinions without discrimination. Alicia spoke. And what is the reason? He quickly responded. Some may think so, but the most necessary thing is conservatism. She was astonished after hearing him. And Lloyd described history from a long time ago. As far as I know, a vicious dragon destroyed the top of a tower twice. To prevent it from happening again, the roof was made flat and wide to this day. With the fear that the entire roof will be destroyed, the kingdom of Magenta has become extremely heavy today. Lloyd seriously presented a flood of opinions, so that weight is pressing down on the ground and pillars, making it heavier and heavier. However, the need for conservatism will be needed in the distant future. I don't consider that the most pressing issue. Alicia frowned after listening to his opinion, internally criticizing. That arrogant one. Even though he knows the answer I have in mind, he answers completely differently. Lloyd barely suppressed his laughter, thinking, I know the queen knows. Jiang Min answers another question. Even though I know the real answer. They both thought back and forth. He knows I know. Even though I have the answer in my head, he will answer completely differently. Losi continued. Hehe, I know the queen knows. I know the queen knows that even if the queen has an answer in her head, I will answer completely differently. The system couldn't stand it anymore and popped up. Stop it, you crazy bastard. Alicia smiled, with an aura in the shape of a fox behind her. So are you trying to tease me? Lloyd was different. Behind him was just a cute little puppy. How would I dare? I'm just asking for food. Just food. Construction orders, construction payments. He continued to express his opinion. Currently, the bridge on the Magenta River has been rebuilt 12 times. It cannot withstand the increased flow rate in the spring and collapses periodically. Every time it collapses, people's lives become inconvenient, and a large sum of money is needed again. This is a project that needs to be carried out due to natural conditions. He solemnly stated his wishes. If you allow us to carry out this project, we will build a bridge that will not collapse in the spring floods or due to ice flows. Lloyd was thinking about Korea. I'm talking about a modern suspension bridge. Alicia secretly doubted. Are you blaming my judgment? Why? Why would such an arrogant and careless guy be able to? Lloyd swallowed nervously. She silently immersed herself in her thoughts, saying even more. The more I like it, Alicia seriously requested. Tell me more details about the bridge you want to build. Lloyd smirked in the corner. Thank you. Great, I knew she'd like it. Those who flatter will be hated. Those who are confident and have faith will gain boundless trust. After being approved, Lloyd began to talk about a plan, as long as an anti-American essay. Alicia, hearing those long words, immediately ordered, Stop, that's enough, I suddenly don't want to listen anymore. He remembered the contents of the novel, This is the Queen of Magentano. However, she was betrayed by the one she loved, and lost an arm. She became a bloodthirsty monarch. But that's the story of 3 years later. At the present time, she is a good queen, always listening, even to a lowly commoner. Back to the present, Alicia seriously asked. And what if the bridge collapses? Lloyd quickly replied. I'll pack up and run abroad. Of course, that was just a thought. The following sentence is the real answer. You may behead me. He confidently raised his head. But if the bridge still stands firm, please ensure the status of my family. Alicia smiled with satisfaction. Ah, he even made me laugh. She stepped down and shouted. Okay. I allow you to do anything you want. I promise to pay you a worthy reward and maintain your status. Suddenly, Lloyd stepped closer to the stairs, rummaging for something in his pocket. He took out a contract and offered it up. Alicia wondered. What's this? Lloyd quickly explained. It's a covenant. Please sign it here. She was silent after seeing his action. Now you mean you don't trust my promise? He even wrote a contract in advance. This guy is really something. Lummi immediately denied. No, Your Majesty. The contract also includes a severe punishment if I am not sincere with this project. Please consider this a necessary constraint for an untrustworthy, humble person like me. Alicia frowned, speechless. She started signing the contract with a scratchy sound. It's strange. I know for sure I'm falling into his trap, but I don't feel angry at all. Lloyd lowered his butt in sincerity. I am very honored, Your Majesty. Alicia was annoyed. What's with that posture? He immediately explained, I can't bow my head before the Queen's signature any lower, so I'm trying to look lower. She was helpless. I get your point. Lower your butt. I don't want to see it. After finishing, the two walked out following the butler's instructions. Suddenly, Lloyd twisted his leg. He spun around, striking a pose. Lloyd pointed to the contract, smug in his heart. See? I just tricked the Queen, this covenant. Habil Asrahan sighed wearily. If you're so rude, you'll easily lose your head. I can't block the sword of a master swordsman, so don't go too far. Under the evening sunset, inside the palace, praises arose. Your Majesty, he is clever, and calculates very quickly. Alicia didn't deny it, but praised him even more. You think so too? He's more cunning than I thought. He wondered, are you a little dissatisfied with him? She immediately replied, I'm not dissatisfied at all, because he thinks he defeated me from the start, but he makes it look so normal. Alicia smiled. Quite lovely, isn't he? A few days later, under the clear sky, Lloyd was carrying a bag of something on his shoulder. Habil Asrahan worried. Is it okay for you to go out alone? He replied calmly. Why would I need guards in a kingdom with such excellent security? Lloyd frowned, pointing directly at his face. You know, going out with you is such a pain. He thought about being surrounded by girls. But the one who gets no attention is Lloyd Frontera. I even just went to do a survey. Because of you, I couldn't concentrate at all. Habil Asrahan took the opportunity to request. Please send my best wishes to Miss Julien. Lloyd impatiently interrupted. Okay, I know. Julien Frontera, Lloyd's younger sister, is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Before she headed to the Royal Road, the Baron packed her a ton of winter clothes and blankets to take with her. He stepped outside, thinking, now that I think about it, what happened in the novel again? At this time of year, the Baron's family was so financially strapped that they couldn't afford her tuition, which led to her being kicked out of the dorms, and she died. She ran into a robber while wandering the streets late at night. Lummi smiled proudly. But that's not happening anymore. Saving a life. I'm so cool, right? He was headed straight for the academy. Well then, off to visit the little sister whose face I don't even know. The Royal Academy of the Magenta Kingdom. Lloyd looked ahead. Jukian, looking annoyed. Why is he here? He didn't answer right away, secretly assessing him. I know he's the same age as Habil. He's so small. Lloyd looked at the kid's hateful face, thinking, look at that face. Just how awful was that Lloyd to make his little brother look at him like that? He considered his actions. If I act friendly but not too friendly, he won't suspect anything, right? Lloyd tossed the bag of stuff toward Jukian. Here, Mom sent this for you. The kid fumbled to catch it. Oh, geez, Jukian thought suspiciously. Didn't he used to call me a snot-nosed brat, and now he's running all the way here to do errands for Mom? The system alert popped up. Too friendly. He's starting to suspect if you're really loyal or not. He internally criticized the original self. What did I just do? Oh, damn it, Loin, you bastard. He quickly turned away. I'm leaving, you scruffy kid. Jukian was even more confused. Leaving without laying a hand on me. Seriously. The system alerted again. Suspicion is rapidly increasing due to overly humane actions. Lomi was puzzled. You're talking nonsense too. What gives? Am I supposed to punch the kid in the head or something? Suddenly, he remembered something. Loy remembered Mabella Frontera's instructions. Could you have dinner with Yukian? He's very lonely. He rubbed his messy hair. Humph. Lloyd turned back and asked, Hey, Scruffy, are there any expensive restaurants around here? The kid shrank back. Why, what for? He answered immediately. What for? I'm gonna buy you food. You scruffy kid. Dukian wondered even more. What for? Lomi sighed with exasperation. What for? Because Mom told me to. You scruffy kid. Jukian silently stared at him with fiery eyes. Scene cuts to inside the fancy restaurant. Loey and Jukian are sitting down, choosing what to eat. The kid stammered, I'll have the regular portion. He got annoyed hearing Jukian. Hey, order something expensive. You don't get to go to fancy restaurants like this often. The kid looked at Loey suspiciously again. He reminded him, Hey, Scruffy. Dukian was annoyed inside. Humph, never mind, I'm choosing that because it's the only thing I know. The kid said timidly. Then, the special, please. Why is he being like this? The moment he opens his mouth, he'll swear. That bastard kicked me just for looking him in the eye. Loey quickly ordered, 2 specials, please, thank you. The waiter bowed, asking, You seem like a foreign guest. Would you like some wine? He refused bluntly. I don't drink. I quit. That's all. Dukian was skeptical upon hearing that. What? That drunkard who's always wasted and acting reckless has quit drinking now? The kid recalled a few days ago, when a guest suddenly visited the castle and told the story about the trading city of Krelmo being attacked by giant titans. The person who defeated that giant titan was named Lloyd Frontera. I didn't believe that. Lloyd Frontera. That guy. Because he's someone who doesn't have the brains or ability to do that. Jukia looked at him calmly, enjoying his meal, thinking, It's obviously absurd. It's obvious that only Habil could have made that achievement. The kid glared while thinking, I just think it's strange. Too strange. He's completely a different person. Suddenly, Diego walked over and hit Jukian on the head. Loy, who was enjoying his meal, also stopped. This guy calmly said, Why are you sitting here eating? Jukian explained timidly. I'm sorry. I have some business today, Diego asked. Business? What business? That guy kept hitting the kid's head. What did you even learn in law class, huh? Duquesne could only endure the pain and listen to Diego say, "You don't know the law? Depending on the situation, you can change the law as you want, huh? A baron shouldn't be eating and drinking in such a noticeable place. Why, just looking at you is annoying." Suddenly, Lloyd glanced sideways. He looked at the nobles snickering next to him. Diego continued his abuse. "Because I don't want a member of a beggar's family in my circle? You think you can accomplish anything, you poor, ragged bastard? So what if the chef and butler don't care about your estate? Oh right, those commoners, those dirty tenant farmers." Lloyd sat silently contemplating. That's right. The Academy magazine did say family status is more important than academic achievement, wasn't it? And even more ironic, the son of a poor country bumpkin is near a royal. What should I do? If I help him, my school life will only get harder. He looked at Duquesne's resigned face. Duquesne also signaled to him. "Don't help." Lloyd noticed the bruises on the kid's hand. But Diego smirked arrogantly, boasting, "Our Leonata family is recognized by the kingdom. That's the only way to deserve to sit and eat here." Lloyd finally understood this guy's identity. He recalled the character who had been psychologically defeated before. Leonata, Duke Racona. Lloyd sat in silence, calculating. Then he smirked maliciously as if he had a great plan in mind. A voice interrupted Diego Racona's actions. "What's your father's name?" Lloyd stood defiantly in front of him. Diego was annoyed. "My father. He is the wise and benevolent Duke Racona. Who are you? Is he your relative?" The guy arrogantly cursed. "Don't interfere and get out of here. Get out." Before Diego could finish his sentence, Lloyd slapped him right in the mouth. The guy was sent flying into the air by the force of his hit, and spun 180 degrees. Diego fell to the ground and went spinning with a beautiful rotation. The guy was knocked unconscious by Lloyd's impact, and lay in a pile in the corner. He darkened his face thinking, "Attack skill cooldown, cheap mana is 0 seconds. Does the system window appear ostentatiously even without skills?" Suddenly, the red-haired man sitting at the next table stood up. "You crazy bastard. Daring to lay a hand on a member of the High Society League." Lloyd also turned and slapped him, sending his teeth flying. Another big guy stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm the #1 platinum fist of the second year, prepare to die today." However, his teeth were also knocked out by his slap. The rest also raised their voices. "Who are you, you brazen bastard? What kind of guy are you? Go get him." The twin Earl couple is called the Twin Horns of the Black Dragon. If this duo combines, he will die before he knows it. Lloyd gathered energy into his 2 hands and slapped 2 teeth out of each of them. He stepped towards the person who just spoke. "What did you just say? Twin horns something? Is that you?" The mushroom-headed guy stuttered. "What? No way." Lloyd immediately gave him a slap. Everyone else in the restaurant trembled. Not daring to say a word, he shrank back. We didn't say anything." Lovey smirked. "You guys were laughing." Then he lightly requested 2 teeth from the remaining 2 guys. Suddenly, Diego woke up and lunged forward. "Die, you son of a bitch." He landed a mana-infused punch straight into Lloyd Frontera's face. Diego grinned triumphantly. "What's wrong? That's the mana punch of a mana prodigy." Diego Racona, 21 years old. Suddenly, his face darkened. Lloyd licked the blood from his nose, a confident smirk on his face. "The young man already regrets it. It was just a punch." Lloyd chuckled menacingly. "Don't you dare fly away!" He grabbed Diego's collar, a savage grin spreading across his face. Lloyd slammed his forehead straight into Diego's head. Diego stumbled backward after the fatal headbutt. Only then did he start begging. "Save me, please, stop." Lloyd ignored him and delivered another blow. Duquesne panicked, silently criticizing, "That bastard Lloyd, he's really gone crazy. He was a little crazy at first, but he's getting crazier and crazier. I was so stupid to think he was just a normal guy." The kid looked to the side at the manager, only to realize he was here, then gone. Lloyd continued to torment Diego Racona. He smashed Diego's head against the wall, asking, "Han's confused and doesn't know what's going on, right? Why am I beating you to a pulp like this? You don't know anything, do you?" Lloyd arrogantly repeated. "What did you say? The Viscount's son? You make me laugh. Why, whether you're a noble or not, how can a child act like that?" Diego cursed inarticulately. "You bastard! You've gone too far insulting my parents." He rubbed Diego's face up and down against the wall. "You think you're the exception who won't get beaten up, you delusional piece of shit?" Lloyd repeatedly slammed Diego's head against the wall, lecturing him. "Why do I have to teach a sickly brat that there are no exceptions in this world, because no one's going to beat you to a pulp every day?" He pointed to the bloodstains on the wall. "Oh my, what's this? Here, right here, see if it looks like anything." Diego Frontera managed to choke out. Lloyd continued to smash his head against the wall. "It's the 66 gates to heaven for filthy trash like you." Duquesne finally rushed forward and grabbed him. Stop it, that's enough." The kid exclaimed worriedly. "He's going to kill him, this madman. What am I doing? Protecting him. I'll get bullied even more than before. I should have thought about this." Lloyd seemed to read Duquesne's mind. "You're worried you'll get bullied more later." He smiled brightly, reassuring him. Don't worry, if he dies, he won't be able to do anything to you. Duquesne was dumbfounded by what Lloyd said. Why does he look so proud of what he's doing? And what the hell did I just hear? Lloyd continued to assault Diego, thinking, that's right, back in high school I saw a lot of bastards acting like this. Punish him and let him off? That's hilarious. I'll reject any pleas for forgiveness from him. Diego coughed up snot and saliva from the beating. He imagined the Grim Reaper pointing his scythe at Diego's neck. After all, the fear of death is something very special. Suddenly, soldiers rushed in. Stop, the dean sternly warned. This is a sacred academy run under the patronage of the Great Queen. This is treason. Lloyd, still seething with murderous intent, grabbed Diego Ricona by the head. Duquesne imagined in fear. No way, he's gonna hit the soldiers, and the dean too. If he does, he'll be executed. But, contrary to his imagination, Lloyd bowed respectfully. I believe this is our first time meeting. I am the eldest son of Baron Akos Frontera, and also Duquesne's older brother. My name is Lloyd Frontera. The boy was stunned by his actions. How could he be so calm? It was as if he had been expecting this to happen. Everyone was silent for a moment after Lloyd Frontera's greeting. He spoke up. Taking responsibility, I bowed my head and apologized again for causing this chaos. I gave the headmaster a sharp, piercing look. Restore the Queen's honor. He denied it. Nonsense. Who would dare to defame the Queen's honor? He pointed towards Diego Ricona. That kid over there, he's Ricona's son. My brother Duquesne has suffered greatly from his abuse and humiliation. Lobby looked towards the manager standing in the back. Don't you have something to say? He looked at the manager's flustered face and said, You saw what happened here, right? Or am I mistaken? You didn't seem to want to stop me, but maybe I'm wrong. Haha. Lloyd imagined the nobles were pulling the strings at the academy. It didn't take much thought to know why I didn't stop him. It's because all the students here were recommended by the nobles. If I stopped them, maybe those nobles would still hate me. Moreover, these students gather and talk nonsense. The academy has become a crazy place because of the students raised here. Then Lloyd looked at the people in front. It's not just the students, but you people too. There's no way I can turn a blind eye to the fact that I'm being bullied. He cast a disgusted glance towards the group. I've overlooked you until now, because I am the son of a poor baron, so helping won't get me any benefits. Lloyd reached into his pocket. Insulting my brother is insulting me. But what should I do? I, the brother, took something out of my pocket, a box of some sort, and held it up to their faces. The headmaster was shocked. That is, Lloyd confidently explained. That's right, this is the king's special token. He confidently held up the token as collateral. A royal VIP token. The crowd quickly knelt down. Long live the Queen. Long live the Queen. Then Lloyd put the token back in his pocket and walked away. You understand the situation, right? I'm leaving. The headmaster secretly calculated in the shadows. Ha! This moronic fool! The royal VIP status only grants privileges to one person. We will only punish Duquesne and treat the other students better after he leaves. Suddenly, Lloyd stopped in front of him. He smiled very slyly, looking into the headmaster's eyes. The headmaster quickly lowered his face. What the hell is with that expression? It looked like he was saying he'd kill me if I tried to act. Lloyd turned around and ordered, What are you doing? Come here, quickly. Duquesne was bewildered. Inside the academy the boy asked about his intentions. Yeah, where are we going? Lloyd calmly replied. The administration office. Duquesne wondered why they were going. He explained softly. What do you mean, why? To apply for your leave of absence, of course. Suddenly, the boy stopped. How much more? Duquesne shouted angrily. How much more do you want to ruin to relieve your stress? You're the reason I'm going to be bullied even more at the academy. Now I can't even go to school. Why are you doing this to me? Lloyd didn't get angry, but said softly, Anyway, it will be difficult to study in such an environment. So, in the meantime, calm down and train your body. The boy was confused. What do you mean, train my body? Lummi smiled. Have you ever heard this saying? The strongest muscles are made by manual labor. The sky gradually darkened. In front of the Magenta Royal Palace, inside a VIP room, Habiel Asrahan solemnly reassured him, Please consider following Master Lloyd's advice. I believe it will bring good results. Duquesne was puzzled. Do you not realize what you're saying, Habi? We're talking about Lloyd, my lazy brother? He said softly. You don't believe what I'm saying either. The boy fell silent after Habiel Asrahan spoke, explaining the past. When he was in Kurmo, he killed the giant Titan monster. And Lloyd did it all himself. He even blocked the fatal blow. Duquesne listened silently to every word. He also made the roads and a waterway. Moreover, he developed a mine and befriended the wild orcs. Not stopping there, he even paid off more than half of the Baron's huge debt. He did all those things himself. Habiel Asrahan reassured. So please trust him. Lord Lloyd is the current ruler of that land. He stood outside, hearing everything Habiel Asrahan said. Lloyd smirked. Duquesne spoke up. I want to believe you. But it's hard to believe that a drunken wretch could change so much. Habiel Asrahan didn't deny it. It's true that he used to be very arrogant and stupid. The boy took the opportunity to curse. He's trash. He also took the opportunity. Back then, no one believed he was even human. The smile on Loi's face faded after hearing those words. Dukian asked in confusion. What do you think, Habil? Do you think a person can change that much? Habil Asrahan quickly replied, I don't think it's possible. He hesitated. Not 100% sure. But Habil Asrahan spoke his mind. I think he's someone else in Lovey's body. The one standing outside immediately changed his expression. Loi stood outside, hesitant to enter. Jukian, hearing Habil Asrahan's words, was silent for a long time. Then the boy spoke. Someone else? Do you mean his body was stolen? Something like dark magic? He didn't deny it. Maybe, if it's possible. Loi stood outside, silently listening to Habil Asrahan talk about him. It's just a theory I read in a book. However, to stabilize a person's soul in another person's body requires a lot of energy. He remembered when he was investigating Loi's body while he was asleep, so I secretly checked. There is a powerful energy protecting Loi's soul. He panicked. What? Someone actually did that? Jukian hastily asked. And then, is it another soul? Loi also waited anxiously, but Habil Asrahan denied it. There's no trace of energy at all. The feeling of the body and soul is very natural, like a unified entity. He sighed in relief. Habil Asrahan brushed the story aside. Never mind, it's just a ridiculous guess. Jukian also accepted it. Yeah, but it's more ridiculous than the fact that he changed. Loi thought to himself, Habibiel, there's no way you can't sense my presence behind the door. You definitely want me to hear this. Are you saying I'm very suspicious? Suddenly the boy stammered. I've never heard that our family had any debt. Dukian muttered self-reproachingly. I thought I was the one working hard, but all this time he was the one doing so much to pay off the debt. I was the one who got it easily. The boy smiled wryly. And now shouldn't I admit it? That he was the one who saved our estate? The system board announced. Jukian's affection for you has increased by 2 points, earning a reward of 28 affinity points. Likes you, 50. Lloyd smirked slyly. So Jukian is also Lloyd's main character. He's becoming an affinity point storage. Little brother's heart system has been unlocked. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's go back now. Lloyd pushed the door open and entered. Hey, Dukian, you ready to go? The kid was taken by surprise. Yes, he smiled slyly. I told you, didn't I? Physical training. Scene cuts to the workplace. The first step is preparing the suspension bridge cables, mincing soil to make 1 meter-long pizza dough. Second, complete the pizza by adding different kinds of soil and rocks as toppings. Third, Loi summons Bayo to take care of the artificial pizza. Bon appétit. Fourth, Bayo uses steel launch skill. Smiles and unleashes Bayo's skill, spitting out the steel rod exactly as planned. Segmentation, podong, is divided as the next step. Fifth, let it cool down and roll it into 120 bundles of wire, completing the cable fabrication. Loi points the scepter in his hand forward. There, explanations done. Jukian was still dazed. Yeah. He pointed at the kid's face and instructed. This process is the starting point of the construction. If you mess it up, everything will be ruined. Lo reminded him sternly. Besides our family's debt, it will also determine the rest of your academy life. Dukian listened silently. The kid hurriedly spoke up. Isn't this really important then? Why entrust it to me? He frowned in annoyance. What are you saying? Loi grimaced. But what he said was sweet. It's very important. So that's why a smart, trustworthy guy like you should take on this job. Messy hair. Dukian's eyes lit up after the words. The kid looked at Lloyd's back and thought to himself. He is messy-haired again in front of the Magenta Royal Palace. Loi was walking on the road and calculating that building a suspension bridge using the technology of this era was a difficult task and definitely impossible to do on his own. He looked up, deciding. That's why. Loi walked towards a working smithy. I need to borrow the power of superior technology. A man sipping wine refused. No. Royal dwarfs, craftsmen. Loi smiled awkwardly. I haven't said anything yet. He continued drinking and said loudly, I don't want to hear. Get lost. He smiled brightly, thinking to himself. It has to be like the novels describe. He is a grumpy old man. He won't budge if he's not interested, even if it's a request from the queen. But I have tricks up my sleeve. Lloyd flipped open a sheet of paper and introduced. Here is the sketch for the construction of a new bridge over the Magena River, now called the ridiculous simplification structure. Sidus angrily wanted to throw the bottle at his head. Listen, I'm not interested in blueprints designed by humans. Suddenly his eyes started to get serious. Corridus looked at the design held in front of him. Loi disappointedly rolled up the paper. HMPH. Too bad, let's skip this topic then. He turned around and walked away. Then I'll find another workshop. Sidus put the wine bottle on the table to stop him. Wait. He looked at the pile of sketches in his hand and spoke. That structure, what will happen if the overall rigidity isn't perfectly matched? You designed it, didn't you? Lomi answered immediately, without turning back. Of course, he described, anticipating Sidis' serious face. It will crack, the bridge will collapse, and the people on it will die. Lomi sternly stated the consequences. And I will take responsibility for those deaths by putting my head on the guillotine. His face was now very sly as he turned back. But only if Civitas can make it. Ah. He went silent when he heard Lloyd's words. Sidis, annoyed. You little bastard. Is that a threat? Lloyd didn't deny it either, haha, hopefully. He flashed a capitalist smile. It's a request. Acting according to his master's conscience, Sidis spoke up, his face slyly menacing. He sighed. Sidis reached out a hand, requesting, bring it here so I can see the details. As requested, Lovey brought it over and was waiting for his assessment of the draft. Sidis concluded. Arms crossed, I guarantee, in this kingdom only I can do it. A serious accident will happen if you let someone else handle it. Lomi still kept up the capitalist facade. That's why I'm putting pressure on you, sir. No, I'm begging you, Sidis, annoyed. You're still putting on that face. You're just giving off the impression of an immoral bastard, he calmly concluded. If you could come up with this design, you must have a plan to pique my interest, right? Lomi kept the same expression. How would I dare? I just have no choice but to rely on the kind heart of a master craftsman. Sidis, helpless. Don't make that face anymore, he said seriously. I like it. I'll try. Hearing that, he quickly lowered his head close to the table. Thank you, sir. Scene changes to the construction sites in progress. On Juqian's side, they continue to manufacture steel cables. The spherical surface is being produced at the royal workshop. Lowy is standing in front of the river. Habil and I will start building the main tower, ready to go. The two use their skills on the heads of explosive weapons. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Stop the construction immediately. The bearded man, followed by soldiers, accused. How dare you deceive the king to plunder the national treasury? Unacceptable. Lowy put on a confused face. What? Inside the palace, a person is kneeling and reporting, Your Highness, may I request an audience with Your Highness? He expressed his dissatisfaction. There has been a bridge across the Mathena River for 30 years. However, he is doing unnecessary things to get royal money. Alicia listened solemnly to his words. Please punish this deceitful person and restore the national treasury to the royal family. In front of the Magenta Royal Palace, a group of people are sitting at a meeting table. Alicia spoke. Now tell me the reasoning of both sides. She turned to the two disgruntled people from before. Start with the guild first. Victor stated the guild's reason. The Magenta Bridge was built by the former head of the guild. It has been there for 30 years. Construction leader of the Kingdom Magenta, Victor. He described the guild's long-standing work. The bridge's support shape helps to disperse the strong flow of the Medengian River. Victor sternly accused. It's unbelievable that such a bridge would collapse. This is clearly an insult to the guild and to the queen. Lowy grinned. With the thought, yeah, that's great, the bridge is collapsing right on cue. He lowered his eyes and recalled the contents of Iron Blood Night. There's a chapter about the confrontation between the government army and the rebels on the Magenta River. Coincidentally, a heavy rain caused the bridge to collapse and become blocked. Lowy frowned. But I can't reveal the future. Alicia turned to him and requested. Now, Lloyd Frontera, tell me your opinion, he suggested. I want to ask the bureaucrats next to you, not the guildmaster. Lowy smiled cheekily. How much did you receive? The guildmaster was stunned. What? He angrily slammed the table. You bastard, how dare you slander others in front of the queen like that? Lowy smirked, internally assessing. Look at that reaction. It clearly shows that the money's in your pocket. What else is there to say? He thought back to the high-ranking officials in the old world. Anyone in Korea would know what happens when politicians and businessmen meet. Would the politicians scam the businessmen? Or would the businessmen bribe the politicians? Probably the latter. Planning exclusive budgets by stripping away business rights. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Lloyd Frontera, Alicia said sternly. I thought you were a smart guy, but you just made a huge mistake. Lowy swallowed hard after hearing her words. The two guild members smirked, emboldened by the queen's protection. How dare you accuse the royal judiciary without any evidence? Alicia shouted. Hey, prepare the verdict immediately. Lowy was instantly bound completely. The executioner's axe was already above his head. Alicia spoke. Listen here, Lloyd Frontera. She stood majestically on the platform. You fabricated lies to insult me and my servant. My servant, I intend to restore their honor. Habiel Asrahan stood stunned in the stands. Podong cried out in panic. He was preparing to draw his weapon. Alicia asked about his last words. Do you have anything to say? Lowy, head bowed, said. Let those who are guilty destroy their family. Habiel Asrahan frowned, preparing for the opportune moment to act. She turned to the two from before and asked, Do you agree? The guildmaster and Victor said in unison. Well deserved, Alicia continued. Then, from this moment forward, Habil Asrahan gripped the sword at his hip. She solemnly announced, "I will prove my servant is innocent." The guildmaster and Victor, who were bowing, suddenly turned to panic. "Why? Yes?" Suddenly, a crowd gathered around the guildmaster. "Huh." Lloyd now grinned savagely as he looked towards him. Alicia ordered, "Cast the confession spell." The guildmaster panicked. Wait a moment, your highness, please." 4 people began to cast the spell. Lloyd smiled gleefully at the scene unfolding. Beneath the crows soaring across the sky, the guildmaster, along with Victor, were tied to stakes, bearing wounds from the lashes of whips. Lloyd looked up and announced, "Your families are innocent, so this is all I ask." He boasted to himself, "Oh, I'm so kind." Habil Asrahan recalled Lloyd's wickedly smiling face. "The trial ruled that I was only slightly annoyed that construction was delayed by these guys." Alicia returned to her majestic posture and announced, "All the people of the kingdom will dedicate themselves to building the suspension bridge. Long live the queen." Back to the construction. Thanks to the high-level mages reducing the weight of the stones with gravitational magic, the tower was immediately completed. Bayo clamped onto the cable in preparation. Lloyd ordered, "Bayo, ready to launch." He shouted, "Launch!" Bayo used his skill and flew off at extreme speed. The people in the kingdom stood below, witnessing the scene. Bodong stood waiting at the opposite tower, his arms wide open. Bang! He successfully caught Bayo, though it wasn't the prettiest landing. The workers quickly filled in the armor, attached it to the pillar, completed it, and moved on to the second cable. Habil Asrahan also stood below the city, observing. Jukian praised in a low voice, "He's amazing." Habil Asrahan smiled and said, "You're amazing too, young master. You've completed all the difficult tasks you'd never done before without giving up a single day." The boy listened silently. "Do you remember? When I was little you told me, I want to learn swordsmanship, but the sword was so heavy that it almost hurt you." He looked at Jukian's newly developed muscles and concluded, "And now, I don't think that way anymore." Back at the construction site, Hippo was using his skill to take a gulp of seawater and push the bridge up. The mages standing above quickly reinforced it. The art of cost reduction. Lois spun the hull in his hand, and then slammed it down. He shouted loudly, "Move on! Move on!" The bridge was completed thanks to the leadership of Lloyd Frontera. System notification. Suspension bridge construction in the royal capital, Magenta, has been completed. A large number of bonus points and affinity points are awarded, according to construction achievements. Affinity point bonus +1, 050. Current affinity points 3, 019. I haven't spent anything and have been saving up. Finally, I'm rich in affinity points. Wonderful. Alicia stood on the bridge and solemnly announced, "The bridge will be named after Lloyd and his valiant knight. It will be called Roy Happy. Furthermore, by the Queen's authority, I bestow upon Lloyd the title of Master Craftsman." Sidus stood in the crowd, drinking. "A child like that is a master craftsman. I made the deck." He looked up at the finished product and conceded, "However, he's the only one who could design something like that. I'll acknowledge it." Lloyd knelt down, plotting to himself, "Now that we've received such a high construction fee, we should be able to settle our family's debts. However, there's still one major obstacle." He looked up, facing forward. In front of Lloyd was Alicia, also looking at him. She calculated to herself, "So, how should I take advantage of this opportunity? There are so many ways I could use him." Lloyd, as if reading Alicia's thoughts, muttered in dissatisfaction, "The Queen is probably thinking about how she should exploit me. Absolutely not. My dream is to become rich and retire early." "All right, stick to the plan." She began to speak. "I have a request for you. We'll discuss it back at the palace." Lloyd quickly replied and continued to think about his plan. "I obey your command," while also solving the problem at Jukian's academy and escaping the Queen's clutches. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Back at the palace, Alicia said sternly, "In the name of Queen Alicia, I declare, I bestow a reward. Lloyd Frontera will be granted a fiefdom and a title worthy of his ability." The nobles in the palace couldn't help but tremble. Alicia glanced at the crowd and thought to herself, although he's the son of a rural baron, he's the one who punished those high-ranking officials like them. A fiefdom and a title is really annoying. How do I calm down these complaints? Here, Lloyd, who was kneeling below, spoke up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He stated his request. "But I beg for your forgiveness, and would like to make a greater request." The high-ranking officials in the palace frowned uncomfortably upon hearing that. Alicia quickly demanded clarification. "Greater? Speak, let me hear it." Lummi quickly replied, "If you find what I say reasonable, please retain my estate and title." She immediately continued, "I'll decide after I hear it. What does he want, kingdom official? Higher construction fees? Whatever it is, I will keep you by my side." He stated his request seriously. "I only ask for one thing for the Royal Academy, or rather, to cleanse it." Alicia frowned after hearing those words. She solemnly suggested, "Explain it to me." Loie hurriedly explained. The Magenta Royal Academy is full of scandalous, absurd, and despicable acts. The atmosphere in the palace began to sink with his voice. Students are forming cliques rather than studying. This causes children from lower backgrounds to suffer mentally and physically. The Academy's educators are aware of this but turn a blind eye. It has been proven through the black money they receive. Loie continued to point out the problem. The students are focusing on studying and enjoying the sweetness, the ambition of world power, while over time they are being surrounded by the solid walls of the classroom. The purpose of establishing the academy has strayed too far off course. Alicia silently listened to his every word. The high-ranking people in the palace were confused, fearful, and annoyed. The others were no exception. Panicking at Lloyd Frontera's words, he ordered, "Hable!" He quickly reached into his pocket to take something out. "Yes, young master." Along with the paper that Habil Asrahan presented, Lloyd Frontera followed up with an explanation. "This is what I and my guards have discovered over the past 4 months. An academy graduate, a diligent student, even a devoted professor who is fed up with this absurdity left the academy. Their testimonies and documents are carefully recorded." 2 high-ranking officials related to the academy immediately spoke up. Your Highness, that lowly person is lying. That's right, how could that happen at the Royal Academy?" Alicia glared and ordered, "Execute the truth spell." The mages quickly followed the instructions, and those men shared the same fate as the chairman and victor. Before the Magenta Royal Academy, "Her Highness is here." Alicia ordered the soldiers behind her, "Arrest all those mentioned in the list. Without exception, anyone who knows, or is even slightly related," she shouted the announcement. "All will be punished according to their crimes. Dismissed from their positions, their assets confiscated, and they should prepare themselves for the death penalty." Loie and Habil Asrahan stood on the mountain, listening to the desperate voices. "I didn't do anything, please save me, this is a trap, this is a trap." He smiled evilly. Habil Asrahan saw this and spoke up. "You look very happy that the academy is being cleansed, aren't you?" Loie denied. "What are you talking about? No way," he smirked, revealing his true intentions. "The queen, she has completely forgotten about my existence. Now I just need to sneak away and enjoy life, haha," Habil Asrahan helplessly said. "I understand that you are in high spirits, but is it necessary to make that face?" Suddenly Kyo appeared behind Lloyd Frontera. "The queen sends her regards," he solemnly announced. "Go wherever you want, but make sure you are present at the banquet tomorrow night." He, still in shock, replied, "Ah, yes." Suddenly, Kyo continued the message. "And using the academy as an excuse was an excellent act of subterfuge," she said. "I respect your playful intentions." Loie's expression dropped sharply. "That is the queen's man, okay?" He turned and walked away. "See you then." Loie looked at Kyo's back and said, "Ah, I'm so surprised," he asked uncomfortably. "Didn't you even notice him approaching?" Habil Asrahan shook his head. "Not at all." He looked at Kyo's serious face. "He is the best swordsman in the kingdom. For knights at my level, it is as easy as flipping a hand for Sir Kyo to conceal his presence." Scene shifts to the inside of the VIP rooms. Duque Frontera wonders, "Bro, you were expecting all of this, and that's why you beat up Diego like that." Loie sits calmly. "Well, roughly that's it." He tilts his head smugly. "I'm done with the construction contract I got from the queen. If you want to reward me with something, go investigate the academy. I have faith and reason, and I know it'll be a success." The kid is silent. Then a voice calls out, making him look up. "Messy hair," the kid says softly. Loie grins. "What, messy hair?" Duquesne smiles and requests, "You don't need to call me messy hair anymore, because now you're my reliable and prideful brother." Loie is dumbfounded. System notification. Thinking you are a hero has awakened when facing a family crisis. He has opened his heart, respected, and acknowledged you. Juqian's goodwill towards you has increased by 65, earning 910 affinity points. Total affinity points, 929. Loie is silent for a long moment. Then he speaks disparagingly. "Ugh, makes me want to puke." Juqian doesn't deny it. "I'm regretting it now too. Ugh, gross." Scene shifts to a man playing the guitar. In a lively party, Alicia is holding a glass of wine and ordering, "Lloyd Frontera, come here." He is currently covering his face in an attempt to misdirect, she says calmly. "You think I wouldn't notice you?" Standing out like a mole cricket, Loie then lowers his coat, greeting, "Ah, you've arrived." Habil Asrahan greets and adds jokingly, "Greetings, Your Highness." Truly just like a mole cricket. Alicia, hearing this, continues, "Oh, you think so too? No doubt about it, he's definitely a rabbit." Loie glances at the relaxed Habil Asrahan, thinking, "What's with the sudden familiarity? You look so relaxed." She then speaks, "Didn't you hear me tell you to come closer?" He bows his head in apology. "Laha, I am very sorry." The two are silent for a moment. Suddenly, Alicia orders, "Closer." Loie quickly moves closer, but she's not satisfied. He continues to move, but Alicia still orders, "Closer." The two are almost face to face, but she still demands closer. Lloyd sweats profusely, stammering, "I dare not approach the queen any closer." Alicia secretly leans closer to his ear. She whispers, "Come find me whenever you change your mind. I'll have everything ready." After saying that, Alicia walks away. "This is a party for you all, so feel free to enjoy yourselves." Lloyd clenches his fist, smiling with satisfaction. What is this? Of course, the best thing to do is eat and play. However, what if a natural disaster occurs, and there's an incident on the territory? He is relieved, thinking happily. At that time, I'll have to work and make a living and receive a lot of retirement insurance money. Lloyd quickly rushes to the table and enjoys himself. I can't wait to go home. I've been paid for the construction, and now I just need to enjoy it. Delicious. Suddenly, he remembers the content of the novel. Wait, this is the story where the queen will be blackened. 3 years later, all the insurance will disappear. Suddenly, a knightly figure passes by him, carrying words, "The banquet will last until the moon sets." Lloyd frowned. Ugh, I know this line. He thought of the novel's plot. It's when the queen is poisoned and loses an arm. A secret code shared by the conspirators assassinating the queen. That's a line that should appear in 3 years, so why now? Lloyd stared at the figure passing by him. He was bewildered. It also came from Sir Keo's mouth. Alicia slumped onto the sofa. She rubbed her forehead, thinking, did I drink too much? It's still the same as usual. Alicia sat up uncomfortably. These past few days have been a bit much. The academy, and getting ready for the flood damage. She grimaced, thinking about the work ahead, and also the course of action of the enemy country, Asfahan. Alicia thought about Samarkand's adversary. He is gathering troops in western Asfahan. According to the insider, it's not at the level of military training. A national map appeared. Magentano on the left, Wideness in the middle, and Asfahan on the other side. The troop gathering point for the invasion? No way. If they were invading, they would concentrate on the northern part of the border. Crossing the vast wasteland is like suicide. She sat seriously thinking, what the hell are they doing? Suddenly, a headache ran through Alicia's head. She vaguely thought about her body. Strange, isn't this alcohol level being neutralized appropriately with the energy in my body? Alicia clutched her chest in pain. I can't control my heart rate. Thump, thump, my breath is catching. Alicia began to think about the energy. I can neutralize it by rotating it. Suddenly her heart burst along with her blood vessels. Alicia clutched her chest and screamed in pain. She realized the problem then. Poison? It's poison, how could this be? I checked all the dishes carefully. Alicia struggled to stand up. Ugh, hick. She staggered away, seeking help. Out there, pant, pant, is anyone out there? The image before Alicia's eyes began to distort. Pant. Anyone, pant, pant. Guards, please. Suddenly, a tall man pushed the door open and entered. She gasped, looking towards the door. Outside the door was Keo, looking at Alicia with emotionless eyes. Sir Keo. She weakly reached out her hand. Thank goodness, Your Majesty. In this desperate moment, please, your hand. He began to speak. As you wished, I am very glad to have arrived in time. Keo raised the blood-stained sword, saying, I will help you fall asleep. Alicia was utterly shocked to see this. At this moment, Lloyd ordered from within the banquet, Habil, time for action, let's go. The two quickly walked out of the party. He spoke. Aren't you going to ask what's going on? Habil Asrahan calmly replied. I can also sense a strange energy. What should I do? Lloyd quickly explained. Defeat the swordmaster. He was annoyed. Are you kidding me? This is not the time. Doesn't asking like that take a lot of time? Habil Asrahan continued. 2 minutes. Lloyd shortened it. 1 minute. Habil Asrahan began to accelerate. On the way, he conveniently snatched up an iron bar. Habil Asrahan spoke up. 3 minutes. Lloyd agreed. All right, let's go. The two of them ran into the turn. Shocked to discover the people loitering outside Alicia's room were dead. Inside, Keo used all his strength to slash straight down. She quickly used her weapon to block the attack. He praised. Not bad, even poisoned. You can still block 3 of my sword strikes. Alicia trembled and said, Sir Keo, why are you doing this? Suddenly, a blow landed straight into her stomach. Keo seized the opportunity to raise his sword, preparing to strike. Suddenly, he realized something. Habil Asrahan was charging forward, aiming straight for Keo's head. He turned and swung his sword straight at the iron bar in his hand. Keo was shocked. He blocked my sword with just a candelabra. Who is this guy? Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's eyes lit up. He used the high-impact collision circle skill. The candelabra in Habil Asrahan's hand lit up, stunning him. He slashed, sending Keo flying. What was that? Such a strange way of using energy? Habil Asrahan seized the opportunity and shouted as he charged forward. His attacks pushed Keo backward. Lloyd dodged the sword strikes and rushed over. Are you all right, Your Highness? Alicia was stunned. Lloyd, why are you? He covered her mouth. We'll talk later. Then Lloyd placed his hand on Alicia's stomach. using the Astrahan method skill. The energy inside her began to be transferred into him, absorbing the energy. Habil Astrahan was still fighting hard against Kyo when suddenly he enveloped his sword with energy. Habil Astrahan looked worriedly at the light ahead. Sword aura, only a master swordsman can create that. When he's finished preparing, it'll all be over. Suddenly, he threw the candelabra straight forward. Kyo focused on blocking the attack, losing the effect. Habil Astrahan also quickly launched himself into the air. He grabbed the candelabra that was rebounding towards him, and used all his strength to prepare to strike. An exploding slash. Kyo frowned, watching Habil Astrahan charging towards him. I have to admit, this guy is a genius at turning the tables and using skills. However, he quickly punched Habil Astrahan straight in the stomach. He still lacks practical experience. Kyo seized the opportunity to raise his sword high. He swung his sword forward, cleaving the ground in two. The candelabra couldn't withstand the force and snapped, leaving Habil Astrahan with a gash across his chest. Lloyd, on the other side, was trying to absorb Alicia's tainted energy. His body started to become poisoned as well, veins turning a sickly purple. I'm counting on you. If you lose, we're all done for here. Kyo smirked, pleased by the spurting blood. He stared at Habil Astrahan's injured body, thinking, the cut's a bit shallow, but the damage is clear. Kyo seized the opportunity and charged. Now's my chance to strike. Habil Astrahan didn't back down either, lunging forward. He was shocked by the weaponless attack, rushing in. Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know fear? Kyo swung his sword, but Habil Astrahan dodged the attack by dropping to his knees. He yelled, Bodong, she's barely holding on, spinning the sword hilt. Bodong quickly released it, sending the sword flying forward. He finally realized it. Annoyed, Habil Astrahan caught the sword and drew it. Kyo charged without hesitation. He glared at him. Habil Astrahan quickly used his skill, launching forward, exploding slash. Kyo gritted his teeth, watching the flames rushing towards him. He raised his sword to block, but was still swept away by the force. The blast sent Kyo flying out the door and crashing into the wall. He quickly sat up. He attacks like a cannonball. Ridiculous. Without waiting, another exploding slash shot straight toward Kyo. He instantly dodged the attack. Habil Astrahan quickly jumped out of the room, preparing another strike, another slash. He unleashed 4 flames aimed at Kyo. Boom burst. He deftly dodged all 4 flames. Geez, he really is a monster. Lloyd was still trying to absorb the poison. Alicia groaned in discomfort. Yeah. She looked at his struggling face. Lloyd Frontera. Alicia was confused. How is this possible? He's sucking my mana dry. Not only that, he's absorbing the tainted mana too. She spoke up. Lloyd, how is this? He immediately cut her off. Don't talk, I can't concentrate, Alicia mumbled. Sorry, what was that? I'm getting angry. Did you just curse at me? Lomi quickly dodged. No way, you're probably poisoned, so your hearing's messed up, Alicia refuted. What? I don't think so, he admitted. Sorry, Your Highness, but please be quiet. Suddenly, Lloyd coughed up blood. She was astonished to see that. Alicia looked at his miserable face and thought, what the hell are you doing? Are you really trying to save me even if it kills you? Back to the duel between the two knights. Kyo was now cornered. Another volley of fire magic hurtled towards him. With a crash, the doors to the banquet hall shattered. Kyo landed, maintaining his stance. Ugh. Along with the cloud of dust came the appearance of Habil Astrahan. He glared at him. You won't escape. Kyo fled, drenched in sweat. Getting rid of him is taking too long. TCH, he smirked. What an idiot. Kyo loudly commanded. Guards, listen up. This man has attempted to assassinate Her Highness with his accomplices. Draw your swords and protect the queen. The royal guards quickly obeyed, pointing their weapons at Habil Astrahan. Capture him. He calmly strode towards the oncoming soldiers. Habil Astrahan raised his sword, preparing to defend. He gritted his teeth, tensing up, and with one blow, he sent those charging at him flying. Then, Habil Astrahan focused his energy into his sword, and with another blow, swept away the remaining soldiers. Kyo, hiding behind the soldiers, observed. He blew away 3 elite soldiers with a single sword sweep. I've never heard of someone so outstanding in history. If he reaches the master swordsman level, he looked at Habil Astrahan, who was struggling to strike, and assessed. He'll gain the power to easily destroy an entire principality, but that won't happen. Kyo began to unleash his master swordsman aura. Step aside. I will be his opponent, because he will die right here. Habil Astrahan looked at the light ahead with fear. Kyo's sword aura began to advance with his sword. He swung his sword around. The energy emanating from the sword instantly enveloped the front. Habil Astrahan stood ready, bracing himself against the sword aura, when suddenly the pile of rubble beneath his feet began to float. The energy had begun to illuminate the entire room. It struck Habil Astrahan directly, lifting him into the air, and a horizontal sweep slammed into him. Kyo gently stepped out the door. Outside lay Habil Astrahan motionless on the ground. He solemnly approached him. Returning to Lloyd Frontera, he was clutching his poisoned arm in pain. Venom extraction successful. Alicia sat up, Lloyd suddenly vomited a black liquid from his body. She anxiously warned. "You'll die if you keep this up," Alicia loudly demanded. "Focus your mana into one arm. I'll help you." Lloyd gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, with the thought, "And then you'll cut off my arm, like you did in that novel, but I won't let that happen to me. It'll be so inconvenient to dig." He grabbed a small knife from the ground and pointed it straight up to the sky. Lloyd roared, energy exploding before the blade, creating light. He unleashed a torrent of dark energy from within his body. The energy shattered the wall and shot out of the palace. Kyo suddenly paused, sensing something. He was bewildered by what was happening. "What's going on? It feels like a massive mana explosion." "Lloyd, what exactly did you do?" Then he looked at Habiel Asrahan, who was struggling to sit up in front of him. He tried to stand and picked up his broken sword. Kyo frowned in annoyance. "Still getting up? My sword aura." Habiel Asrahan vaguely looked forward. "I swore an oath." He trembled as he held the sword in his hand. "So I shall." Asrahan slowly raised his sword to keep his oath. Under the dark sky, a terrifying voice echoed from beginning to end. Lloyd and Habiel Asrahan sat before a small fire. He wondered, "What the hell is this?" Habiel Asrahan blamed himself. "A knight of the young lord. Yet I abandoned my duties and ran straight to the Giga Titan. I even showed frustration when the young lord didn't cooperate with me." He sat by the campfire, expressing disappointment in himself. "I wanted to depend on the young lord. I've always been like this after all." Habiel Asrahan was timid, his spirit weak, lacking strength. He constantly blamed himself and neglected his duties. "I'm really not qualified to be a knight." Lloyd sighed wearily. "Seriously, everything you just said isn't that serious." He smiled naturally. "Anyway, you're already getting 6 months. Pay cut." Habiel Asrahan began to re-evaluate what he had just said. He was silent for a long moment. Habiel Asrahan spoke. 3 months, Lloyd was puzzled. Like I'd agree to that, he was disappointed. "No," he asked again. "Then why ask?" Habiel Asrahan softly apologized. Suddenly, he said seriously, "I swear on this sword to protect my lord, I will never abandon my duty again." Lonnie was annoyed. "You're swearing while playing with fire. How am I supposed to believe you?" Habiel Asrahan quickly replied. "You don't have to believe me, but I will still keep my oath." He sighed helplessly. Fine, whatever you want," he continued to speak his mind. "I already know that the young lord has reached the 3rd circle. I'll have to catch up quickly so I can keep my role as the escort knight. So I must become a swordmaster this year." Lubby chuckled awkwardly. "What's with you? The way you're talking, it's like, I'm going to lose 5 kilograms this year." Habiel Asrahan asked. "Isn't that just empty talk?" He was silent for a moment, then picked up a twig from the ground. "Listen." Logi drew a circle on the ground and described, "Humans can enhance their mana heart to a certain limit, right? If the theory is correct, you won't be able to progress any further, even if you train for centuries. So how can you become a swordmaster? I think even with an ocean of mana, it still wouldn't work." Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan kicked out his foot and erased the drawing. He was annoyed. "Hey," he stated his intention. "This time, I'll do it myself. Without the young lord's help, I will no longer depend on young Lord Lloyd." Back in the present, Kyo was enveloping his sword with energy as he charged forward. Habiel Asrahan also charged forward without fear. "With my own strength, I will become a swordmaster." However, he was pierced through his body by Kyo's sword. Following that, energy from his skill sent rocks and earth flying behind Habiel Asrahan. Kyo praised in a stern voice. "You surprise me. Any normal body would have been torn to shreds after being pierced by my sword aura." He held onto the sword, piercing his left shoulder. "You've tempered your body by fortifying your entire mana pool at once. If I may, let me commend your technique further," Kyo said seriously. "Now die." Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan's body burst into flames. He screamed, unleashing energy. Abruptly, Habiel Asrahan grabbed his hand. He forcefully gripped the energy-infused sword of Kyo. He exclaimed in panic, "You crazy bastard, what are you doing?" Habiel Asrahan gritted his teeth, enduring the mana released from his sword aura, which was burning his entire body. He stared at Kyo's sword. Let it flow through the sword to his hand, then through his heart, and finally, his mana core. Suddenly, Kyo forcefully lifted Habiel Asrahan up and flung him off the sword. Habiel Asrahan was thrown against the wall by the force and collapsed to the ground. He lay motionless after the impact. He silently stared at Habiel Asrahan as well. Kyo looked at his body and felt no breath, nor did he see the flow of mana. He quickly turned and walked away. "I've wasted too much time, now to take the queen's head." Suddenly, a voice rang out in his ear. "So that's how it is." Habiel Asrahan suddenly stood up from the ground. Kyo turned back in surprise. "What?" he calmly spoke. "The mana of a swordmaster." Suddenly, in Habiel Asrahan's hand was a sword formed from blue mana. He opened his eyes wide at the sight before him. "What is that?" "A sword aura. I've never heard of anything like that." Habiel Asrahan began to swing his sword back, Adopting a stance, the energy enveloping the sword suddenly flared even stronger. An energy blast was unleashed towards Kyo. He quickly used his sword aura to slash out a mana-infused sword strike forward. The two energies collided. But it was Kyo's energy that dissipated. He widened his eyes in horror. One of Kyo's arms went on a journey of its own. The arm fell to the ground and rolled away into oblivion. He screamed in pain and panic. The soldiers rushed over in panic. "Sir," a voice suddenly made all the soldiers freeze. "Anyone who steps forward." Habiel Asrahan stood tall with his sword, warning, "Will face the sword of a master swordsman." Inside Alicia's room, a worried voice echoed, Lloyd Frontera." She grabbed his hand and cried out in panic. "Open your eyes," Alicia hastily requested. "You have the ability to absorb mana, right? Then absorb mine," she shouted in a frenzy. "Lloyd Frontera, how could we lose such a talent? Wake up." He groggily opened his eyes. The system notification appeared. Survive the mark poison. Unlocked a new unique option for the Chaos Mana skill. Lobi vaguely read the message. Immunity. Immune to all poison blitzes. When the skill is activated in an exhausted state, mana will be absorbed from the external environment. What's this? All top-tier skills. Suddenly, Lummi smirked wickedly. "This is freaking awesome." Alicia, seeing this, got angry. She punched him straight in the head without thinking much. Lloyd exclaimed, "Ouch." He was bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. Alicia also realized that she didn't mean to. Lloyd asked, "You're sensing, Your Majesty, why, suddenly?" She turned her face away and replied, "I don't know, but your face." Lloyd wondered, "What about it? Is there something wrong with my face?" Alicia Frontera brushed it aside, anxiously asking, "Forget it. Do you feel better? Can you stand up?" Lovi's whole body felt limp, and he couldn't move. "I don't know, my legs are a bit shaky. I have to quickly go help Habiel." He recalled the skill from before, Blitz. When the skill is activated in an exhausted state, mana will be absorbed from the external environment. Now I have no choice but to try this move. Loi's body began to absorb energy, and the magic heart also began to accelerate. The magic circles are also starting to move. It started spinning several times faster than normal. Blitz. Alicia's energy was suddenly drained. What's going on? Lloyd began to initiate the skill. His body began to absorb everything with energy. From the glasses to the candle flames, nothing could escape Lloyd Frontera's mana suction. The objects in the room were no exception. Alicia panicked. An incredible absorption ability. At this rate, all my mana will be stolen. Wait, Lloyd Frontera. She looked at his seemingly unconscious face. Can't he hear me? Alicia silently thought. He saved my life. Alicia started sitting upright, letting Lomi absorb her mana. Absorb to your heart's content, and go help that knight with your power. His body began to absorb mana, as desired. Alicia tried to endure. He let the skill absorb mana from the outside. The suction became stronger and stronger, turning the room into a mess. Lloyd suddenly woke up, his eyes snapping open to a room now as white as death, devoid of all vitality. A system notification flashed. Mana Heart skill leveled up. Mana Heart skill has reached near mastery, unlocking a unique new option, Berserk Mind. For 60 seconds you will enter Berserk mode, single-mindedly advancing towards the designated target. While not in Berserk mode, strength, constitution, and reflexes are increased by 200%, usable once per day. He stared, dumbfounded, at the notification. Lois sat up and checked his body. So light, like I've just been fully recharged. Suddenly the current problem hit him. Right, Habel. He must be fighting that swordmaster alone. Lloyd glanced beside him, as if seeing a withered corpse. The queen's out of it. He frantically looked around. What's going on? What happened to her? Was she affected by the skill? Suddenly, Alicia spoke weakly. I'll ask for details later, she ordered feebly. Stopping Kyo is the top priority right now. Can you carry me? Lodi acted immediately. Your wish is my command, he thought to himself. The queen's the real deal. She doesn't give a damn what people will say after this. Lloyd hoisted Alicia onto his back and prepared to run. Ready to roll. He shot off like a gust of wind through the rooms. Habiel, hang in there. Your master is coming to help, Alicia thought to herself. Assessing the situation, Habiel Asrahan, he's definitely a genius in mana control, but that's not enough to fight Swordmaster Kyo alone. Straining to control her energy, she tried to focus any bit of mana. She could at least work at 1/3 of her normal power. The two rounded a bend, stunned by the scene before them. In their eyes, Habiel Asrahan stood majestically before the kingdom's elite soldiers. Lloyd was flabbergasted. Habiel. He looked at the glowing sword and realized, that's sword aura? That's definitely sword aura. Then Lloyd looked down and saw Kyo clutching his shoulder in pain. He did it. Kyo Alicia stepped down and ordered, lower your weapons. The soldiers were bewildered. Your Majesty, she pointed at him, explaining. The one who plotted to assassinate the queen is Kyo over there. Then turned to Habiel Asrahan. These are the two who risked their lives to save me. Lloyd scratched his head, thinking, well, it's because you're a paying customer, Alicia said in a stern voice. Show respect and proper courtesy to these heroes. The soldiers began to stand at attention, and she walked past the crowd and announced, "Everyone in the banquet hall today will be investigated. This is a safety measure by the royal family, so please cooperate." Over here, Lloyd frowned and asked, "Hey, did you become a swordmaster now?" Habil Asrahan replied calmly. "Yes, why?" He became even more annoyed. "Yeah, I already ate. How can you say that so casually?" Habil Asrahan was confused. "Well, what do you want me to say?" He solemnly reminded, "You'll be running into dangerous situations more often from now on. This is the only way to fulfill my escort mission." Lloyd was a bit stunned by Habil Asrahan's words. Then he smiled contentedly. "Whatever. Do what you want. Besides, I'm glad he's okay." Suddenly, the system window appeared. "You have achieved another grand feat tonight. The hidden condition has been met by the immense energy of the achievements you have attained up to this point." Lloyd was taken aback. "Oh, what's this? What are you sending me today?" He stood seriously reading each line of the announcement. The system rewarding. Activation. Each honor, title created for your achievements. Each honor you possess will grant you an additional skill. It will also grant you a certain amount of honor points shared each month on every full moon at midnight. The system window displayed a list of honors. Sucked a body until it was broken to pieces. Desperate CPR, I'll smash your face into the ORC, well done. CRM Lobster Magentano. Fisherman Loy found it annoying. What kind of stick figure is this? It should be some noble title, right? Guardian of Kermo, for example. Or the Magenta Hero. Why can't it be something cool? The system mocked. The name of the honor is designed to fit your face perfectly, he irritably retorted. Is this thing messing with me? Can't I change the name? Loey looked at the list of honors, contemplating. It's good that if I'm honored, I'll be able to develop skills. However, the system announced further. Well done. CRMO Lobster opens up the land. All Cremona provinces, including the CRMO territory stage, maintain glory for 120 years of respect for the shares. 9 effects of glory lasting 24 hours in the area, and the duration of the honor added depends on your actions. The area and stage will expand, lengthen, end, and shorten. The reward effect of courage is activated when fighting an enemy 10 times stronger than you, dealing twice the damage and reducing the amount of damage taken by half. Lummi stared in astonishment. What's this? What kind of power-up is this? Do all honors have effects? He looked at the system window displaying the possessed shares. No. So what are these shares for? The system won't tell me, even if I ask. The system appeared. I was going to tell you, but I won't, Lloyd begged. Tell me, please. The system pretended to be deaf. What did you say? I can't hear anything. He knelt down and pleaded. I'm sorry, tell MI, please. System, haha. Dream on, keep begging. Habel, seeing Lloyd's actions, was exasperated. He's doing some weird things again. At this moment, the system finally explained. When you use the shares you have collected, you will gain the power to defy the laws of the world. Disclosure ends. It's usable. Lloyd was surprised by the final announcement. Under the clear blue sky, Lloyd stretched out on the sofa. He said wearily, I'm so tired I couldn't sleep at all because of this investigation. Duquesne worriedly asked, So, have you found out who is behind Lord Kyo? Loki calmly replied, Not yet. They said they are using a confession spell on anyone who speaks the secret phrase, why resist? I knew it wouldn't go smoothly. Because of that, leaving the capital is not a good idea right now, and I'm stuck here. Loey thought dejectedly. I want to resolve this quickly so I can go home. But this assassination isn't part of the novel. Maybe it was mentioned in part 2, he worriedly pondered. But the event happened 3 years earlier in the novel. At this rate, the future could change even more. If this continues, it'll be troublesome. The cards. The insight into my future will be useless. He looked at the system window displayed. When you use the collected shares, you will gain absolute power against the laws of the world. Disclosure ends. Usable. I only have the skills that I need. Is this a skill that I can really use? Duquesne continued to ask. Han, but what about Habil? Is he still under investigation? Loy replied calmly. Oh, that guy. The queen summoned him separately. The little guy listened in silence, because he is a master swordsman. For a moment, Duquesne was stunned. Then the little guy shouted in panic. What? Loy was also surprised. What are you so surprised about? Habil defeated Lord Kyo. Obviously, he has to be a master swordsman to be capable of that, Duquesne said timidly. I thought he was arrested for helping the soldiers. Loy frowned. Hey kid, are you okay? Even 100 guards aren't strong enough to defeat a master swordsman, are they? The little guy realized something. Oh wait. Then, Lloyd also silently looked at Duquesne. Scene changed to the palace. Alicia spoke. Habil Asrahan. Through this incident, we confirm your unprecedented swordsmanship skills and the flexibility of the sword aura not found in the records, she sternly demanded. But you know that the position of captain of the royal guard is currently vacant, and therefore I order you. Habil Asrahan bowed his head, listening intently. From this moment forward, stand by my side as the captain of the royal guard, Jukian quietly asked. Habiel, is he going to leave us? Habiel Asrahan remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly spoke. Please forgive my impudence, Your Majesty. Lloyd remained silent for a beat after hearing the question. Unexpectedly, he responded with a displeased expression. Isn't that kid close to Habiel? He firmly refused. This humble one is a knight of Baron Akos Frontera. Please understand that I cannot leave his side. Alicia fell silent after hearing the answer. Then she spoke with annoyance. Do you understand what I'm asking of you? Alicia stated the consequences. Disobeying the Queen's command is no different than treason. You know the price for that, don't you? Habiel Asrahan remained silent after Alicia's words, but he stood firm in his decision. Please punish me as you see fit, but allow me to send a farewell letter to the Baron. Alicia was fed up. You'd rather I kill you? What a truly noble sentiment, Habiel Asrahan said gravely. Please forgive my transgression. She fell silent, contemplating something, and he didn't offer any rebuttal. Suddenly, Alicia commanded, Continue as you are. I respect your will. Habiel Asrahan bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Then he rose and bowed once more. Habiel Asrahan turned and left the royal palace, when suddenly, a voice called his name from ahead. Habiel. Jukian waited with a worried face. The boy asked, Your Highness, what did you say? Habiel Asrahan must have smiled. He smiled naturally. I am forever a knight of the Frontera house. Jukian was so overjoyed that he cried. Alicia remained seated on her throne, lost in thought about the Frontera estate. She smiled at the thought that she wasn't exactly popular with the locals there. Under the dark night sky, Lloyd lay on the grass using a display panel. He looked at the display panel and searched. Let's see. Skills granted by other achievements. Loki read the content within. Full body fracture. Is this what I get for chasing Norman away? The people of Frontera are absolutely blessed. I'll put your face on an ORC too. This is usable. Roar of the ORC. What else? Lo smiled with satisfaction. Magenta firm. Oh, this is great. This grants absolute trust from Queen Alicia. No suspicion of treason in a conspiracy. Lois smirked deviously, scheming. The nobles I've punished will still be safe, even if those old geezers try to set traps. Ha ha. Suddenly he turned his face to the sky, looking ahead. And Loy noticed the moon was gradually brightening. The system panel announced. Increase in Wolfshine night sky. Stake granted from 5 offerings. You have received stake 22. He sat up from the grass. Here it is, let's see. The system panel displayed. Ending reveal. By consuming stakes, you can preview some of the ending scenes that will occur in the final chapter of the current story. Number of stakes required for the first time. Do you want to use the ending spoiler? Yes, no? Lois smiled suggestively. No matter how I think about it, in the current situation, I can only see one future. Wouldn't it be terrible if I gained too much weight from eating too many sweets? He clicked yes on the notification to see what would happen. Suddenly, everything around Loy went dark. He sat up in fright. What? What is this? It's a little scary. Oh, communicator. Suddenly, a fiery scene appeared around Loy. He stood up in a panic. Where am I? Loy looked around the place. Then he realized it was Frontera Manor. But Loy looked at what was in front of him in disbelief. The houses, the trees. Why did they become like this? Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. Before Loy's eyes was a corpse that had been gnawed all over. He turned his head in a panic. What? What is this? Loy ran off and continued to observe. What's this? What kind of ending is this? He shouted. Hey, is anyone here? Someone answer me. The scenery around Lummy at this moment was just corpses and ruins. Hey, communicator, seriously, is all of this really going to happen? Hey, are you listening to me? Suddenly, he stopped after spotting something. In front of Lloyd were Habiel Asrahan and the future Lloyd. Kneeling before 2 corpses, he stared in horror. Loy recognized the 2 corpses in front, the Baron and his wife. Future Loy said weakly. If only I had come a little sooner, he cried in regret. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you both. I'm really sorry. Lloyd was utterly shocked at this moment. He shouted into the sky, why does it end like this? Suddenly, Lloyd noticed something behind him. Behind him was a swarm of monsters covering the sky. The swarm of monsters began to take shape. Their sharp teeth and cruel eyes were rushing towards him with incredible speed. Lloyd looked at the shape and recognized locusts. A foot full of murderous intent stepped forward. Habiel Asrahan gripped his weapon tightly and approached the locusts that were rushing towards him. He immediately drew his sword and used sword aura. Habiel Asrahan slashed horizontally, creating a stream of mana that shot forward. The slash aimed straight at the incoming monsters. He didn't wait and unleashed another strike. The 2 slashes formed an X shape, disrupting the formation of the locust monsters. Habiel Asrahan seemed to lose his mind and continued his assault. Another mana-infused cut was unleashed. The swarm of locust monsters scattered from the slashes. Loy looked ahead with doubt. It worked. Or so I thought. The locust swarm still fills the sky. Suddenly, they rushed towards Habil Asrahan. More and more locust monsters charged, to the point where they covered his entire body. Lloyd woke up after the locust swarm's attack. He knelt, gasping for air on the grass. Completely drenched in sweat, Lummi said, "Hey, system, is it really gonna happen?" The system panel was silent for a moment before replying, "After seeing this, you still don't believe it." After confirmation, he immediately stood up. Lloyd quickly ran into the palace. As he ran through the hallway, he thought, he clearly said that it would happen in the future. Lloyd recalled the moment he knelt in the future. "I will. If only I had come a little sooner." He rushed and speculated, "I don't know how much, but I have to deal with it." The cause of the locust swarm has been identified. Alicia sat at her desk, questioning. "What?" "The entire Cremona region is swarming with monsters." Lloyd knelt down, suggesting, "That's right, Your Highness. We must mobilize our troops to prepare for unprecedented chaos." She requested softly. "This is so sudden. Tell me more about this disaster." He quickly explained. "The enemy is Asfahan. Their goal is to create a monster domino effect, to drain all the power from the kingdom of Magentana." Lloyd explained everything in detail. By enslaving the monsters in the eastern wilderness, stealing the habitat of the monsters. Another group of monsters was pushed west by the monsters that had moved in that direction. The monsters rushed in like dominoes, causing immense damage to the eastern region. He thought anxiously. In the novel, it's 3.5 years from now. Even more than that, it's what will happen in the far north on our land. Those are the things that will happen in the far north. I don't know why the time and details have changed, but this is not the time to argue about that. Alicia also thought doubtfully, surely Asfahan must have moved in the eastern wilderness. That's definitely possible. However, she called out Lloyd Frontera's name. "You!" He quickly replied. "Yes, Your Highness," Alicia asked sternly. "This news of Asfahan is suspicious. How did you find out?" Light panicked upon hearing that. That. Damn it. Think. Use your brain. She voiced her thoughts. "Thinking about it, you have too many things hidden from me." Alicia frowned and asked, "Jim would know if Asfahan moved. Why do you seem more suspicious?" Lloyd licked his lips, preparing to use his skill, lying without blinking. He answered the previous question seriously with a small connection. "There are relatives of the ORCs in the wilderness, the Steel Iron tribe. They told God about the West all the time." Lloyd continued to bluff. The first thing God learned was about Kyo's assassination plot. It was difficult for Kyo and the mayor to exchange strange words and look at each other with affectionate eyes. "Wow, are those two dating?" "God thought it was a beautiful scene, so I followed them, and then I witnessed that scene." He fabricated very seriously, something that absorbed mana and turned the surrounding area into a swamp. But the person who knew, Habil, Knight of the Guard, is an unprecedented genius. I've been by his side since he was a child and learned self-defense techniques through a genius, so I'm also a genius, so I'm very good. Alicia listened to his explanation and thought uncomfortably. Almost everything makes sense. She glared at Lloyd Frontera. "But why does it feel so strange?" He sweated, thinking inwardly. "This person seems a little clueless about improvising." Alicia silently and seriously looked at Lloyd Frontera. He felt uneasy under that solemn gaze. The system notification activated a praise effect. Magentano, leveraging Queen Alicia's absolute trust, harbors no conspiracy of treason. Lloyd stared in astonishment at the notification. Alicia accepted the offer. "Very well. Jim's Rapid Response Force, 500 Lancer Knights. I will support you with 50 mages. Your orders are to ascertain the enemy's movements." Lloyd grinned triumphantly. "Wonderful. You're so generous, Your Highness. Thank you." She continued to probe. "What's their name again? If it's you, shouldn't you understand better than anyone? You don't think there'll be any reward for trusting baseless speculation, do you?" Lloyd immediately replied. "Of course. I know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." He smiled confidently. "If this prevents the monster attack, then all predictions and decisions are the prerogative of the person in charge. I'm just helping re-establish the royal authority through the assassination." Alicia smiled as bright as a flower. "You're certainly suspicious, but I like the way you talk." After the negotiations were over, Lloyd and Habil Asrahan started riding away. "Here we go." The two of them began racing out of the kingdom. Suddenly, Lloyd said something indistinct. Habil Asrahan, unable to hear, spoke up. "There must be a reason you're doing this. Please explain slowly." He was being buffeted by the wind, trying to speak, but the sounds were unclear, yet it seemed Habil Asrahan understood everything. "Yes, I understand everything. Please tell me." Lloyd continued to explain with tree language. He relayed the content. "When we arrive at the Frontera estate, we'll arrive in 5 days? Is that what you mean? All right." Along with his wind-distorted face, Lloyd calculated. Now Habil can easily subdue the army of a small nation, Seeing dozens of people beheaded with a single strike, the enemy's fighting spirit will be depleted.
That's right, you scum. This time our enemy isn't human, because creatures have no spirit to erode. He recalled the swarms of locust monsters in the future. It only runs straight towards the prey in front of it, fearless of death.
That's why Habil alone isn't enough. Lloyd recalled the locust monster's actions to make a plan, adding up and down 360 degrees. The attacks come from all directions, which is not something that only one or two high firepower people can stop. Lloyd ordered, "Bondong, let's split up here." Down immediately crawled out from inside the clothes. "Bondong, please be on time." Bondong jumped out of the shirt and started following the plan. He thought seriously, "We already have a plan. Hang in there, my honeypot." Frontera estate. The two emerged from the mountain and launched into the sky. The sky gradually brightened. In the forest, the two were still flying as they rushed forward. Lloyd pulled the horse's head back. "Calm down." The two stopped before a cliff. In front were swarms of locust monsters that had arrived in droves. He thought seriously with a stern face. Just a little bit. Just a little bit more. The people working were also paying attention to the sky. Everyone stopped working in surprise. In the sky were locust monsters flying around, a man said in shock. "What is that?" Lloyd rode over and shouted loudly, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get out of here." The man turned around. "Young master," he shouted, demanding, "Jug, give me the biggest one." The locust horde began their search for the enemy, setting their sights directly on the Frontera mansion. Emily panicked as a monster locust crashed through the window. It bared its fangs with malicious intent. She stammered in fear. "What is this?" Suddenly, the monster locust lunged towards Emily. Thwack! A chair was raised in the air. Mabella Frontera luckily arrived just in time to smash its head in. However, it wasn't just one. A swarm of other monster locusts also poured inside. She quickly grabbed her hand, demanding, "Emily, come with me." She responded in a panic, "Yes, madam." Ma looked out the door, discovering thousands of monster locusts covering the sky outside. Her face darkened with fear. What is going on? Suddenly, Akos Frontera rushed out from around the bend. "Ma, are you all right?" She saw him and exclaimed, "Akos," he demanded loudly. "Wait, just a moment." Akos Frontera hurriedly pushed open the door. He was stunned by the monster locusts flying around the mansion. The monsters, which had been gnawing on the wood, suddenly shifted their target towards the three of them. Bayan was rushing towards the mansion at this time. He yelled out an order. "All guards, listen up. Gather at the Baron's mansion." Immediately, a voice rang in his ear, catching Bayan's attention. "Hey, get lost." Over there was a teenage boy being attacked by the locust horde. He looked at him and hesitated. "Oh no, the people are in danger." But Baron Bayan Bavaria remembered Frontera's words. "I hope this doesn't happen, but if disaster strikes my territory, please protect the people in my stead. I believe that lords and their knights exist for the benefit of their people." Bayan didn't hesitate any longer and charged forward. He chopped off the head of the monster locust perched on the boy's shoulder and continued to slash at those hovering around. Bayan stood in front, commanding, "Hide behind me." The monster locusts saw the prey and concentrated their advance in another direction. The ORCs also joined the fight against the monsters. He shouted loudly, "O great ORC warriors, even if today is our last day, let us keep our oath to our brothers and our clan." The ORCs behind him raised their weapons enthusiastically, while Bayan's side also worked hard to drive away the swarm of monsters. The ORCs were just as fierce, crushing each approaching locust monster with their bare hands. But their numbers were overwhelming. Bayan collapsed, shielding Mi Kai with his body. Elsewhere, the locust monsters had found the civilians. Some stood and fought, while others could only fall in helpless despair. The ORC clan couldn't escape either, their bodies being devoured. Cu, overwhelmed, used his entire body to protect Emily. Everyone desperately defended the Earl in front of the mansion. The swarm of locust monsters showed no signs of thinning. They still blanketed the sky. A mother helplessly embraced her child as they gnawed at her flesh. She cried, looking up to see a locust monster devouring her hair. Suddenly, it trembled and looked up at the sky. The locust monsters on the backs of others stopped their feeding frenzy and also looked up. The swarm was drawn to something shining in the sky. They quickly abandoned their current targets and surged upward. Lloyd roared, "You damn grass-guzzling bugs!" Habil Asrahan immediately raised his weapon, preparing to strike. He swung directly at the iron shield in Lloyd Frontera's hand. He shouted with anticipation, "Can you hear that? Does that sweet sound make you laugh?" Habil Asrahan continued to exert force, striking the shield once more. The locust swarm began to stir restlessly in the air. The insects rushed forward, merging into a line. The surrounding swarms quickly gathered. They joined together, forming a monstrous circle. Akos Frontera murmured in disbelief, while Mabella instantly recognized, "That's right, that voice, it's definitely our Lloyd." The monster horde now focused solely on the two of them. Lawi panicked. "Eek, I'm scared, they're coming," Habil Asrahan stated sternly. "They're chasing us exactly as planned." He was pleased with the result. "Excellent. Attract more and lure them to the outskirts." The two ran ahead,
the monsters behind them leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lloyd gripped the iron shield tightly and commanded, "Hit it harder." Habil Asrahan complied, but the force was so great that he spat out saliva. Lloyd angrily scolded, "That was too strong, you brat. Why are you always smirking like that?" Habil Asrahan quipped. "Prepare for another hit, here it comes." Lloyd immediately stopped him. "Don't stop, faster." Lloyd, while defending, thought, "That's right, exactly as the novel said. Those insects are reacting to the noise, it's working." Lloyd, riding on horseback, announces, "Next stop, Viscount Rakona's territory, let's go." Habil Asrahan is astonished by his intentions. Is he planning to help them too, in a dire situation like this? System notification. HBL's favorability towards you increased by 3. You receive 54 affinity points. Lloyd, though rushing forward in a panic, reveals his true colors in his thoughts. "I won't be satisfied with just enough money to pay the water bill." In front of Duke Rakona's territory, he scurries away from the swarm of locust monsters pouring into the mansion. What is this? Suddenly, Duke Rakona turns around. Lloyd, along with Habil Asrahan, smashes through the window and charges in. He panics. "Oh God." Duke Rakona cries out from the ground. Lloyd Frontera. He puts on a wicked face and speaks up. "Don't even dream of postponing the water tax." He looks like he's met the devil himself, literally. Habil Asrahan continues to bash the iron shield. "Let's go." The two of them rush out of the mansion, leaving Duke Rakona dumbfounded inside, followed by a swarm of locust monsters, as numerous as an entire army. Habil Asrahan speaks his mind. Is this a tactic to gather them by going through the building? Lloyd flatly denies it. "Tactic? I'm looting." He smirks again, revealing his true intentions. "I'm getting back at them. Let them all die. Haha." Habil Asrahan is silent, observing Lloyd Frontera's smile. He's lost his marbles. Lloyd is pleased with the monsters chasing after him. "What's wrong? Can you guys keep up with Lot?" He grips the shield tightly and shouts. Captain Lloyd charges into battle. Habil Asrahan, seeing this, reminds him, "Save your strength. What's the point of yelling?" He retorts loudly, "You know nothing." Lloyd grins wickedly. "You have to shout loudly to save them. Let them all die. Ha ha." He looks contemptuously at Lloyd Frontera's face. "Dude, he's really gone crazy." He continues to ride his horse, announcing, "That's enough. Let's quickly go to the Maret's frontier." Suddenly, Lloyd notices something ahead. Before him is a swarm of locust monsters rushing towards them. Crap, another group. Habil Asrahan dashes forward, instructing, "Put the lid on. Stay behind me." He draws his sword and begins to use his sword aura. One strike of the sword cuts in half the locust monsters rushing towards Habil Asrahan. The corpses are flung back, crashing heavily against Lloyd Frontera's shield. Habil Asrahan continues to slash forward, creating a path to move through. The swarm of locust monsters begins to scatter and fly into the sky. They regroup and continue the chase. Lloyd, observing from behind, exclaimed, "Great! They've grouped together." The two sped across the field, pursued by the horde of monsters. Just a bit more. The horse suddenly cried out a few times. Lloyd spotted it and realized, the horse is tired. "Damn it." He tossed his shield away and announced, "Habil, brace your back." He was confused. "My back?" Suddenly, Lloyd launched himself off the horse's back and jumped towards Habil Asrahan. He leaped onto Habil Asrahan's back and held on tight. Lloyd immediately ordered, "From now on, you're my horse. Run." He also leaped off his own horse's back. Habil Asrahan stumbled backward from the force. Lloyd, treating him like his horse, shouted, "Giddy up." Habil Asrahan, filled with annoyance, dashed forward. He ran as fast as he could, but it was still no match for the speed of the locust monsters. They managed to touch Habil Asrahan during the chase. Right then, Lloyd yelled, "Bell, Hippo, surface in the water ahead of the monsters." Habil, Astrahan, and Lloyd quickly covered their heads and plunged into the water to hide. Bayo jumped up and pointed its butt towards the locust monsters. The monsters charged straight into Bayo's rear. Am quickly used his volcanic eruption skill, launching a flame towards the monsters. The locust monsters could only wait for the flames to reach them. The monsters in front turned into smoke and ash. A plume of black smoke appeared after the fiery blast. Lavi stood up and shouted, "Second attack." Hippo quickly followed instructions and sprayed a powerful jet of water. The remaining monsters were swept away by the water current. The monsters that Hippo sprayed fell to the ground. The two stood up, gripping their weapons, ready to face the monster rain. Lloyd used his burst skill and commanded, "Third attack." Habil Asrahan also used power burst on command. The two aimed their energy at the monsters. The swarm of locusts was swept away by their overwhelming energy. The two attacks began to dissipate in the air, followed by the defeated locust monsters falling down. The two of them panted, witnessing the rain of locusts in the sky. Lloyd leaned back. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Habil Asrahan quietly spoke up. "We must have dealt with most of them." He looked up at the rooftops, but there were still many left. Habil Asrahan observed inside the houses, calculating,
There must be about 1,000 left. Lowy calmly spoke up. It's all right. Soft footsteps appeared in the forest. It's time for the cleanup crew. Bodong sat slumped on the ground, observing, followed by the ORC tribe carrying weapons, 300 elite warriors from the Iron Thorn tribe, along with a troop of horses stopping on the sandy shore. Soldiers and mages also began to appear, 500 white soldiers and 50 mages. Loy brushed aside the cleanup, speaking up. Let them deal with that mess. We have other things to worry about, Habil Asrahan asked curiously. What things? He solemnly mentioned. Domino monster. Lombi seriously stated. One wave isn't going to be the end of it. The leader of the Knight Squad shouted. White Knights, he shouted the announcement. For His Great Highness. For the Queen's territory. Exterminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. The mages began to imbue their spears with energy. The White Knight Squad began to charge forward. The White Knights began to eliminate the remaining locust monsters in the air. On the ORC side, they also exerted themselves to sweep through. He stabbed straight into the locust monster, and then roasted it under the cheers of the meat tribe. The ORCs began to enjoy the locust monster deliciously. Alec and his tribe excitedly shouted, onward, protein. Suddenly, Emily stepped to Kusher's side. ORC warrior. She held a rose in her hand and offered it in front of him. Thank you for protecting me earlier. After successfully expressing her gratitude, Emily hurriedly ran away before Cooler's eyes. His love began to blossom from here. On the other side, Akos Frontera worriedly ran over. Lowy. Mabella Frontera couldn't help but worry. Lowy, are you all right? He grabbed his shoulders, asking, Are you hurt anywhere? Lowy dazedly replied. I'm fine. Agos Frontera embraced him tightly. I thank you and apologize to you so much. You saved everyone in place of this terrible father. Mabella Frontera also sobbed, hugging him. Why are you so willing to save people? What if you get hurt? Lowy wasn't happy but instead retorted inwardly. As if. It's just preparing for retirement. I only do it for my own benefit. The system window couldn't help but pop up. Pleft, he uncomfortably said. What? What are you laughing at? Lloyd retorted with a grumpy attitude. System, it seems like you don't remember what I said in the ending spoiler, huh? What the heck are you talking about? Did I say something? System, well never mind if I don't remember. He sat there enduring their embrace, thinking to himself, yeah, whatever, I have more important things to do now. I need to prepare for the second wave. System announcement. You have acquired a new title, Manhunter. Number 1. Title duration, 115, title equity points. 2. Title effect. Just looking at it can scare all the monster bugs. Insects submerged in fear will be extremely weak and their combat power will be reduced. The sky gradually darkened, and Loy stood in the middle of a field when suddenly, a white knight approached him from behind. Velati Bren stepped forward, wondering, You summoned me. What is it? Loy bowed in gratitude. Captain of the White Knights, Velati Blank. Thank you for answering my call. You played a vital role in the locust extermination plan. I would like to thank you and bow before you. He spoke with some annoyance. Don't beat around the bush. Everyone can see that we were responsible for the cleanup from the start, Loy denied. No way. If it were just us, that cleanup would have taken weeks. Suddenly, Velati Bren spoke, drawing his attention. To be honest, I was very angry at first. You're just a simple engineer, yet you were put in command of the magnificent White Knights. He spoke his mind. But after arriving, I realized that everything here is based on your plan. There's no denying that you're an outstanding strategist. Saving the Queen probably wasn't a coincidence either. Velati Bren was being honest with Lloyd Frontera. But my pride is still hurt. The mages have returned, but we still have to stay here. We, who were trained to die fighting alongside the Queen, I don't like you. He fell silent after those words. Val returned to the main topic. I've said everything I wanted to say. Now it's your turn. What do you want from us? Loy recalled the plot. Just as I thought, he's not normal. In the novel, under the orders of the Mad Queen, the White Knight captain carried out a brutal purge. He fought a life-or-death battle with Habiel, who was trying to save the people. At that time, Habiel was not yet a master swordsman, so he did not win. Velati Bren collapsed on the ground, weakly saying, Is it Habiel? If it's you, can I ask you this favor? He breathed his last, finally making his request. Please, stop the Queen. Velati Blank was born a warrior with only loyalty, his words steel-like and to the point. Loy smiled after formulating his plan. Beating around the bush won't accomplish anything. The best way is for you to seriously make a proposal. Would you like to fight me? If I win, you will become our engineering battalion. If you win, you can return to the Queen immediately. Val frowned at the proposal, then smiled triumphantly. Haha, you read my mind. Because there's no way I would accept your request from the start. You intend to challenge me, Velad Bank said sternly, revealing the truth. But there's one thing you overlooked. Did you think that I, the Queen's shield, would fight civilians without orders? Loki's face lit up. That's exactly what I overlooked. I obtained the right to command you from the Queen, and this is an order. He was silent, angered by his words. Lowy continued to taunt. Even if you say it's an order, fighting in a hall tarnishes a knight's reputation. Wouldn't it be much more honorable to win fairly and justly? Vladimir drew his sword from his side. Do you have a weapon? Lloyd raised his mace, signaling. He walked with confidence. I heard you punished the estate's traitors with that mace. It's not a problem, because I'm going to strike first anyway. Lloyd secretly rejoiced. Niece, I've baited him. Now my chances of winning are 0%. He thought about the magic heart in his body. I have ginseng. But that power is useless. He's a sword genius who almost killed Habiel. There's no way I can compare to him. Lloyd also began to move and calculate. But as always, I have a powerful weapon. That's right, Vladimir said sternly. Since this is a fight between a knight and a commoner, the rules have to be a little different. Lloyd secretly felt pleased with the other man's personality. He stated the rule of the match. If I flinch even a little from one of your attacks, you win. Lloyd put on a face more demonic than the devil himself. An attacked deal. The Lady Blank was stunned, and didn't even have time to react. He used a skill aimed directly at him, causing the Lady Blank to quickly lie down to avoid the triple explosion. The energy attack quickly flew far away, and then, boom! It caused the top of a distant mountain to explode. Vladimir was so shocked he gaped. Lloyd smugly said, I'll show you something even more amazing. That hall is more than just swordsmanship. The scene shifts to a hall being used for digging. Vladimir is focused on shoveling the proposals. I have something to verify, so please cooperate. Elsewhere, Lloyd and Habiel Asrahan are standing on a hill in front of the forest. He asked, Does this really work? Lloyd confidently explained. The ORC tribe of the wasteland taught me this, so it's very reliable. Their habits are too rigid. He smirked. Just wait and see. The two of them stood watching a structure being built on the hill. It will protect our honeypot. Below is a rock that has been cast and sculpted into the shape of a giant monster. In front of the Frontera estate, an earthquake shook everything on the table. The earthquake grew stronger and stronger, causing everything on the table to fall to the ground. Inside the house, a family of 3 was embracing in fear. Everyone on the estate was terrified. Outside, creatures of unknown origin were all running headlong forward. A man stood enduring the earthquake inside the house. As the father and son were hugging each other in fear, the mother was hugging her child and sobbing. At the same time, everyone had the same thought. A man struggled against the shaking earth and stepped onto the rock. Lloyd stood before the onrushing wave of animals. That the young master would protect them. He confidently stood on top of the rock, carrying 2 blue and white flags. The white knights were also waiting for orders. Vladimir thought anxiously. I've suspected it from the start, but it's really happening. He witnessed the monsters rushing forward and destroying everything. They passed. The mammoth boars. They rushed forward in panic and destroyed everything. Back before the match started, Vladimir asked suspiciously, Mammoth boars this time? What proof do you have? Lochi retorted. You mean proof? He put on his iron mask again and explained. It's obvious? Vladimir asked, puzzled. Obvious? Lloyd confidently pointed. That's how it is. The vague answer left him embarrassed. No, I mean back to the present. Vladimir still carried his doubts as he pondered. He must be a great liar, however. His final prediction was correct. He began to put on his cavalry helmet. Preparing for battle was better than harboring any doubts. Vladimir recalled the outlined plan, moving at the same pace as the front ranks of the elephants and defeating the leaders. He continued calculating the plan, then quickly surrounded the moving wildlings, attacking gradually from the outside, as if peeling away a layer of skin. Vladimir seriously considered. Not 10 men. We might lose up to 20. A soldier from behind spoke up. After this battle is over, I will propose to my sweetheart back home. The soldier in front retorted unhappily. What are you saying? Don't talk nonsense. He was confused. Why not? Vladimir thought to himself about the consequences. Instead of a ring for his lover, the spear worthy of praise may be the only thing left that he sends back to her. There's nothing to fear. The lives of warriors will give us the determination we need. Vladimir led the cavalry, shouting, White Knights, charge! Bay rushed forward to stop them. Wait. Vladimir was astonished at his figure. Sir, High Knight Bavaria, why are you here without armor? Bayan explained. Young master said I wouldn't need it. He questioned sternly. Did something happen before? He replied softly. I'm afraid I cannot explain, but there must be a good reason. Bayan got to the main point. I'm here to explain that signal to you. Vladimir was puzzled. Signal? He pointed to the hill, explaining. Do you see the young man on that white rock over there? Vladimir replied vaguely. Yes, I can see him, he continued to explain. Before long, young master will give the signal. Suddenly, Lloyd lowered the blue flag horizontally and raised the white flag high. Bayan looked up at the white knights with difficulty. He looked at his action of waving the blue flag and explained. Advance to the southeast direction outside the village. Suddenly, Lloyd clapped the 2 flags together, indicating to move quickly. Vladimir spoke angrily. This is ridiculous. Isn't this just opening a path for the monsters? He loudly considered the consequences of Lloyd Frontera's instructions. The White Knights' current position is in the area of the villagers. The directed destination is to the left flank of the monsters. It's only a matter of time before those monsters break through the barricade. Do you think attacking them from the flank will be effective? Flank attacks don't work on them at all. Lloyd continued to wave the flags to give instructions. Bayan explained the action. Repeat after me. For the Queen. He raised the white flag high, Your Highness, then pushed the white flag forward. Advance. Val became even more annoyed. What was that just now? Are you kidding me? Bayan replied calmly. Not at all. Everything has been planned in advance. He looked at Lloyd's actions and was puzzled. What the hell are you thinking? It doesn't make any sense. The woolly mammoth elephants continued to charge forward with incredible speed. Suddenly, Lloyd turned and prepared, raising the blue flag to announce, They're coming. The woolly mammoth elephants began to rush past. Lloyd stood on the rock observing. He smiled smugly. The first step of the plan. Suddenly the woolly mammoth elephants paused for a beat. In front of them were stone statues fired into the shape of giant monsters. They quickly stopped at the appearance of the stone. The woolly mammoth elephants thus fell to the ground in chaos. The natural enemy of woolly mammoth elephants, Megalan, blocked the way. The woolly mammoth elephants panicked and ran everywhere at the appearance of Megalon. Lloyd continued to raise the white flag. The second step of the plan, Bayan, receiving the order, announced, White Knights. At a canter, the horses started pawing at the ground. Even harder, create a cloud of dust. It continued to command, tapping their lances together. Louder, Vladi Bren was inwardly astonished. It's clearly according to the plan, but what the hell is this? The woolly mammoths fearfully observed their surroundings, scattering in a panic. Lloyd seriously watched them. Woolly mammoths are afraid of Megalan. The loud noise from the hooves will make them think that many Megalan are coming. The herd of woolly mammoths started running away in one direction. He explained the plan. And then they will move to the southern area. Vladi Bren panicked at the mammoths. Action. They're moving. Wait, that direction is... He remembered the construction from before. The trenches our troops dug to rescue Megalania. I wondered why we had to dig so deep. The witless herd of woolly mammoths began to stampede into the pre-prepared trap. Step 3 of the plan. The first woolly mammoths began to fall. Lloyd continued to raise the white flag. Hippo appeared like a demon standing on top of the woolly mammoths. He shouted the command, Hippo, do it now! Waterjet. Afiki started spraying the water stored in its belly down into the pit. The herd of woolly mammoths were thus swept away by the current. Lloyd released the two flags and slowly raised his hands. He stretched his hands out to shoulder height. Extremely arrogant. Vladi Bren, along with Bayan, solemnly observed, We won. The herd of woolly mammoths floated along the current into the river that had been pre-dug. The weak woolly mammoths crawled out of the water, and Lady Blank stood high above, observing. He was amazed at the result. We won without a fight. Lloyd casually sat below, looking down. There's a lot of food here. No need to go back to Megarania's place. We have a canal now. I'm very grateful to them. Vladi Bren frowned and asked, Was using the dug canal part of your plan from the beginning? He calmly replied, It's not really a plan. After digging, I just thought we could use it. Vladi Bren remained silent after the words. He remembered the sorrowful face of a household. With at least 5 members lost in each battle, a cavalryman knelt down, offering her a blood-stained spear. Vladi Blank gently explained. Her father sacrificed himself for the nation, for the people. He died with honor. He solemnly declared, Our cavalry, and the kingdom of Magentano, we will forever remember the bravery of Knight Durano. Hearing this, she collapsed in grief. She sobbed uncontrollably at the passing of her father. The scene shifts to the graves of the knights, who died in battle. 2 grieving soldiers stand before the graves. Vladi Bren, standing behind them, sternly orders, How long are you going to mourn? Get back to training. Under the dark night sky, the real Vladi Bren sits in the rain before the graves of his fallen soldiers. He sits motionless in the downpour. Val thinks, tormented, courage, honor. The words I read every time we lose a member, they're meaningless. He lowers his head, deep in thought, in the depths of his heart. I know now that death leaves behind no honor. Vladi Bren remembers how heartbroken the young woman was when she heard the news. After death, hellish days await those left behind. Back in the present, the White Knights raise their lances. They all cheer and congratulate him. You little rascal, make sure to invite me to the wedding. He's overjoyed. Of course. Vladi Bren stands to the side, observing the soldiers. Joy. Habiel Asrahan is bewildered by Lloyd Frontera's words. Does that mean these monster waves? Are you saying they could go on forever? He doesn't completely deny it. Well, it could end, but at least after a dozen more attacks. Habiel Asrahan worries about the danger. Every time we do that, the damage to the estate will be immense. Lloyd smiles approvingly. Oh, Habel's IQ has gone up quite a bit, he asks with a sly grin. Want to guess what I'm thinking right now? Habiel Asrahan replies calmly. It's pretty obvious. We're planning to stop the monster invasion with minimal labor, Lloyd says excitedly. That's right. And the plan is, he answers softly, I'm sure you've already planned everything out. Suddenly, Vladi Bren steps forward from behind. In this plan, we, the White Knights, will also help. Lancy turns back, questioning, What? Aren't you returning to the Royal Road? He explains sternly. I'm thinking of writing a letter requesting permission to His Highness. Vladi Bren feels both proud and self-reproachful. Today I saw what a true victory looks like. At the same time, I realized I was an incompetent commander. Suddenly, he approaches the two of them and kneels respectfully. Vladi Bren asks, earnestly, Please, allow me to observe your wisdom. The White Knights behind him also kneel. Lloyd takes a breath in silence, making Valela Bank notice as he speaks. I've been waiting for you to say that. Loey smiles confidently. This operation would be impossible without the White Knights. In the Frontera mansion, a group of 4 are discussing a plan. Lloyd turns to Akos Frontera. Lord Baron, do you remember? When I said I would create a waterway from Lake Siebua, you opposed my decision. He remembers and replies, Ah yes, I remember. Agus Frontera describes a fierce monster guarding that place. There's a legendary monster sleeping in Lake Capua King Vianist, he explains sternly. However, with the stimulation from opening up the water source, you pushed forward with the construction and said he would never wake up, Loy says excitedly. Yes, that's right, and this time, I really will wake him up. The room falls silent for a moment after his statement. Agos Frontera is horrified after realizing something. Maybella is no exception. I completely object.